Tonight, instead of marching into battles or castles, we'll walk along the timeless Nile, where the river shaped one of the greatest civilizations in history. From humble farmers sowing fields to pharaohs raising monuments that touched the sky, we'll drift through thousands of years of Egyptian life. You'll hear the whispers of priests in sacred temples, the songs of labourers hauling stone, and the myths of gods who watched over it all. If this kind of storytelling helps you rest, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it truly brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is right now. It's always strangely comforting to know who else is out there, closing their eyes to the same story. So, settle in. Let the world grow quiet. And let's begin at the banks of the Nile, where civilization itself awoke. Picture it. Egypt, long before the pyramids, before Cleopatra's dramatic farewell, before even the idea of a pharaoh existed. Imagine a land where the desert stretched endlessly on both sides, hot and lifeless, and yet right through the middle ran a thin green ribbon of life, the Nile. Without the Nile, Egypt would have been just another sandy wasteland. With it, however, Egypt became one of the world's earliest great civilizations. If you're listening to this while trying to drift off, let me assure you, we'll take things slowly. Think of this as a gentle stroll down the riverbank, rather than a mad dash across the desert. The Nile is the key to understanding Egypt. Every summer, like clockwork, the river would flood its banks, spilling dark, fertile silt onto the surrounding fields. That soil, rich and damp, was perfect for growing wheat and barley. In fact, this yearly miracle is why Herodotus, the Greek historian, famously called Egypt the gift of the Nile. Though I rather suspect the Nile itself might have wanted a little credit. The Egyptians, for their part, personified the river in the form of Hapi, a god with a rather rotund figure, a pleasant smile, and an armful of crops. One might say he looked less like an all-powerful deity and more like a jolly gardener. But then again, isn't that exactly the kind of god you'd want to look after your harvest? Now, the earliest Egyptians weren't pyramid builders or grand temple architects. Around 6000 BCE, they were simply farming folk who had learned that if you stayed near the Nile, you stood a much better chance of eating regularly. They built small villages, learned to domesticate animals, and figured out irrigation long before the word itself was ever invented. They dug canals, stored water, and learned that the rhythm of life was tied to the river's rise and fall. In a way, you could say that time itself flowed with the Nile. Of course, where there's a river, there's also the occasional bit of mischief. The Egyptians believed that while Hapi brought abundance, other forces lurked as well. In their mythology, chaos was embodied by the serpent Apophis, an enormous snake who tried nightly to devour Ra, the sun god, as he sailed across the sky. Thankfully, Ra usually won, or else this story, and indeed the planet, would be rather short. But the underlying point was clear. Life in Egypt was about balance. Too much flood, and fields washed away. Too little, and famine stalked the land. Just the right amount, and everyone feasted. A delicate equilibrium, what the Egyptians later called Ma'at, the principle of cosmic order. Now, speaking of order, we ought to discuss the people who first tried to bring some of it to Egypt. Before there was a single Egypt, there were two lands, Upper Egypt in the south and Lower Egypt in the north. Yes, it's upside down if you're looking at a map. But remember, the Nile flows north into the Mediterranean, so upper meant upstream. If you ever want to confuse a geography student, that's the way to do it. These two regions each had their own kings, customs and gods. Upper Egypt favoured the vulture goddess Nekhbet, while Lower Egypt leaned toward the cobra goddess Wadjet. Both creatures ended up as symbols on the pharaoh's crown when the two lands were finally united. But that, dear listener, is a story for a later chapter. At this early stage, around 5000 to 4000 BCE, Egypt was still a patchwork of communities. They buried their dead with simple pottery, beads, and the occasional pet goat. Archaeologists call this the pre-dynastic period, which is a fancy way of saying before things got properly organised. Yet even in these humble graves, you can see hints of what was to come. The care with which they laid out bodies, painted pottery with spirals and boats, and placed food for the afterlife, all point to a belief that death was not the end. It was simply a continuation, like boarding a ferry across the Nile, but one that led to a much stranger, more mysterious destination. Mythology already shaped this worldview. The Egyptians told stories of Osiris, the god who was murdered by his jealous brother Set, only to be resurrected by his devoted wife Isis. Osiris then became ruler of the underworld, judging the souls of the dead. Though this myth wasn't fully written down until later, its roots may stretch all the way back to these early times. It's not hard to imagine villagers telling one another around the fire, "Live well, honour the gods, and you'll join Osiris in the field of reeds," their version of paradise, with endless harvests and no shortage of beer. Beer, by the way, was essential. The Egyptians brewed it thick and sweet, almost like liquid bread. Even workers on construction projects were paid in loaves and beer rations. One might say that civilization itself was partly built on barley. Without beer, the pyramids might never have risen, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. As the centuries flowed along, like the river itself, communities grew larger. Trade expanded. Boats became more sophisticated, gliding along the Nile like waterfowl. Egyptians exchanged goods with Nubia to the south, bringing in gold, ivory and exotic animals. From the Sinai, they obtained turquoise. All of this movement along the river gave rise to a shared culture, shared deities, and eventually the idea that perhaps one ruler should oversee it all. Religion was never far from daily life. Shrines dotted the landscape, often simple mud brick structures with offerings of bread, beer, and fruit. Gods were everywhere. Falcons in the sky reminded people of Horus. Cats prowling near granaries suggested Bastet was watching over their food, and the ever-present sun reminded them that Ra was sailing overhead. It was a landscape alive with divinity, each natural phenomenon explained through myth. To us, it might seem fanciful. To them, it was as real as the sand under their sandals. Let us not forget writing. Around 3200 BCE, Egyptians developed hieroglyphics, those beautiful, intricate symbols that adorn tombs and temples for millennia. But the very earliest writing was humble, used for keeping accounts, tallies of grain, livestock, and labour. It seems the first reason humans ever bothered to write was not for poetry or storytelling, but for bureaucracy. A rather boring truth, though perhaps fitting for our purposes. Still, even bureaucracy carried a sacred air. The Egyptians believed words themselves had power, a concept they called heka, magic. To write a god's name was to invoke that god's essence. To carve a spell into a tomb was to ensure safe passage in the afterlife. Language was never just language, it was a bridge between worlds. Life along the Nile continued this way for centuries. Floods, harvests, rituals and stories. The rhythm was slow, steady, dependable. And though kingdoms rose and fell, though myths shifted and rulers changed, the Nile's eternal flow tied it all together. One might almost say it was Egypt's lullaby, an endless reassuring murmur that told its people, as long as the river runs, life will go on. Of course, not everything was serene. Animals posed their own dangers. Crocodiles lurked in the water, worshipped and feared as Sobek, a god of fertility and ferocity. Hippos too were dangerous, and Set, the god of chaos, was sometimes associated with their unpredictable rage. Imagine living in a world where the river was both your saviour and the home of creatures that could swallow you whole. It was a relationship built on respect, reverence, and no small amount of caution. Meanwhile, the stars above told their own stories. Egyptians noticed Sirius, the brightest star, rising just before the Nile floods each year. They called it Sopdet, and later associated it with the goddess Isis. Thus, astronomy and mythology intertwined, giving people a way to predict the river's behaviour. In a land where survival depended on timing the floods, this was nothing short of life-saving knowledge, wrapped, as always, in divine narrative. By around 3100 BCE, Egypt stood on the brink of transformation. Villages had grown into city-states, each with its own chieftain, priesthood, and local god. Rivalries brewed, alliances shifted, and the two great regions, Upper and Lower Egypt, prepared for a final reckoning. The stage was set for the rise of the first pharaohs, and for Egypt to step firmly into history. But that, dear listener, is for the next chapter. For now, close your eyes and picture the Nile at dusk, the river glowing with reflected sunlight, farmers returning home with baskets of grain, priests offering prayers at humble shrines, and the comforting sense that the river would rise again tomorrow, just as it always had. In the stillness of that eternal rhythm, Egypt found its beginning. And perhaps in that same rhythm, you might find yourself drifting gently towards sleep. When we left off, Egypt was still finding its feet. Villages hugging the Nile, myths weaving their way into everyday life, and the first hints of kingship beginning to stir. Now we move to something that lay at the very heart of the Egyptian world. Their gods, their rulers, and that great glittering idea of cosmic balance known as Mayat. If Chapter 1 was the Nile's gift of bread and beer, Chapter 2 is the recipe for Egypt's soul. The Egyptians didn't see gods as distant figures lounging in some abstract heaven. To them, divinity was woven into the very fabric of life. Every sunrise was Ra steering his solar bark across the sky. Every flood was Happy swelling the Nile's banks. And every jackal slinking through a desert whispered the presence of Anubis, guardian of the dead. This closeness between gods and the natural world made life deeply religious, but also oddly comforting. Imagine never once wondering if the gods existed, because, well, there they were, in the river, in the sun, and in the cat eyeing your supper. Now, about this concept of Ma'at. Ma'at was not just a goddess, though she was indeed personified as a woman with a feather on her head. She was also a principle, a cosmic law, the very glue that held the universe together. Ma'at meant truth, order, and balance. In a world where the Nile's flood could be generous one year and miserly the next, Ma'at was the reassurance that overall things worked as they should. It was the king's sacred duty to uphold Ma'at. And here we begin to see how myth and kingship fused into something uniquely Egyptian. For the Egyptians, the pharaoh wasn't merely a man. He was divine, an earthly Horus, the falcon god, reigning with sharp eyes and swift talons. Upon his death, he merged with Osiris, lord of the underworld, while his heir became the new Horus. In this way, the pharaoh was a living bridge between heaven and earth. It's a rather clever arrangement when you think about it. A king who claims divine backing tends to have fewer arguments from his subjects. Why must I pay taxes? Because Ra himself insists. Hard to argue with that. The king's role was enormous. He didn't simply rule in the political sense. He was expected to perform rituals, offer sacrifices, and keep the gods appeased. If the Nile failed to flood, people might wonder whether their pharaoh had done something wrong. Imagine being blamed for the weather every year. One wonders how often pharaohs muttered privately about the river's fickleness. Yet for all the pressure, the system worked, because it gave the people a sense that their king's actions were tied directly to the well-being of the land. Now let's talk about the gods themselves, because Egypt had quite the divine cast. At the top was Ra, the sun god, endlessly important in a land where the sun could both nurture crops and scorch fields to dust. Then there was Osiris, the green-skinned god of the afterlife, and his wife Isis, the great mother and magician, whose devotion brought Osiris back to life after Set dismembered him. Their son, Horus, with his falcon head and piercing gaze, symbolized kingship itself. And Set, poor maligned Set, god of chaos, storms and desert, forever cast as the villain. Though in fairness, if you've ever tried walking across the Sahara, you might agree chaos and desert go hand in hand. Temples soon rose across the land. They were not churches for congregations as we think of them, but cosmic engines. Each temple was a microcosm of the universe, built to house the presence of a god. The priests performed rituals daily, bathing the god's statue, clothing it, feeding it offerings of bread, beer, and meat. One can't help but smile at the thought of gods being tended to like very pampered houseguests. Another loaf, Ra, a jug of beer for you, Osiris. Yet these acts weren't seen as quaint. They were essential for keeping the cosmos in balance. If the gods were pleased, Egypt prospered. But kingship was not simply religious theatre. It was also a practical system of governance. The pharaoh was at the top of a hierarchy that included viziers, governors, and scribes. Scribes especially deserve a mention, for they were the literate class, wielding reed pens and ink to record taxes, decrees, and epic tales. Literacy was rare, and those who mastered it held immense power. To write was to shape reality itself. Remember, words had Heka, magical force. And oh, the rituals of kingship. At coronation, the pharaoh donned the double crown, uniting the white crown of Upper Egypt and the red crown of Lower Egypt. He smote enemies in ceremonies that symbolized Egypt's dominance over chaos. He dedicated statues, raised obelisks, and carved his likeness on temple walls for eternity. If it all sounds a bit excessive, bear in mind the desert was very good at preserving monuments. Once you carved your image in stone, it tended to stick around, much like a cosmic business card for future archaeologists. It's worth pausing here to consider myth as a political tool. The story of Osiris, Isis, and Horus was not only a gripping tale of murder, resurrection, and divine justice. It was also a model for kingship. Just as Horus avenged his father and restored order, so too was each new pharaoh expected to embody Horus and keep Set's chaos at bay. Myth legitimized rule, reassured the people, and gave divine context to the otherwise messy business of politics. And speaking of messy business, life was not all grand rituals and cosmic order. Ordinary Egyptians lived within this religious framework, but their lives were filled with more practical concerns: farming, baking, brewing, weaving. Still, they called upon the gods in small ways. Amulets shaped like the eye of Horus for protection. Prayers to Bez, the dwarf god of households, who, with his grinning face and lion mane, looked more like a party guest than a divine protector. But Bes was beloved because he guarded families from illness and misfortune. This fusion of grand theology and everyday devotion gave Egyptian religion a remarkable depth. It wasn't abstract philosophy tucked away in scrolls. It was lived. The gods were in the Nile's flood, in the temple rituals, in the amulets around children's necks, and in the very heartbeat of kingship. The worldview shaped by Ma'at and myth also influenced law. Egyptian justice aimed at restoring balance rather than punishment for its own sake. Court cases were often decided with Ma'at in mind. Truthfulness and fairness were not only legal virtues, they were cosmic duties. Imagine a courtroom where lying under oath didn't just risk perjury, but cosmic disorder. Suddenly, honesty seems far more appealing. As the early dynastic period unfolded, around 3100 to 2686 BCE, Egypt solidified into a unified kingdom. The first dynasties established Memphis as the capital near the apex of the Nile Delta. From here, pharaohs administered their growing state, conducting rituals, expanding trade, and commissioning tombs that grew ever more elaborate. The seeds of pyramid building were being sown, and through it all, mythology gave meaning. Each act of governance, each harvest, each war was framed in terms of divine order. When Egypt triumphed, it was because Ma'at was upheld. When drought struck, it was a sign the pharaoh had to redouble his offerings. Life was not random. It was a dialogue between humans, gods, and the cosmos. Let us close this chapter by returning to the concept of Ma'at. At the end of life, Egyptians believed the soul faced the weighing of the heart. Anubis, the jackal-headed god, would place the heart on one side of a scale, with Ma'at's feather of truth on the other. If the heart was heavy with wrongdoing, it tipped the scale, and the monster Amit, part crocodile, part lion, part hippopotamus, would devour it. If the heart balanced, the soul passed into the field of reeds, a paradise of eternal harvest. This final judgment wasn't just about the afterlife. It reflected an entire world view. Live truthfully, honour Ma'at, and the universe itself would remain in harmony. So, in Chapter 1, we had the Nile shaping Egypt's body. Here, in Chapter 2, we see the gods, kings, and Ma'at shaping its soul. Together they created a civilization unlike any other, one that believed the divine was as close as the sunrise and as steady as the river's flow. And with this cosmic order firmly in place, Egypt was ready for its first great age of stone and glory. But that tale, the age of pyramids and eternal rest, awaits us in the next chapter. For now, let the quiet thought of Ma'at's balance settle in your mind. A world where truth weighs as lightly as a feather, and harmony holds even the desert at bay. Perhaps, as you drift into sleep, you'll feel a little of that cosmic order yourself. Egypt, as history tells us, wasn't always one unified kingdom of pyramids and golden masks. For much of its earliest life, it was divided into two very different worlds. In the south lay Upper Egypt, a narrow valley hugging the Nile, bordered by rocky cliffs and endless desert. To the north sprawled Lower Egypt, the wide, fertile marshlands of the delta, where papyrus reeds grew thick and water spread into countless branches before meeting the Mediterranean. 2 lands, 2 peoples, and for centuries, 2 crowns. Each had its own rulers, its own gods, and its own sense of identity. Yet destiny, or perhaps just ambition, would bring them together into a single kingdom under the first pharaohs. This moment of unification would become the foundation for one of the longest-lasting civilizations in human history. The name most often linked with this transformation is Narmer, sometimes remembered as Menes. Around 3100 BCE, Narmer emerges from the shadows of prehistory as the man who welded together Upper and Lower Egypt into one state. Our proof comes from a remarkable carved relic, known as the Narmer palette, a ceremonial slab of stone that seems less like art and more like a political manifesto. On one side, Narmer wears the tall white crown of Upper Egypt as he smites an enemy, the eternal pose of a conqueror. On the other side, he dons the flat red crown of Lower Egypt, parading in triumph. It's the ancient world's equivalent of a campaign poster, though with rather more violence than a smiling handshake. This act of unification was more than a simple conquest. It changed the course of human history. Before Narmer, Egypt was a patchwork of villages, towns and local rulers, each fending for itself. After Narmer, it became one of the world's first centralized states. Suddenly there was one king, one administration, and one vision. The Egyptians celebrated this new identity with a symbol, the double crown called the Shent, which fused the red and white crowns into one somewhat extravagant piece of headwear. It was a visual shorthand for a revolutionary idea: one land, one people, one ruler. Religion played an important part in this story. To the Egyptians, politics and myth were inseparable. Narmer's victory wasn't just a military triumph, it was cosmic order made manifest. In their worldview, the universe depended on balance, a principle they called Ma'at. Division and disorder represented chaos, the domain of the god Set. Unity and harmony were signs of Ma'at, maintained by Horus, the falcon god of kingship. Narmer, like the pharaohs who followed him, was seen as Horus in human form, restoring balance to the 2 lands. Just as Horus had defeated Set to avenge his father Osiris and bring peace to the cosmos, Narmer had defeated rival kings and restored order on Earth. The choice of a capital city reflected this symbolic victory. Near the border where Upper and Lower Egypt met, Narmer, or perhaps his immediate successors, founded the city of Memphis. This was a strategic spot, commanding access to both the Delta and the Nile Valley. It was also a statement. The ruler would stand at the meeting point of both worlds, binding them together. Later legends claim that Narmer, or Menes, even diverted the Nile to create the site, which may be a little exaggerated. Nonetheless, Memphis grew into a thriving hub of government, trade and religion, anchored by the cult of Ptah, the god of craftsmen and creation. The pharaohs of the first and second dynasties, successors of Narmer, began to shape Egypt into the civilization we recognize today. They organized agriculture on a grand scale, building granaries and overseeing irrigation systems. Taxes were levied in grain, collected by officials, and redistributed in times of scarcity. Trade expanded to distant regions. Gold and incense came from Nubia, timber from Lebanon, lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, and copper from the Sinai. These early kings created not just a political state, but also an economic network that tied Egypt to the wider ancient world. Evidence of their power can still be seen in their tombs. At Abydos, the burial ground of the early pharaohs, vast mud brick tombs called mastabas were built, stocked with goods for the afterlife. Some contained pottery, jewellery, and furniture. Others, more chillingly, included the bodies of servants who had been sacrificed to serve their king in eternity. It was a grim reflection of the belief that the Pharaoh's authority extended beyond death itself. The king was not merely a ruler in life. He was destined to be Osiris in death, lord of the underworld, continuing his reign forever. This mythology of kingship became increasingly elaborate. The pharaoh was Horus while alive, ruling over the living as the falcon god did from the sky. Upon death, he became Osiris, descending into the underworld to rule the dead. His successor, meanwhile, took up the mantle of Horus, continuing the cycle. In this way, the succession of kings mirrored the eternal rhythm of myth, reassuring Egyptians that cosmic balance was maintained generation after generation. Even the geography of Egypt seemed to echo these myths. Upper Egypt, with its high cliffs and harsh deserts, embodied the lofty domain of Horus, the falcon soaring above. Lower Egypt, with its tangled marshes and unpredictable waterways, carried the chaotic energy of Set. To unite the two was to reconcile order and chaos, light and darkness, life and death. No wonder the Egyptians saw their pharaohs as divine figures. Only gods in human form could manage such a feat. For ordinary Egyptians, the unification subtly reshaped daily life. Farmers now paid their taxes in grain, which supported the state's growing bureaucracy. Scribes, those literate few who mastered the art of hieroglyphs, recorded everything from harvest yields to religious rituals. Artisans built temples and crafted goods for both royalty and gods. Soldiers guarded trade routes and defended the borders. It may not sound thrilling, paperwork and farming rarely do, but this structure created the foundation for Egypt's astonishing longevity as a civilization. Still, grandeur was never far away. The early kings experimented with monumental building, setting the stage for the later pyramids. Royal names were enclosed in oval rings called cartouches, symbols of eternity. Even in these early centuries, Egypt was cultivating its obsession with permanence, with leaving behind something that would endure for millennia. And remarkably, it worked. We are still discussing Narmer over 5,000 years later. Few politicians today can hope for such staying power. Of course, unification wasn't a one-time event carved neatly into the stone of history. The process was messy, with rebellions, rival claimants, and shifting alliances. Later kings of the First Dynasty sometimes faced uprisings from the Delta, suggesting that not everyone was thrilled about this new order. Yet the idea of a united Egypt proved resilient. The double crown endured, and pharaohs continued to proclaim themselves lords of the two lands. The concept had taken root too deeply to be undone. By the time the Second Dynasty came to an end, Egypt was no longer just a land of farmers and villages. It was a state with bureaucracy, religion, and a powerful monarchy at its centre. The groundwork had been laid for the monumental age to come, the Old Kingdom, the era of pyramid building and dazzling wealth. But before that golden age could begin, Egypt needed something even more valuable than stone or gold. It needed the belief that one ruler, one crown, and one kingdom could embody the balance of the universe. Narmer had given them that belief, and in doing so, he gave birth to pharaonic Egypt. So it was that the two crowns, once rivals, were merged into a single symbol of power. The king, both man and god, ruled in the name of Horus on earth and Osiris in the afterlife. The Nile continued to flood, The fields continued to yield grain, and the people, for the most part, accepted their place in the cosmic order. A new chapter in human history had begun, one that would echo down the millennia. Egypt was no longer two lands. It was one eternal kingdom. Let us begin with the Old Kingdom, that glittering age often called the Age of the Pyramids. Around 2600 BCE, Egypt found itself under the rule of the Fourth Dynasty, and with it came rulers of extraordinary ambition: Sneferu, Khufu, Khafra, and Menkaure. These names may not trip off the tongue as easily as Tutankhamun or Cleopatra, but without them, Egypt's skyline would look very different indeed. Sneferu, for instance, was something of an architectural experimenter. He began with a structure known to us today as the bent pyramid, because halfway through construction, the builders realized their angle was far too steep and had to adjust it rather dramatically. The result looks like a pyramid trying to correct its posture after slouching. Later, Sneferu perfected his technique with the red pyramid, a smoother, more elegant attempt that still stands proudly today. Khufu, Sneferu's son, went one better, or rather quite a lot better. He commissioned what we now call the Great Pyramid of Giza, the largest of them all. For centuries, it was the tallest structure in the world, towering at over 480 feet. Imagine a skyscraper, but without glass, steel, or lifts. Just millions of limestone blocks, each weighing a ton or more, stacked with an accuracy that still baffles modern engineers. If you find yourself wondering how on earth they managed it, you're not alone. Scholars still debate the precise methods, though ramps of some sort are the most popular theory. Personally, I suspect coffee and motivational speeches may have helped as well, though the records are suspiciously silent on that point. The Great Pyramid wasn't just big, it was a cosmic statement. The Egyptians didn't build pyramids simply to house the bodies of kings. They were conceived as vehicles for eternity, stairways to the heavens. The sloping sides mirrored the rays of the sun, pointing the deceased pharaoh toward the afterlife, where he would join Ra, the sun god, in his daily voyage across the sky. Inside, the passageways and chambers were arranged with symbolic care. The king's burial chamber, deep within, was the heart of this stone mountain, guarded by granite blocks and hidden corridors. To enter uninvited was, in theory, impossible. Of course, in practice, tomb robbers have always been a rather determined breed. Khafra, Khufu's son, built the second Great Pyramid of Giza, slightly smaller but still impressive. He also left us that enigmatic guardian of the plateau, the Great Sphinx. Carved from the bedrock itself, it bears the body of a lion and the face of a king, likely Khafra's own. The Sphinx was a symbolic protector, a kind of eternal bodyguard with a stone stare. It's also worth noting that the Sphinx has suffered a bit over the millennia. Its nose is missing, its beard is broken, and countless tourists have speculated about its secrets. Yet, despite its weathering, it remains a haunting emblem of Egypt's ancient soul. Menkaure, Khafra's successor, built the third and smallest pyramid at Giza. One might imagine he was being frugal, though his tomb was still rather monumental by any reasonable measure. His pyramid was originally encased in granite rather than limestone, which must have glistened in the sun like a jewel. His queens were given their own pyramids nearby, reflecting the royal household's importance in eternal life. But let us pause here for a moment, because the pyramids, as physical as they are, cannot be understood without their mythological framework. To the Egyptians, the afterlife was not some vague spiritual realm. It was as real and structured as life itself, governed by gods, rituals, and laws. When a king died, he became Osiris, ruler of the underworld. His son and successor became Horus, who defended the throne and the realm. This eternal cycle mirrored Egypt's unbroken chain of rulers. The pyramid was not just a tomb, it was the physical embodiment of this myth, a place where the king could undergo his transformation into a god. Within the burial chamber, treasures were laid: food, drink, clothing, furniture, and sometimes even boats, all the comforts a royal soul might need in the next world. Most importantly, priests conducted rituals to ensure the king's ka, or life force, could safely make the journey. Spells were recited, incense was burned, and offerings were made. It was all rather elaborate, but then again, eternity is a long time to prepare for. The pyramid's alignment with the stars added another layer of cosmic meaning. The shafts leading out of Khufu's pyramid, for instance, appear to point toward Orion's belt and Sirius, celestial markers tied to Osiris and Isis. To lie in a pyramid was to lie at the centre of a cosmic map, one that connected heaven and earth. This was no mere grave, it was a launch pad for divinity. One might be tempted to imagine the construction of these monuments as endless toil under the lash of overseers. But archaeology has revealed a more nuanced picture. The builders were not slaves in chains, as once popularly believed, but largely skilled labourers, well-fed and organised. Villages near Giza show evidence of bakeries, breweries, and medical care for the workers. They lived in a community with its own rhythm, their labour framed as a sacred duty for their king, and, by extension, for the gods. Still, it must be said, hauling enormous limestone blocks in the blazing sun was hardly anyone's idea of a pleasant day out. Over the centuries, pyramid building evolved. Later dynasties experimented with smaller pyramids, more modest in size and construction. As time went on, the expense and complexity of these giant structures proved unsustainable. Eventually, kings opted for hidden tombs cut into the cliffs of the Valley of the Kings, trading grandeur for secrecy in the hope of deterring grave robbers. But for a shining moment in the Old Kingdom, the pyramid reigned supreme as the ultimate expression of pharaonic power. There is something quietly comforting about the pyramids, isn't there? They are, after all, remarkably simple shapes, just 4 sides and a point, and yet they carry an aura of mystery and eternity that more elaborate monuments often lack. Standing at their base, one feels both very small and very connected to the vast story of humanity. They are reminders that thousands of years ago, people were already grappling with questions of mortality, divinity, and legacy. And, like us, they express their answers through architecture, ritual, and a fair bit of wishful thinking. One of the most charming myths about the pyramids comes from later travellers. The Greeks, awed by their scale, believed they must have been built by demigods or under magical influence. Herodotus, the so-called father of history, visited in the 5th century BCE and recorded stories about their construction involving ramps and endless manpower. Some of his tales veered into the fantastical, but they show how even in antiquity, the pyramids had already taken on an aura of wonder. Today, of course, the pyramids are still with us, silent guardians of the desert, survivors of sand, wind, and time. Tourists flock to them, snapping photos, while camels lounge in the foreground as if auditioning for postcards. And still, scholars debate their mysteries. How exactly were they built? What deeper meanings might their dimensions hold? Were they aligned with the stars intentionally? Or is that a happy coincidence? Each theory only adds to their allure. So, as you drift off listening to this tale, imagine yourself lying beneath the stars of ancient Egypt, the Great Pyramid towering above you like a mountain shaped by human hands. Picture the flicker of torches, the chanting of priests, the slow creak of wooden sledges hauling stone across the sand. Hear the whispers of myth, the promise of eternity, and the gentle reassurance that even in death, the Egyptians found a way to make life continue. The pyramids, in their silent, stoic way, still tell that story, one stone upon another, reaching patiently toward the heavens. And thus, the age of the pyramids was not merely about stone and sand. It was about belief, the conviction that a king could ascend to the sky, that death was a doorway, and that architecture could be eternal. These colossal structures remain among the greatest expressions of human imagination and devotion. They were, in the end, Egypt's bedtime story to itself, carved into the desert for all eternity. And if you are drifting peacefully into sleep now, well, the Pharaohs would no doubt approve. For in the hush of night, under the watchful gaze of pyramids, eternity always seems a little closer. Egypt's story by now is woven tightly with the Nile. That long, life-giving river was no mere body of water. It was the very heartbeat of the land, the thread that stitched together towns, fields, gods and kings. Chapter 5 takes us into the flow of that mighty river, its rhythms, its myths, and its role as the conveyor belt of Egyptian civilization. If the pyramids were stone mountains rooted in eternity, the Nile was the liquid rope that tied life to the desert. Each year, like clockwork, the river swelled with flood waters, bursting its banks and pouring dark silt across the fields. This wasn't seen as a disaster, but as a blessing. Indeed, one of the most predictable and generous blessings in the ancient world. While Mesopotamians wrestled with unpredictable floods and droughts, the Egyptians enjoyed a river that behaved like a polite dinner guest, arriving on time and bringing gifts. Farmers waited eagerly for the inundation, which fertilized their soil and ensured another year of grain. It's not surprising, then, that the Nile became central not only to the economy, but also to religion. The Egyptians personified the river as the god Happy, a cheerful, pot-bellied figure often depicted with offerings of food. He symbolized abundance, fertility, and the dependable generosity of nature. Hymns were written in his honor, praising him as the bringer of bread and beer. Beer, incidentally, was the everyday drink of the Egyptians, safer than water and considerably more fun, though probably not quite as strong as what you might find in a modern pub. Yet the Nile was not only Happy's domain, it was also tied to Osiris, the god of death and rebirth. The flooding of the river was likened to Osiris's own resurrection. His body scattered, his life renewed. Just as Osiris was restored by Isis, so too was Egypt restored each year by the waters of the flood. Thus, farming was not merely practical work, but a participation in cosmic cycles. Planting seeds in the mud was, in their eyes, a reenactment of divine myth. The Nile also structured time itself. The Egyptian calendar was divided into 3 seasons: Akhet, the flood, Pere, the growing, and Shemu, the harvest. Everything revolved around this rhythm. Priests in temples observed the stars, particularly Sirius, whose rising heralded the coming flood. This union of astronomy, agriculture, and religion gave Egypt its remarkable stability. People could plan their lives, their rituals, and their taxes with reassuring certainty. Beyond farming, the Nile was a highway. Boats glided up and down its length, carrying goods, soldiers, officials, and gossip. Trade flourished along its banks. Grain, papyrus, gold, and exotic items from Nubia and beyond. Without the Nile's gentle current, Egypt would have been little more than scattered desert villages. With it, they became a nation with arteries of commerce and communication. It was also, rather conveniently, a moat. The desert protected Egypt on either side, but the Nile gave them mobility within. Invaders found it difficult to approach, and Egyptians could concentrate more on building monuments than on defending every border. Some might say geography made them complacent, but others might call it divine providence. Either way, the Nile's role as both shield and lifeline cannot be overstated. The river, of course, wasn't always benevolent. In years when the flood was too low, famine struck, too high, and villages were washed away. These variations reminded Egyptians of the delicate balance of Ma'at, the principle of cosmic order. Pharaohs claimed credit when the floods were good, and they endured mutterings when the waters failed. A king might command armies and build pyramids, but he could not command the river. This gave the Nile a certain quiet authority over even the mightiest rulers. In mythology, the Nile was also linked to journeys of the dead. Tomb paintings often depict boats carrying souls across waters, a parallel to the river that carried life across the desert. The solar bark of Ra, the sun god, sailed through the heavens by day and the underworld by night, echoing the boats that plied the Nile's currents. For Egyptians, the river on earth mirrored the cosmic river above, where gods travelled through eternity. Daily life revolved around its banks. Farmers tilled fields, fishermen cast nets, children splashed in the shallows, and priests carried sacred boats in religious processions. Festivals often involved barks, ornamental boats carrying statues of gods, sailing from one temple to another, as if the divine and the human world shared the same river. Papyrus, that most famous Egyptian invention, grew in abundance along the Nile's marshy edges. From it, they made not only scrolls but also boats, mats, sandals, and baskets. Papyrus scrolls allowed scribes to record everything from grain accounts to hymns, contracts to love poems. Thanks to the Nile's reeds, we now know how Egyptians thought, worked, and dreamed. Crocodiles also lurked in the waters, reminders that the Nile was never entirely tame. Sobek, the crocodile god, was worshipped in certain regions as a symbol of power, fertility, and ferocity. Temples to Sobek housed sacred crocodiles, fed lavishly, and sometimes even mummified upon death. Imagine that, being buried in linen wrappings as a reptilian manifestation of divinity. One can only hope they didn't wake up cranky in the afterlife. The Nile Delta in the north offered a different world altogether. A marshy expanse where channels spread like fingers into the sea. This fertile triangle became a hub for trade and foreign contact. Greeks, Phoenicians, and others sailed into its harbours, mingling with Egyptians and exchanging goods, stories, and ideas. Lower Egypt was Egypt's front porch to the Mediterranean, and the Nile was the welcome mat. In literature and hymns, the river was endlessly praised. One text proclaims, "You have filled the storehouses, you have made the temples flourish, you have caused every craft to prosper." It is no exaggeration to say that Egyptians saw the Nile as the reason for their greatness. Without it, there would be no pharaohs, no pyramids, no civilization at all, just sand and silence. To walk along the Nile's edge in ancient times must have been a calming sight. Farmers guiding ploughs drawn by oxen, women carrying jars of water, boats drifting lazily past, children laughing as they chased each other through the reeds. Above it all, the sun blazed, and the rhythm of life followed the river's steady beat. Even today, modern Egypt leans upon the Nile. The Aswan Dam has changed its flooding patterns, but the river still gives water, power, and life to millions. The continuity is astonishing. 5,000 years and more of dependence upon the same ribbon of blue winding through the desert. So, as you rest, think of the Nile as a lullaby in liquid form. Its floods and flows were the slow heartbeat of Egypt, pulsing with life, myth, and eternity. The people who lived along its banks found in it not only survival but meaning. To them, the river was not just water, but time, death, rebirth, and hope all flowing together. And in its eternal current, the story of Egypt continues still, carrying history gently like a boat on calm waters. By now, dear listener, we have followed Egypt's story from its earliest unification to the mighty pyramids and the life-giving Nile. Yet a civilization is never simply fields and stones. It is also temples and gods, incense and chanting, ritual and myth. Chapter 6 is devoted to the great Egyptian temples, those vast complexes where heaven and earth met, and where humans tried, sometimes rather noisily, to keep the gods content. If pyramids were houses of eternity, then temples were houses of the living gods, bustling with activity, full of smoke, song, and the occasional procession that must have looked like a particularly extravagant parade. Temples were not churches in the modern sense. Ordinary people did not gather inside for weekly sermons. Rather, temples were cosmic engines where the pharaoh and the priesthood worked tirelessly to maintain Ma'at, the balance of the universe. Each temple was dedicated to a specific deity: Ra at Heliopolis, Amun at Karnak, Horus at Edfu, Hathor at Dendera. These were no modest chapels either. They sprawled across acres, their pylons and courtyards adorned with colossal statues and walls carved with hieroglyphs. To walk through one was to wander into the script of a giant stone book, where every surface whispered myths of gods, victories of kings, and offerings of eternal gratitude. At the heart of each temple was the sanctuary, a small, dimly lit room housing the god's cult statue. The Egyptians believed that the god's spirit resided within this image, which was carefully tended by priests each day. They bathed it, clothed it, anointed it with oils, and even offered meals, bread, beer, meat, fruit, all laid out before a deity who, one imagines, never worried about calories. After the offerings were ritually consumed, they were distributed among priests, which seems a very practical arrangement if you ask me. The daily rituals were highly structured. At dawn, the priests would awaken the god with hymns and incense. They opened the shrine doors as if drawing curtains to let the divine sunlight in. The statue was then cleansed and dressed in fine linen, jewellery, and crowns. Imagine a celestial version of morning grooming, except with considerably more perfume. Throughout the day, further rituals reinforced the bond between deity and devotees, and at night the god was ceremonially put to bed. It was, in essence, the divine equivalent of a very attentive butler service. Temples were also centres of economic power. They owned vast tracts of land, employed thousands of workers, and controlled industries such as farming, brewing, and textile production. Offerings to the gods translated into real resources, making the priesthood both wealthy and influential. Sometimes their power rivaled that of the pharaoh himself, which led to inevitable tensions. A ruler might command armies, but he needed the cooperation of priests to ensure the god smiled upon him. To annoy the priesthood was quite literally to risk cosmic disorder. Mythology infused every temple. At Karnak, the temple of Amun was aligned with the rising sun, symbolizing creation and renewal. At Dendera, the ceiling of the temple of Hathor bore a painted map of the stars, reminding worshippers that their rituals echoed the movement of the heavens. At Edfu, great reliefs depicted Horus defeating Set, an eternal reassurance that order triumphed over chaos. To walk through such spaces was to step into myth made stone, every wall a stage for cosmic drama. Festivals brought these myths vividly to life. Once a year, during the festival of Opet at Thebes, the statue of Amun was carried in procession from Karnak to Luxor. Crowds gathered, music played, beer flowed, and the god went on holiday down the Nile in a splendid boat. Ordinary Egyptians, who rarely saw the hidden statues, suddenly glimpsed their deity paraded in splendour. It was both religious devotion and community carnival rolled into one. The atmosphere must have been electric, and perhaps a little tipsy given the quantities of beer involved. Not all temples were grandiose. Local shrines dotted villages, dedicated to protective deities and household gods. People prayed to Taweret, the hippo goddess of childbirth, or Bez, a squat lion-faced spirit who warded off evil and liked to dance. These smaller cults gave religion an intimate domestic feel. For all the grandeur of Karnak and Luxor, most Egyptians found comfort in the cheerful grin of Bez carved onto amulets hanging over their beds. Yet the great temples also endured for millennia, and with them the stories of gods. Some were renovated and expanded endlessly, each pharaoh eager to add his own pylon, obelisk, or hall of columns. Karnak in particular became a kind of architectural diary, growing from a modest shrine into the largest religious complex in the world. Standing among its towering columns today, one feels dwarfed not only by stone, but by centuries of devotion. One cannot help but admire the artistry. Hieroglyphic inscriptions detail offerings, victories, and prayers in a script both beautiful and mysterious. Walls glow with images of God striding, smiting, blessing, and embracing kings. Colours once vivid have faded with time, yet traces of red, blue, and gold still cling to the carvings, hinting at a splendour that must have dazzled the eye. These temples were not grey ruins but kaleidoscopes of colour, vibrant stages for the eternal theatre of the gods. Of course, even gods' houses are not immune to history. In later centuries, many temples were defaced by invading armies, repurposed by new religions, or left to crumble beneath drifting sand. Some were dismantled stone by stone for building materials. Others, like Abu Simbel, were rescued in modern times from the rising waters of Lake Nasser and painstakingly reassembled on higher ground. Their survival is a testament to both their grandeur and our enduring fascination with them. There is a curious irony here. Temples were built as eternal homes for gods, yet they depended on human hands to endure. Without priests to tend them, gods fell silent. Without communities to repair them, walls collapsed, and yet, though their rituals ceased thousands of years ago, these temples still whisper of eternity. Tourists wander through their ruins, reading plaques instead of prayers, yet the aura of divinity remains. In myth, the gods themselves often visited temples. Ra was believed to rest in his shrine at Heliopolis after his daily journey. Osiris's remains were scattered across Egypt, but temples claimed fragments of his body as relics, turning the land itself into a divine anatomy. At Philae, Isis was venerated as queen of magic. her cult lasting well into the Roman era, long after the old religion had faded elsewhere. These temples were not only stone, they were living mythologies, breathing through ritual. So, what did ordinary Egyptians think as they gazed at towering pylons and colossal statues? Likely awe, perhaps pride, and certainly a sense of cosmic security. For them, the temple was proof that Ma'at prevailed, that the gods were close, that the pharaoh cared for both heaven and earth. Even if daily life was hard, ploughing fields, grinding grain, paying taxes, one could look to the gleaming temple walls and believe the universe itself was in balance. Temples, then, were not just architecture. They were philosophy in stone. They declared that the divine and the human were partners, that order could be maintained, that life had meaning. And as our gentle journey through Egypt continues, one cannot help but smile at the thought that these vast, solemn monuments were also places where priests bustled about, statues were tucked into beds, and festivals occasionally descended into merry chaos. If you are drifting off now, imagine the faint scent of incense, the murmur of chants echoing off vast columns, and the gentle splash of oars carrying a god down the Nile at festival time. In that quiet half-dream, you may just glimpse the divine order the Egyptians sought so tirelessly to preserve. And if not, well, at least you'll have had a good bedtime story out of it. The Egyptian pantheon was as intricate as a fine tapestry, populated by deities both formidable and whimsical. At the top was Ra, the sun god, who sailed across the sky each day in his solar bark, illuminating the world and vanquishing darkness. Every morning, Ra's journey was a cosmic reset, reminding mortals that order could triumph over chaos, even if the floodplains were sometimes sticky with mud and rebellious cats. Ra was joined by Osiris, lord of the underworld, a symbol of death and resurrection. Isis, the devoted sister and wife, whose magical prowess rivaled that of any modern superhero. Horus, the falcon-headed protector. And Set, the god of chaos, storms, and all things inconvenient, like spilled beer and missing sandals. Each god had a story, a myth that explained the world and its workings. The myth of Osiris, for instance, reads like a drama worthy of 1,000 sequels. Osiris ruled Egypt with wisdom until his brother Set, envious and spiteful, tricked him into a coffin and cast him into the Nile. Isis, grieving and determined, scoured the land, found his body, and with her magic restored him to life, though in the underworld rather than on earth. Their son Horus then avenged his father, battling Set in a series of contests that established order and kingship. This myth explained more than family drama. It encoded principles of kingship, the afterlife, and moral justice. Magic, or Heka, was not merely superstition. It was a vital, practical force. Priests, magicians, and even household members wielded spells for protection, healing, and success. Amulets, charms, and incantations were ubiquitous. One could find the Eye of Horus, symbolizing protection and restoration, in tombs and homes alike. A mother might whisper spells over her child, while a scribe could employ magical formulas to secure victory in a court case. Heka was the connective tissue between human action and divine will, a tool of influence in a world governed by Ma'at, the cosmic order. Magic intertwined with religion, particularly in funerary practices. The Book of the Dead, a compilation of spells and instructions, guided the deceased through the afterlife, ensuring safe passage past demons, crocodiles, and other supernatural hazards. One spell advises the soul to recite the correct names of gods and monsters. Another instructs it to not be taken by hunger or thirst, which is comforting but also rather literal-minded. In essence, magic was the bridge between the mortal and the divine, the ritualized expression of humanity's hope that order could prevail over uncertainty. The gods were present everywhere, in the sun, the sky, the earth, and the Nile. Animals often embodied their power. The ibis represented Thoth, god of wisdom, the lioness, Sekhmet, goddess of war and healing, and the cat, sacred to Bastet, protector of home and hearth. Egyptians did not merely revere these animals. They observed them, nurtured them, and sometimes mummified them, ensuring that the divine spark in nature endured beyond death. A temple cat might seem lazy today, but in its heyday, it was a sacred creature, patrolling the corridors of divine presence. Festivals brought myth to life. The said festival, celebrated every few decades for a pharaoh, rejuvenated kingship itself. The pharaoh would run, perform rituals, and symbolically renew his strength before the gods. Likewise, during the Feast of Khoiak, Osiris's death and resurrection were enacted, reaffirming the eternal cycle of life and death. These festivals combined ritual, theatre, and community, ensuring that myths remained active and visible. The gods were not distant abstractions, they were participants in the rhythms of everyday life. Even the ordinary Egyptian could engage with divine stories. Children grew up hearing tales of cunning Set, heroic Horus, and wise Thoth. Farmers might offer libations to Hapi, the Nile god, before planting. Craftsmen invoked Ptah, god of creation, before beginning their work. Everyday life, work, and play were all infused with divine significance, subtly reinforcing a worldview in which the universe had order and humans had purpose. Priesthoods mediated this complex web. Temples employed scribes, musicians, dancers, and ritual specialists, each with precise roles. The hierarchy was rigid, yet every function was vital. Priests performed sacred rites. Scribes documented offerings. Musicians accompanied rituals. And dancers enacted stories of gods and cosmic battles. Together they ensured that both heaven and earth remained in balance, that Ra rose each day, and that the underworld did not overflow into mortal affairs. Magic, myth, and temples also intersected with politics. Pharaohs were divine representatives, often portrayed as Horus incarnate. Their legitimacy derived from adherence to Ma'at and their patronage of temples. A ruler who neglected religious duties risked more than political unrest. He risked cosmic imbalance. For Egyptians, the success of the state and the stability of the universe were inseparable. Building monuments, offering rituals, and funding temples were not vanity projects. They were the practical administration of cosmic order. The myths themselves are rife with symbolic resonance. The tale of Isis and Osiris reflects cycles of death and rebirth. Horus's victory over Set represents the triumph of order over chaos. The daily journey of Ra mirrors the passage of time, the inevitability of night and day, life and death. These stories were not merely entertaining. They were frameworks for understanding existence, encoded into art, ritual, and architecture. They shaped morality, governance, and culture for millennia. Consider also the afterlife, intimately tied to myth. Tombs, coffins, and funerary texts ensured that the deceased could traverse the Duat, the underworld, safely. Souls were judged before Osiris, with hearts weighed against the feather of Ma'at. Success meant eternal life among the stars. Failure, annihilation or consumption by the devouring goddess Amit. Life on earth was thus inseparable from preparation for eternity, a reality both solemn and reassuring. If you obeyed the rules, the cosmos rewarded you. Magic and myth extended into medicine, craft, and astronomy. The Egyptians used amulets to treat illness, prayers to protect crops, and star charts to predict the Nile's inundation. Gods were present in every sphere, from the mundane to the cosmic. In this way, religion, myth, and daily life blended seamlessly, each reinforcing the other. Magic, far from fanciful, was practical. Myth, far from abstract, was instructive. And so, as you drift into a half-conscious reverie, imagine the hum of temple chants, the flicker of torchlight, the whispered incantations of priests, and the imagined footsteps of gods walking among mortals. Picture Ra's solar bark gliding across the sky, Isis searching for her lost Osiris, Horus poised to strike Set. Envision spells protecting farmers in the field, amulets guarding children at home, and temples anchoring cosmic balance in stone and ritual. This is Egypt's hidden world, rich, layered, and profoundly human, despite the presence of gods. Magic and myth were not merely beliefs. They were the lenses through which Egyptians understood life, death, and the universe itself. They gave meaning to work, to festivals, to love, and to loss. They structured morality, politics, and personal piety. They allowed humans to interact with gods, to negotiate with destiny, and to find reassurance amid uncertainty. In short, they made sense of a world both magnificent and precarious. So, dear listener, as the sun sets over your imagination, let these stories settle gently in your mind. Let Ra's warmth, Isis's devotion, Horus's vigilance, and the hum of ancient chants lull you into contemplation. For in the dance of gods, magic, and myth, we glimpse not only the soul of Egypt, but also the timeless human desire to understand, to order, and to endure. And perhaps, just perhaps, you will dream of a world where divine and mortal, magic and matter, myth and history, all flow together like the eternal Nile itself. Chapter 8 invites us to consider the very heart of ancient Egypt, the Pharaohs. Not merely rulers, they were living symbols of divine authority, custodians of Ma'at, and actors in the timeless drama of gods, mortals, and cosmic order. Imagine, if you will, a man, or occasionally a woman, standing atop a palace, crown gleaming in the sun, eyes fixed on the Nile, knowing that the welfare of millions and the favour of the gods rest upon their shoulders. A weight heavier than any pyramid stone, yet carried with poise, ritual, and occasionally a rather dramatic flourish. The word pharaoh itself derives from per-aa, meaning great house, an evocative reminder that the ruler and the palace were inseparable. Early kings like Narmer or Menes, around 3100 BCE, unified Upper and Lower Egypt, establishing a template of kingship intertwined with both political authority and divine symbolism. Narmer's ceremonial palette depicts him triumphing over enemies, emphasizing that the pharaoh's role was both martial and sacred, a protector of order against the forces of chaos, much like Horus himself. From this point forward, every pharaoh was expected to act in accordance with Ma'at, ensuring justice, balance, and harmony across both the mortal and spiritual realms. Failing in this sacred duty was more than a political misstep. It was believed to disrupt the cosmos itself. Pharaohs embodied the duality of human and divine. In life, they were Horus incarnate. In death, they became Osiris, god of the underworld. Their rule was not merely political, but cosmic, a delicate interplay between earthly governance and divine service. Military campaigns, temple constructions, and public ceremonies were therefore acts of both administration and religious devotion. A pharaoh might marshal armies to protect borders, commission monuments to honour the gods, or ensure that the Nile's inundation proceeded smoothly through ritual, each action a thread in the vast tapestry of cosmic balance. Tombs and funerary practices further reflected the divine role of kingship. During the Old Kingdom, pyramids symbolized eternal ascent, monumental expressions of authority, and sacred continuity. Later, in the New Kingdom, pharaohs sought concealment in the Valley of the Kings, commissioning tombs adorned with murals depicting both earthly life and the afterlife, complete with excerpts from the Book of the Dead. These tombs ensured that kingship persisted beyond mortal life, reinforcing the idea that the pharaoh's authority extended into eternity. One can almost imagine the meticulous artisans, carefully painting each scene, whispering prayers to the gods as they worked, aware that they were shaping not merely art, but eternity itself. Yet kingship was not exercised in isolation. Egypt's bureaucracy was astonishingly sophisticated. Viziers, scribes, and officials oversaw taxation, trade, labour, and legal matters, ensuring that the daily workings of the kingdom flowed smoothly. The pharaoh was the source of authority, but it was these administrators who implemented it. Viziers, often described as the right hand of the king, supervised everything from grain distribution to temple offerings, ensuring that Ma'at prevailed in both law and life. Occasionally, one suspects, they also whispered reminders to the pharaoh not to misplace his ceremonial crook. Symbolism and art reinforced royal authority. Pharaohs were depicted in stylized poses: left foot forward, double crown atop their heads, crook and flail in hand, each element communicating power, protection, and divine favour. Sculpture and reliefs immortalized their strength and godly nature, sending a clear message to citizens and visitors alike. Egypt thrived under the gaze of a god-king. Even the smallest hieroglyph was carefully chosen to convey authority, legitimacy, and continuity. Every statue, every inscription, every temple pylon was an eloquent sermon in stone. Humanity, however, persisted even in the divine. Pharaohs were ambitious, fallible, and occasionally prone to eccentricity. Akhenaten, for instance, dramatically shifted the religious landscape by elevating Aten, the sun disk, above the traditional pantheon. His reforms disrupted the established priesthood and temple economy, provoking both admiration and controversy. Tutankhamun, though less politically significant, achieved immortality through the opulence of his tomb and the story of its discovery. Rameses II, in contrast, used both longevity and ambition to leave a legacy of colossal monuments, asserting his power in stone for millennia to come. The stories of these rulers illustrate that human personality, circumstance, and decision-making intertwined with divine expectation, often producing outcomes both remarkable and unexpected. Royal women also shaped the course of history. Hatshepsut boldly assumed the title of pharaoh, commissioning temples and expeditions that rivaled her male predecessors. Cleopatra VII, centuries later, navigated alliances with Rome, demonstrating that charisma, intelligence, and strategic acumen could influence empires. Queens were symbols of continuity and divine legitimacy, their presence reinforcing the pharaoh's authority and connection to the gods. The interplay of male and female power in Egyptian royalty was both pragmatic and symbolic, illustrating the complexities of governance, succession, and divine favour. Mythology was inseparable from rulership. Pharaohs were Horus in life, Osiris in death, and their actions often mirrored mythic narratives. Ceremonial rituals such as the Hebsed festival rejuvenated the king's strength and reinforced cosmic order. these rituals combined choreography, symbolism, and public spectacle, reminding citizens that the pharaoh's authority was both sacred and practical. Even seemingly mundane acts, ploughing fields, distributing grain, or participating in temple ceremonies, were imbued with spiritual significance. The ordinary and the divine were inseparable in Egyptian consciousness, and the pharaoh was the living bridge between the two. Daily life at the palace and court also reflected divine symbolism. Meals, clothing, and adornments conveyed authority and protection. Gold, lapis lazuli, and precious stones were not merely decorative but emblematic of divine radiance. Regalia, amulets, and ceremonial garb projected power, warded off misfortune, and aligned the king with cosmic forces. Each act, whether administrative, martial, or ceremonial, reinforced the pharaoh's position as guardian of Ma'at, mediator of the gods, and leader of the people. One can imagine a pharaoh adjusting his headdress, checking the placement of a crook, and silently praying that the gods approve. An image at once human and divine. Foreign relations further tested the pharaoh's skill. Diplomacy with Nubia, Kush, the Hittites, and later Mediterranean powers required negotiation, tribute, and sometimes military action. Ramses II famously negotiated one of history's earliest known peace treaties following the Battle of Kadesh, demonstrating that kingship involved both sword and ink. Trade missions brought exotic goods, gold, ivory, incense, cedar, and animals, enhancing wealth and cultural influence. Even diplomacy was a performance. Gifts, ceremonies, and alliances were designed to impress, placate, and ensure Egypt's continued prosperity. Education of royal heirs ensured the continuity of kingship. Young princes were trained in administration, military strategy, ritual, literacy, and moral responsibility. They learned to embody the ideals of Horus and Ma'at, balancing authority with wisdom. Mistakes could be costly, both politically and spiritually. One can almost picture a young prince fumbling with ceremonial attire, nervously reciting prayers, while a tutor sighs in quiet exasperation, a reminder that even the most divine of kings had to start somewhere. Art, literature, and inscriptions preserved the memory of pharaohs for eternity. Tombs depicted victories, divine favour, and daily life. Poems and hymns celebrated devotion, achievement, and legacy. Monuments ensured that kingship, mythology, and history remained intertwined across generations. Even minor rulers achieved a kind of immortality through these carefully crafted records. Through these enduring traces, pharaohs spoke to posterity, their voices echoing through stone, papyrus, and legend. Consider finally the duality of the pharaoh. Human yet divine, political yet cosmic, commanding armies yet reliant on the Nile, priests and artisans. They were the linchpins of Egyptian society, sustaining not only political authority, but the very fabric of cosmic and social order. In their lives, one sees the interplay of ambition, devotion, skill and circumstance, demonstrating the remarkable complexity of Egyptian kingship. As sleep gently approaches, picture a pharaoh atop his palace, gazing across the Nile, temples and monuments sprawling in every direction. Hear the distant murmur of priests, the rhythmic splash of the river, and the muted chorus of citizens offering devotion and labour. In this serene vision, the grandeur of kingship and the rhythms of daily life converge in a harmony both timeless and calming. Pharaohs were more than rulers. They were bridges between mortal and divine, custodians of Ma'at, and enduring symbols of Egypt's creativity, devotion, and power. Through their lives, deaths, and legacies, we glimpse the intricate interplay of authority, ritual, and myth. A civilization where human effort and divine favour were inseparably entwined. Sleep now, and allow the vision of pharaohs, temples, and the eternal Nile to carry you gently into dreams, where history and legend flow as seamlessly as the river itself. At the heart of daily existence was the Nile, more than just a river. It dictated seasons, inspired worship, and nourished the land. Each year, its waters rose in the annual inundation, depositing fertile silt upon the floodplains. Farmers depended on this predictable, though sometimes unpredictable cycle. Its generosity was considered sacred, overseen by Hapi, the god of the Nile, whose blessings were invoked through both grand temple rituals and small personal prayers. Observations of the stars, particularly the heliacal rising of Sirius, guided planting and harvesting, blending practical knowledge with celestial observation. One can imagine farmers coaxing oxen to plough soaked fields, quietly singing to maintain rhythm, all while hoping that Hapi would ensure a bountiful harvest. In Egypt, practical skill and spiritual devotion were inseparable, entwined like reeds along the riverbank. Agriculture was essential not just for survival, but as the foundation of the economy. Wheat and barley provided staples for bread and beer, flax for linen, and vegetables and fruits such as figs, dates and grapes supplemented daily nutrition. Farmers relied on a combination of tools, from ploughs and sickles to sophisticated irrigation canals, demonstrating remarkable technical skill. Planting and harvest were accompanied by rituals to honour the gods, emphasising that even mundane work held spiritual significance. Workers sang, joked, and sometimes grumbled, but all understood that their labour connected humanity with the divine and upheld Ma'at, the cosmic order. Artisans were equally vital to Egyptian society. Stone carvers, metal workers, potters, weavers, and jewellers transformed raw materials into both functional and sacred objects. Temples and tombs were adorned with their creations, from statues of gods to delicate amulets protecting the living and the dead. These works were not merely decorative, they were vessels of spiritual power, carefully crafted to honour the gods and ensure continuity in both life and afterlife. One can picture a sculptor chiselling Osiris with painstaking precision, murmuring prayers, fully aware that each stroke connected the mortal realm with divine eternity. Scribes held a privileged place in society. Literate and skilled in hieroglyphs, hieratic, and later demotic script, they recorded taxes, legal decrees, trade, and religious texts. Their work preserved knowledge across generations and maintained social and spiritual order. Young apprentices spent years learning the art of writing, aware that one misdrawn symbol could confuse administration, or, worse, spiritual instruction. The role of a scribe shows that intellect and dedication could confer influence, and in a sense, immortality through recorded word. Daily life for ordinary Egyptians revolved around family, work, and devotion. Homes were both domestic and sacred spaces, often adorned with small shrines and protective amulets. Families engaged in daily prayers, offerings, and rituals to ensure divine favour and household well-being. Communities thrived on cooperation, shared labour, and celebration. Markets were lively hubs of commerce and social interaction, where merchants invoked Thoth or Bes for success, while trading grain, jewellery, or exotic goods. These markets were as much spiritual centres as commercial ones, illustrating the seamless intertwining of daily life and divine oversight. Soldiers were indispensable for maintaining security and projecting the pharaoh's authority. Trained in archery, chariot warfare, and hand-to-hand combat, they defended Egypt's borders, protected trade routes, and ensured internal stability. Military service offered social benefits, including land grants and elevated status, and soldiers often carried protective amulets and recited prayers for divine favour. Their presence illustrates how practical skill and spiritual devotion coexisted. Defence was as much a matter of human effort as of divine blessing. Religion permeated all aspects of daily life. Household gods such as Bes, protector of homes and families, and Taweret, guardian of childbirth, were central to domestic rituals. Daily offerings, prayers, and protective spells were routine, embedding spiritual consciousness into everyday activities. Funerary practices for ordinary Egyptians were detailed and careful. Even modest tombs contained painted scenes of daily work and inscriptions from the Book of the Dead, guiding the deceased through the afterlife. Life, death, and eternity were viewed as a continuum, and human actions were inseparably linked to cosmic balance. Education, although primarily accessible to scribes and elites, preserved culture and social order. Children learned reading, writing, arithmetic, religious instruction, and practical skills. Moral and spiritual education prepared the young to navigate society while honouring the gods. Those diligent and talented enough could rise to prominence, showing that effort and intellect could complement birth and status. Instruction created continuity, ensuring Egypt's civilization remained cohesive across generations. Trade connected Egypt to distant lands, introducing wealth, luxury goods, and new ideas. Merchants travelled to Nubia, Punt, the Levant, and Mediterranean ports, transporting gold, ivory, cedar, incense, and exotic animals. Trade was not merely economic, it was ceremonial. Offerings and prayers accompanied voyages to ensure divine protection. Markets were vibrant, combining practical negotiation, ritual observance, and storytelling, a reminder that commerce and devotion were deeply intertwined. Family life balanced duty and affection. Patriarchal but flexible, households relied on cooperation and shared responsibilities. Women could own property, manage estates, and participate in temple service. Children were educated in practical, moral, and spiritual skills to ensure cultural continuity. Domestic routines reflected societal values. Labour, devotion, education, and recreation were integrated, reinforcing family, community, and divine harmony. Medicine in ancient Egypt combined practical observation with spiritual practice. Physicians treated illness with herbal remedies, surgical procedures, and magical incantations. Disease was considered both physical and spiritual. Amulets, prayers, and rituals complemented treatment. This holistic approach reflects sophisticated understanding, linking body, mind, and divine oversight. Even simple remedies, paired with ritual, demonstrated that every act could hold spiritual significance. Festivals punctuated the year with music, dance, and communal participation. Opet, Wag, and Koyak blended myth, ritual, and social celebration. Gods were paraded, myths reenacted, and communities united in devotion. Festivals reinforced social identity and spiritual alignment, reminding Egyptians that human life and divine order were intertwined. Their rhythm maintained the cultural heartbeat of civilization. Art, literature, and craftsmanship preserved the experiences of ordinary Egyptians. Tomb paintings depicted farming, hunting, family life, and worship. Songs, fables, and instructional texts conveyed moral and practical lessons. Objects such as pottery, jewellery, and amulets were functional yet symbolic, connecting the material with the spiritual. Through these works, ordinary Egyptians left enduring legacies, proving that culture relied as much on daily life as on monumental architecture. Even small details reveal the vibrancy of Egyptian society. Children played with miniature boats and dolls, music accompanied work and worship, and homes were adorned with protective charms. Every act, from farming to prayer, was infused with meaning. Each person's contribution, however modest, supported societal stability and cultural continuity. Considering the lives of ordinary Egyptians, it becomes evident that they were indispensable to the grandeur of the civilization. Farmers fed the nation. Artisans created lasting cultural works. Scribes recorded knowledge. Priests maintained religious continuity. Soldiers defended the land, and merchants facilitated trade. Their collective efforts ensured temples stood, granaries were full, and traditions persisted. Civilization depended as much on their quiet diligence as on the feats of rulers. Imagine the Nile at dusk, farmers guiding oxen through flooded fields, artisans shaping stone and metal, scribes carefully transcribing texts, soldiers patrolling borders, and children running along dusty streets, laughter mingling with the river's gentle hum. Festivals brought music, processions, and devotion to towns, while prayers and charms protected homes. Egypt emerges as a living civilization, sustained by ordinary people whose labour, creativity, and devotion created society's enduring rhythm. As sleep draws near, reflect on these lives. Tireless, inventive, devoted, and deeply human. History is not only the tale of kings or gods, but of countless ordinary lives interwoven to sustain culture, memory, and belief. Through their rhythms of work, worship, and celebration, we glimpse the essence of Egypt, a civilization where human effort and divine order flowed together like the eternal waters of the Nile. Thus, ordinary Egyptians emerge not as mere background figures, but as central actors in a civilization whose influence spans millennia. Their stories remind us that history's true grandeur often lies in the quiet, persistent, and devoted actions of everyday people, whose echoes resonate through temples, tombs, texts, and the very rhythm of the river. Sleep, then, with the gentle flow of the Nile and the hum of Egyptian life in mind, where the mundane and the divine meet in harmonious balance. Consider first the concept of Ma'at, the principle of truth, balance, order, and cosmic harmony. Ma'at underpinned not only governance but daily life, weaving together the spiritual, social, and natural order. Pharaohs were expected to uphold Ma'at, but ordinary Egyptians contributed too. Farmers tending their fields, artisans crafting sacred objects, and scribes recording truthfully all ensured the stability of society. The principle is remarkable for its universality. It reminds us that civilizations endure not solely through monumental architecture or conquest, but through adherence to values that promote order, fairness, and respect. One might even say that the Egyptians were, in their own way, early philosophers of cosmic management, perhaps with slightly better hats. Religion permeated every facet of life, and its richness shaped both public and private spheres. The pantheon of gods, vast and complex, guided everything from the flooding of the Nile to the success of a harvest. Osiris, god of the afterlife, symbolized resurrection and justice. Isis, embodying magic and motherhood, offered protection. Ra, the sun god, traversed the sky daily in his solar bark, reminding Egyptians of life's cyclical nature. Myth and ritual were practical as well as spiritual, providing frameworks for understanding the world and navigating uncertainties. Festivals, temple ceremonies, and daily offerings kept these stories alive, connecting every individual with cosmic narratives. Imagine, if you will, a humble farmer offering a small loaf of bread to Ra at dawn. Perhaps the most understated yet profound cosmic transaction in history. Egyptian innovation extended far beyond theology. The development of hieroglyphic writing enabled not only administrative control, but the preservation of literature, science, and culture. Scribes meticulously recorded everything from census data to magical incantations, ensuring knowledge transcended generations. The Egyptians excelled in mathematics, engineering, and astronomy. Their architectural marvels, pyramids, obelisks, and temples, demonstrate precision, understanding of geometry, and sophisticated planning. Roads, canals, and irrigation systems reveal a society attuned to both practicality and sustainability. In essence, Egyptian ingenuity combined imagination, observation, and meticulous planning, a blend that allowed a civilization to flourish for millennia, long before anyone had even heard of modern project management. The Egyptian approach to life, death, and the afterlife is a lesson in holistic perspective. Mortality was not feared, but understood as a transition, and the afterlife was a continuation of earthly existence, provided one lived in accordance with Ma'at and performed necessary rituals. Tombs, whether humble or monumental, contained objects to sustain life beyond death. Food, tools, amulets, and texts like the Book of the Dead. Even in death, Egyptians sought harmony, preparation, and connection to the divine. The precision with which they prepared burial chambers, from elaborate coffins to wall inscriptions, underscores their belief in continuity, demonstrating that attention to detail was not merely aesthetic, but deeply spiritual. Art, architecture, and daily artifacts reveal a civilization that valued beauty, symbolism, and meaning. Paintings and carvings depicted gods, kings, and daily life, blending functionality with storytelling. Jewelry, pottery, and amulets were practical yet symbolic, reinforcing protection, social status, or spiritual devotion. Every object, every stroke of pigment, every inscribed symbol was a testament to the integration of human creativity, religious practice, and societal structure. Even ordinary Egyptians, through these acts, participated in the perpetuation of culture. Consider the delicate amulet of Bes, intended to ward off misfortune, both a tiny talisman and a small piece of history that survived millennia. Egyptian society, as we have explored, was a delicate balance of hierarchy, skill, and communal responsibility. Pharaohs wielded immense power, but the contributions of scribes, artisans, priests, soldiers, merchants, and farmers were indispensable. Each person played a role in sustaining Ma'at, preserving knowledge, and ensuring cultural continuity. Social mobility, though limited, was possible for those with talent, particularly scribes and skilled artisans. The integration of practical labour, ritual observance, and community cooperation created a resilient, adaptive society. One might imagine it as a well-rehearsed orchestra. The pharaoh conducts, the priests provide harmonies, and the citizens perform the daily music that sustains civilization. Trade and diplomacy expanded Egypt's influence, connecting it to Africa, the Levant, and the Mediterranean. Merchants carried gold, cedar, ivory, and exotic animals across deserts and seas, facilitating both material prosperity and cultural exchange. Diplomatic marriages, treaties, and ceremonial exchanges strengthened political alliances. Trade was deeply embedded in both economy and religion. Offerings and prayers accompanied departures and returns, reminding all participants that human action and divine favour were inseparable. Egyptian connectivity is a testament to how commerce, culture, and spirituality were harmoniously interwoven. Education, literacy, and intellectual life contributed to the civilization's longevity. The training of scribes, the instruction of priests, and the passing down of crafts and rituals created continuity. Knowledge was respected, recorded, and transmitted, demonstrating an early understanding of the importance of intellectual infrastructure. Children, particularly boys from literate families, were educated in reading, writing, arithmetic, and religious practice, preparing them to uphold social, religious, and administrative functions. Education was both a privilege and a responsibility, reflecting a society that valued preparation, order, and continuity. The rhythm of daily life, though shaped by work, ritual, and duty, also included joy, creativity, and leisure. Children played with dolls, miniature boats, and animal figurines. Music accompanied work, festivals, and temple ceremonies. Storytelling and humour enlivened communal gatherings. Egyptians understood that life required balance, blending labour with celebration, devotion with recreation, and practical effort with aesthetic expression. This holistic approach ensured that the culture was vibrant, adaptable, and memorable. Medicine and science reveal another aspect of Egyptian brilliance. Physicians combined empirical observation with spiritual practice. Herbal remedies, surgical interventions, and incantations were all employed to treat illness. Diseases were understood as both physical and spiritual, and treatment addressed both dimensions. The attention to hygiene, diet, and medical preparation underscores a sophisticated understanding of health. Even the simplest acts, drinking clean water, preparing herbal poultices, or reciting protective spells, demonstrate a society attuned to the interconnection of body, mind, and divine favour. As we consider the totality of Egyptian civilization, one cannot overlook its profound influence on later cultures. Greek, Roman, and even modern Western civilization drew inspiration from Egyptian mathematics, architecture, medicine, and philosophy. The fascination with pyramids, mummies, and hieroglyphs is not mere novelty. It reflects recognition of enduring innovation, discipline, and symbolic imagination. In this sense, Egypt's legacy is both historical and cultural, extending beyond its temporal boundaries into the consciousness of the world. Finally, reflecting upon the people themselves, the farmers, artisans, scribes, soldiers, priests, and merchants, reminds us that history is not just the tale of kings or gods, but of ordinary lives intertwined in sustaining a civilization. Their daily efforts, whether in fields, workshops, homes, or temples, created the conditions for extraordinary achievements. Without them, pyramids would remain empty stone, temples mere architectural shells, and gods unhonoured. The quiet persistence, devotion, and creativity of ordinary Egyptians ensured the durability of culture, the continuity of faith, and the survival of knowledge. Imagine the Nile at dawn one last time, the fields glistening under the early sun, farmers guiding oxen, artisans at their workshops, scribes recording the day's events, soldiers preparing for duty, children laughing and playing, temples echo with chants, small household shrines glow with offerings, and festivals bring music and laughter to towns. Egypt lived in its people, in the rhythm of work and worship, in the harmony of social, spiritual, and practical life. The civilization's grandeur was not only in its monumental structures, but in the delicate, persistent, and devoted contributions of its people. Sleep with this image in mind, and allow it to carry you through the night. A society where human endeavour, divine presence, cultural innovation, and daily life coexisted in balance. Egypt reminds us that civilization is as much about the people who sustain it quietly as the rulers who claim its glory. Every act, however small, contributes to the continuity of culture, memory, and belief. The Nile flows on, unbroken, as does the legacy of a people whose lives, thoughts, and devotion continue to inspire and captivate us. Imagine a land of sun-drenched stone and shimmering river reeds, where the great Nile slices through the desert like a living god, where gold glints beneath linen veils and the scent of blue lotus drifts through towering palace halls. You are in ancient Egypt, not as a faceless peasant, nor even as one of the ever-bickering scribes. Number today, your fate is sealed with coal-lined eyes and a crown of lapis lazuli. You are to become great royal wife, Queen of Egypt, consort to the living god upon the throne. It is, as they say, an honour. Though whether you will still feel so honoured by the end of your days is another matter entirely. From the moment the high priest's messenger arrived at your family villa with trembling voice and sealed papyrus scroll, your life has been spinning faster than the potter's wheel. Your father, a nobleman of the court, one of the few who might have hoped for such a match, nearly choked on his pomegranate wine. Your mother wept tears that seemed part pride, part dread. You yourself? You smiled, because that is what one does. Inside, a strange knot began to twist beneath your ribs, a knot that even the finest perfumed oils cannot soothe. And so here you are, carried aloft upon a gilded litter borne by 6 of the Pharaoh's finest soldiers, your linen robes trailing like a river of light behind you. The streets of Thebes swarm with onlookers, their voices rising in a wave of acclamation. Or is it curiosity? They shout your name, though many do not know your face. They know only that today a new queen will be crowned. And perhaps, privately, they know too that such queens do not always remain queens for long. The great temple of Karnak looms ahead, colossal columns thick as cedar trunks, each etched with the exploits of kings long dust. The air hums with incense and anticipation. As your litter is lowered before the towering gates, you feel the first flutter of real fear. Once you pass through, there is no turning back. You are met by the high priest, an ancient figure so gaunt he seems to have been carved by the same artisans who built these walls. His smile is thin as papyrus. "Come, daughter of Egypt," he intones, voice echoing through the stone. It is time. You follow him beneath the massive lintels, feet bare upon cool alabaster tiles. Ahead, the inner sanctuary shimmers with lamplight. Statues of Isis and Hathor gaze down upon you, serene and pitiless. Here, the rites of queenship will bind you to the throne, and to all that comes with it. The coronation ritual is long, deliberate, and thick with meaning. You are washed in sacred water, drawn from the Nile at dawn. You are anointed with oils, whose recipes are known only to the temple's innermost circle, oils meant to confer not just physical beauty, but spiritual protection. Your eyelids are darkened with kohl to ward off the evil eye. Your lips stained with red ochre, symbol of life. You are clad in robes of finest linen, embroidered with the royal uraeus, the rearing cobra that marks divine authority. It is a serpent that offers no comfort. And then, the moment, the great crown of the queen is brought forth, gleaming with gold and semi-precious stones. The high priest lifts it high above your bowed head, his voice solemn as he declares you great royal wife of the 2 lands. The crown settles upon your brow with surprising weight. You resist the urge to shift beneath it, At that moment, the doors to the sanctuary swing wide. A trumpet sounds. You emerge once more into the blinding sun, the air thick with cheering and flower petals. But though you smile and wave as trained, already your mind is elsewhere. You know the stories. Every girl at court whispers them beneath embroidered fans. How queens have risen to command armies, to guide kings, even to rule in their own right. And how they have been poisoned, betrayed, erased from memory as though they had never been. There was Nefertari, beloved of Ramses the Great, whose face still gazes serene from her tomb, yet whose life was marked by bitter rivalry within the palace. There was Nefertiti, queen beside the heretic king Akhenaten, whose very fate remains an enigma. Some say she ruled after him, others that she was cast aside. And there was the formidable Hatshepsut, who seized the throne itself, and whose stepson later chiselled her name from monuments in furious retribution. Such is the double-edged sword of queenship in Egypt. For all the silks and perfumes, the days spent drifting through shaded colonnades or presiding over temple rites, the queen walks a knife's edge, too visible, and she courts jealousy. Too passive, and she invites replacement. Producing an heir may secure her place, or simply paint a target upon her back. And the harem? Ah, the harem. You have not yet set foot within it, but already you know its whispered reputation. A gilded prison where royal wives and concubines jostle for influence, their children pawns in a game older than the pyramids. There, poison is a language as fluent as gossip. Favours are won not with smiles, but with alliances. The queen reigns supreme, or so it seems, until the day she does not. Yet for now, outwardly at least, the world is yours. You are presented to the court in a grand ceremony within the palace's pillared audience hall. The pharaoh himself, a living god in gold and lapis, eyes outlined in kohl, takes your hand before the assembled nobles. His grip is warm, firm, his smile unreadable. Together you stand before the throne of Horus. Together you receive the acclamation of the court. Yet beneath the ceremony's splendour lies another truth. From this day forth, your life is no longer your own. Your days will begin with ritual ablutions, washed in Nile water and anointed anew. You will preside over festivals and offerings, your image paraded before the people as living embodiment of Isis. You will dine in halls of gilded reliefs, where servants move in silence and every glance is weighed for hidden meaning. You will attend councils, your voice measured carefully, too forceful, and you risk seeming grasping, too meek, and you invite dismissal. At night, within your private chambers, you may gaze upon the moonlit courtyards and wonder how many of your predecessors once stood in this very place, dreaming of freedom. The servants who dress your hair and pour your wine know better than to speak of such things. But in their eyes, perhaps, you catch a flicker of understanding. And then there is the matter of an heir. For all a queen's titles and honours, this is the role upon which her true power rests. A male child secures the dynasty, cements your place beside the king. Yet childbirth is perilous. Many a royal wife has gone to the tomb in pursuit of this duty. Amulets will be placed beneath your mattress, spells whispered over your swelling belly. Physicians will hover, their remedies a curious blend of wisdom and superstition. Should the child be a girl, well, you will try again. And should you bear a boy, rejoicing, yes, and a subtle sharpening of daggers among the court's rival factions. The life of a queen is not a fairy tale of happy endings. It is a tale of survival, of playing the long game beneath a veneer of divine favour. For every Hatshepsut who rose to rule, there were 10 whose names are lost, their sarcophagi empty, their portraits defaced. But there is power too. With patience, wit, and a keen sense of timing, a queen may shape the destiny of Egypt from behind the throne. She may command armies through her son, sway the priesthood, forge alliances that outlive her rivals. The wise queens do not reach for power too soon, nor wait too long. And so, as the sun sets upon this day of days, you sit within the palace's perfumed inner chambers, your crown newly polished, your fingers stained faintly with henna. The court musicians play softly beyond the screened doorway. The king dines elsewhere tonight, no doubt consulting with his viziers or inspecting temple plans. You sip date wine from a chalice shaped like a lotus. Sweet, yes, but laced with the bittersweet taste of all that lies ahead. You are great royal wife of Egypt, adored, envied, watched from all sides. Behind the silks and gold lies a simple truth. Here, power and peril are one and the same. Sleep well, queen, while you still can. Morning comes not with a gentle nudge, but with the deliberate chime of bronze bells in the dark. You are awake before the first blush of sun gilds the horizon, before even the acolytes have swept the sand from the temple courtyards. The queen must be seen, polished, radiant, otherworldly, before the realm itself stirs. In the stillness of your private chambers, carved cedar screens filter the early light. The air is cool and sweet with lotus and frankincense, for servants have spent the better part of the night burning cones of resin to ensure that no foul spirit lingers come dawn. One can never be too careful, especially when so many around you would delight in your misstep or your sudden absence. A quiet tap at the door signals the arrival of your handmaidens. They enter in perfect silence, their linen robes whispering against the polished stone. The tallest carries a silver basin filled with Nile water and petals of blue lotus. The youngest, a fresh robe spun from linen so fine it is said to be fit for the goddess Hathor herself. Another bears the precious jars, oils of myrrh and cinnamon, sacred unguents meant to anoint the queen and protect her from both harm and blemish. You are guided to the ceremonial bath, an alabaster pool inlaid with turquoise. The water is cold at first, a reminder that even divine skin must endure its earthly trials. Hands smooth and sure cleanse away the oils of the previous day, tracing each limb with practiced reverence. It is not a task performed for comfort, but for symbolism. To remain pure, to remain worthy in the eyes of the gods and of Egypt, one must be reborn with every sunrise. Once dried and wrapped in linen, you are seated before a low mirror of polished copper. Here the transformation begins. Coal is ground fresh, blended with malachite for its vivid green sheen. Not merely cosmetic, but protective, shielding the eyes from the sun's harsh glare and the ever-watchful gaze of rivals. Lips are tinted with ochre, cheeks with a subtle dusting of rouge. A queen must never appear fatigued, no matter the burdens she carries, or the sleepless nights spent listening for the scrape of sandals in the corridor. Then comes the hair, an elaborate ritual unto itself. Though your natural tresses are healthy, they are supplemented with strands of imported hair, woven skillfully to achieve the desired length and volume. Some strands may well have been clipped from the heads of foreign captives, a thought you wisely keep to yourself. As the final ornament, a broad collar of gold and faience is clasped about your neck. You glance at the figure in the mirror. Is this still you, beneath the layers of artifice? A fleeting thought. queens do not indulge in such luxuries as self-reflection. By the time the temple bells toll the first hour, you're ready to face the day. Your appearance must suggest a woman untouched by mortal concerns, serene, gracious, above the petty dramas of court life. Of course, beneath this polished exterior lies a mind that cannot afford a moment's rest. You are not alone in the palace, not by a long measure. It is a world unto itself, a maze of columned halls and sun-dappled courtyards, vast enough to house an army of courtiers, scribes, priests, and artisans. Within these walls pulse the hidden currents of power and intrigue. Your chief rival may greet you with a smile at this morning's offering ceremony, a smile that does not reach her coal-darkened eyes. She too knows that every gesture, every glance is part of an unspoken game. To falter is to invite whispers. To stumble is to risk everything. The harem, though called such, is no mere den of idle pleasure. It is a complex political engine, its chambers echoing with the laughter of children who may one day rise to challenge the line of succession. Among the king's wives and favoured concubines, alliances are forged in secret, loyalties shift with the desert wind. The wise queen learns quickly to cultivate both friends and informants, and to trust neither. There are rituals to attend this morning. The Opet festival draws near, and preparations consume the palace. You will be expected to appear before the high priest of Amun, to offer rich garments and rare spices in the name of divine harmony. A minor ceremony, some might say, but one that offers a stage upon which influence is measured. The queen whose offerings gleam brightest, whose comportment seems most blessed, will find her star rising. And so you glide through the halls, trailing a faint scent of rose and cinnamon. The lesser wives bow low as you pass, their eyes carefully averted. Yet you feel the weight of their gazes upon your back the moment you move beyond sight. In the temple, beneath towering papyrus columns painted in vibrant hues, you kneel before the god's image. Priests chant in ancient tongues as you place your offerings upon the altar. Silks from Byblos, lapis from far-off Afghanistan, unguents crafted by the palace's finest perfumers. Every gift is a message, not only to the gods, but to those who watch from the shadows. As the ritual concludes, you catch the eye of one of the king's chief advisors. He inclines his head with a subtle smile, a gesture of deference, or a warning. One must always wonder. By midday, you are summoned to the Queen's council chamber, a rare privilege granted only to those of highest rank. Here you will hear reports from the palace stewards, matters concerning the granaries, the textile workshops, the progress of temple construction. Dry subjects perhaps, but each a thread in the greater tapestry of power. Your decisions must be swift, yet careful. Approve too many requests, and you risk appearing weak. Deny them all, and the whispers of tyranny will begin anew. You walk a careful line, each word weighed as though it were gold upon a scale. Among the day's matters is news from the workers' village near Deir el Medina. An illness has swept through the sculptor's quarter, delaying work upon your future tomb. A trivial concern to some, but you know better. The tomb is more than a resting place. It is your insurance against oblivion. The artisans will receive additional rations and amulets for protection. A wise investment. Afternoon brings a quieter respite, though never one entirely free of duty. You dine in a shaded loggia, a breeze stirring the embroidered silks that veil the arches. Servants present delicacies, honey cakes, roast duck, figs dripping with nectar. You eat sparingly, as is expected of one so elevated. A queen must never appear greedy. Indulgence is for the lesser sort. As you sip cool barley beer from a slender goblet, a trusted handmaiden kneels beside you with whispered news. A new consort has arrived from the northern provinces, young, beautiful, and gifted with a voice said to rival the songbirds of the Nile. Already she has caught the king's eye. You smile, a gesture as polished as the alabaster columns that surround you, and you begin to consider your next move. Later, beneath the shadow of the palace's western wing, you visit the royal nursery. The children greet you with wide eyes and eager laughter. Here, among these innocent faces, the true future of Egypt stirs. You kneel to kiss the brow of your son, a prince yet too young to grasp the weight of the crown that may one day rest upon his head. You will teach him, in time, the art of ruling and surviving. Evening falls with a golden hush. The palace grows quieter, though within its stone heart the wheels of intrigue never cease their turning. You retreat to your private apartments, where oil lamps flicker against painted walls depicting lotus and papyrus, symbols of eternal life. There is yet one final duty, a private audience with the king. You are summoned to the inner chamber, where incense curls in lazy spirals beneath the gilded ceiling. The king greets you with the measured affection of a man who must divide his time among many. Your words are chosen with care, your gaze demure yet knowing. You are queen, but you are also counselor, diplomat, enchantress. The roles shift as swiftly as the Nile's current. When at last you return to your bedchamber, the moon rides high above the palace. You sit for a time beneath the open latticework, watching its pale light shimmer upon the stone below. In this quiet hour, the trappings of queenship feel both distant and suffocating. For all the silks and jewels, all the deference and titles, the palace is a cage, one wrought not of iron, but of expectation and vigilance. A single misstep, a whispered rumour, and the queen may find herself cast from its heights to its darkest depths. Yet you are here. You remain. And tomorrow, as the bronze bells chime once more, you will rise again to meet the day's challenges with the grace and cunning that have brought you this far. For such is the life of a queen in ancient Egypt. A dance upon the blade's edge, cloaked in beauty and peril alike. There is a single truth in the palace, that all queens, whether newly crowned or silver-haired with experience, understand from the moment they first pass beneath its painted lintels. Your value lies not in your beauty, nor in your wisdom, nor even in the favour of the king. It lies in your womb. You are great royal wife, yes, but if you cannot produce an heir, and preferably a male heir, your days in these gilded halls may be numbered. No one says it aloud, of course. Court etiquette forbids such crassness. Instead, the expectation settles upon your shoulders like the heavy, broad collar you wear at every ceremony. A constant weight, at once ornamental and oppressive. Already the whispers have begun. You hear them between the polished pillars, where handmaidens exchange knowing glances. You see it in the eyes of the lesser wives and concubines, who watch your every step with thinly veiled anticipation. 1 month has passed since your coronation, then 2. The court astrologers mark the movements of the stars with increasing scrutiny, as if they might coax a royal conception from the heavens themselves. And so begins the most delicate and dangerous chapter of your queenship. It is no simple matter of nature taking its course. No, in Egypt, where the lines between the mortal and divine blur with every sunrise, even the act of producing an heir is shrouded in ritual and superstition. You are bathed in sacred waters drawn at dawn, infused with petals of lotus and fragments of lapis. Priests recite incantations over your garments, your bed, your very breath. Amulets are strung beneath your linen shift, the eye of Horus to guard against miscarriage, the Ankh for life, the frog-headed goddess Heket, midwife of the gods, to ensure safe delivery. Physicians, whose knowledge is equal parts herbal remedy and hopeful guesswork, prescribe strange concoctions, dates soaked in beer and honey, ground pomegranate mixed with frankincense, the occasional live fish, yes, live, pressed gently against the belly to divine the likelihood of conception. One must keep a straight face through such rituals. After all, queens are not afforded the luxury of skepticism. And the king? He too is aware of the stakes, though his attention is divided among many chambers, many women. Still, he dutifully appears when summoned, the union of king and queen being not merely a private affair, but a reenactment of cosmic creation itself. The priests say that in your embrace you embody Isis and Osiris, restoring the divine balance of the land. You try to think of this as you gaze up at painted stars on the ceiling, willing your body to cooperate. When at last the signs of pregnancy appear, a mist moon, a flutter in the belly, the court erupts in barely concealed relief. Musicians play in the courtyards, offerings are made at the temples. You are showered with gifts, fine linens, perfumed oils, and statuettes of Taweret, the hippo goddess of childbirth, her toothy grin meant to ward off evil. But celebration soon gives way to caution, for childbirth, even in the palace, is fraught with peril. The annals of Egyptian history are replete with queens who entered the birthing chamber as goddesses and left it not at all. You are moved to special apartments near the temple of Hathor, patroness of motherhood and joy. Here, midwives attend you day and night, their weathered faces betraying both experience and unspoken concern. The floor is strewn with woven reeds and soft mats, the air thick with incense. One corner of the room is reserved for offerings, dates, honey, and the occasional small figurine of a crocodile, a nod to Sobek, whose protective ferocity is invoked at such times. You might wonder at this eclectic collection of guardians, but when faced with the shadow of death, one cannot be too selective in seeking allies. As the months progress, the court holds its breath. The Queen's pregnancy is no private matter. Every noble, every servant, every soldier watches for signs of progress and of danger. Should you miscarry, the blow to your standing would be immediate, perhaps irreversible. Such was the fate of many a royal wife. History whispers of queens quietly dismissed, their names stricken from records after a series of failed pregnancies. Others fared worse, poisoned by rivals eager to clear the path for their own offspring. One cannot overlook the tale of Queen Mutnejmet, wife of the usurper Horemheb, whose repeated miscarriages were immortalized in temple reliefs, and who vanished from a court soon after. Even a successful birth is no guarantee of lasting security, for if the child is female, the court's rejoicing will be muted, the king's gaze perhaps already drifting to younger, more promising consorts. Should the child be male, the stakes rise immeasurably. When your time comes, the palace enters a hush, broken only by the rhythmic chants of the midwives. You kneel upon birthing bricks, inscribed with spells of protection, gripping amulets so tightly that their impressions remain upon your palms long after. It is said that queens do not cry out, that they bear the ordeal with the stoic grace befitting a living goddess. In truth, The stone walls of your chamber have heard many royal screams, though none are recorded in the official annals. At last, a cry pierces the incense-laden air, not yours, but that of a newborn, a boy. The news spreads like wildfire through the palace. Bells ring out from Karnak. Priests light great fires upon the riverbanks. The queen has borne a prince. The dynasty is secured, for now. But this victory is tempered by reality. You know that even royal infants are not immune to the frailties of flesh. The child is swaddled in the finest linens, placed beneath protective amulets, and watched by wet nurses whose loyalty has been vetted a dozen times over. A single misstep, a single drop of poison slipped into milk, and the triumph of today could become tomorrow's morning. You must be vigilant. Already factions within the palace shift and realign. The mother of the next in line is a powerful force, but also a target. One need only recall the fate of Queen Tia's daughter, murdered in infancy amid court intrigue, her name deliberately forgotten by the chroniclers. Even as you recover, your duties resume. You appear at public ceremonies, the infant prince cradled in your arms beneath a canopy of ostrich feathers. Statues are commissioned in your likeness, inscriptions proclaiming you mother of the god's son. Yet in the shadows, rival eyes glitter with envy. For queens in Egypt, there is no true rest. Having secured your position with an heir, you must now defend it with equal fervour. The harem buzzes with fresh schemes. The lesser wives whose sons must now vie for favour redouble their efforts. The old games resume, more dangerous than before. You attend council meetings with the king, your presence a subtle reminder of your new standing. You cultivate alliances among the priests and the nobility, ensuring that should calamity strike, as it so often does, you have the means to protect both yourself and your son. In private moments, you gaze upon the sleeping child with a mixture of fierce love and cold calculation. This tiny, squirming creature is your greatest triumph and your greatest liability. To raise a future pharaoh is to walk a perilous path, one where each tutor, each nursemaid must be scrutinized, each playmate considered a potential threat. And should the king take another great royal wife, not unheard of should you fall from favour, your task will become even harder. The court has long memories and short loyalties. One must never grow complacent. In time, if fortune favours you, your son will grow strong and wise. You will guide him through a labyrinth of palace politics, teaching him whom to trust and whom to watch with smiling suspicion. And if the gods are truly kind, you may one day witness him ascend the throne, the double crown resting upon his brow. But that day is far off. For now, you remain within the palace's painted cage, every breath a measured act of survival. You have borne an heir. The court's favour is yours. The songs of the priests praise your name. Yet beneath the gold and incense, the game has only just begun. For in Egypt, a queen's worth must be proved anew with each passing moon. To fade from the king's favour, to bear no further children, to falter in the ceaseless dance of courtly intrigue, is to risk the most chilling fate of all, erasure. And so, as the sun sets beyond the desert horizon, you cradle your son beneath the flickering light of oil lamps. You sing softly, an ancient lullaby older than the pyramids themselves. Yet your gaze is not fixed upon the sleeping child alone. It shifts, now and then, toward the shadows that gather at the chamber's edge. For a queen of Egypt, the night is never truly still, and the game is never truly over. The palace is vast. Towering stone colonnades stretch into cool shadowed corridors. Gardens bloom in neat geometric rows, where papyrus rustles in the breeze, and fountains murmur beneath the gaze of carved lions. Courtiers bow and drift past in linen and gold. From a distance, it looks serene, a world ordered and harmonious, as befits the heart of the greatest civilization on earth. Step a little closer, though. Listen beyond the tinkling of harps and the solemn drone of priestly chants. There is another current running through this place, one not spoken of in the official inscriptions. The palace breathes intrigue, and within its breath it whispers one eternal truth. You are never alone. You are great royal wife, mother of a prince, and that makes you a prize target. Around you swirl the other women of the royal household, secondary wives, concubines, foreign princesses sent as diplomatic gifts, and their formidable retinues of ladies-in-waiting and ambitious relatives. Each one has a stake in the unspoken game, and many will not hesitate to play it boldly. There is no official map to this web of rivalries. You must learn its paths and pitfalls through experience, instinct, and trusted spies, though trust itself is a rare and fragile commodity. Even the servants who anoint your brow with sacred oils may carry news of your private moments to ears you'd rather not imagine. By custom, the king's harem occupies a separate quarter of the palace, a walled enclave of luxurious apartments, gardens and pavilions. Here, many of the royal wives and concubines reside when not summoned to court or to the king's side. In theory, it is a space of beauty and refinement. Music lessons, embroidery, poetry recitations beneath the shade of date palms. In practice, it is a simmering crucible of ambition. You walk the paths of these gardens with measured grace, always with attendants, of course. A queen is never seen wandering alone. That would invite gossip. And gossip here is more dangerous than any serpent lurking in the reeds. There are faces you greet with carefully polite words, eyes you meet with a bland smile that conceals your watchfulness. You know the histories. Nefertari, beloved queen of Ramses the Great, ruled the harem like a goddess in flesh. Yet even she faced the unending rivalry of Isetnofret, a secondary wife whose own son would eventually inherit the throne. The two women vied not only for the king's affection, but for the shaping of Egypt's future. Their courtiers manoeuvred behind silken screens. Their allies whispered in temple halls. At Nefertari's death, her tomb was vandalized. Whether by jealous rivals or the cold hand of courtly politics, none can say. What remains today is both splendid and wounded. You think of such stories often now. They serve as both warning and inspiration. Each new arrival to the palace, each young concubine with eyes like polished obsidian, each foreign princess with her father's promises and her mother's cunning, is a potential threat. The king's heart is easily turned, as history has shown time and again. Queens have been set aside for less than a careless glance at the wrong banquet. Even sisters are not immune to this game. Consider Cleopatra the Seventh, the last and most famous of Egypt's queens. In a world no less treacherous than yours, she eliminated her own siblings to secure the throne. Her brother husband Ptolemy the 13th was drowned in the Nile after their bitter civil war. Her younger sister Arsinoe was paraded through Rome and later executed at Cleopatra's request. It is a grim reminder that in matters of power, blood offers little protection. You take tea today in one of the palace's shaded gardens, the sandstone walls hung with woven garlands. A small gathering of royal women has been arranged, ostensibly to celebrate the upcoming Opet festival. In reality, it is a subtle test of alliances. The Queen's tea, like all things here, carries its risks. The palace kitchens are well guarded, the chief cupbearer loyal to you, or so he says. Yet poison need not be crude to be effective. A tincture that clouds the mind, a powder that weakens resolve, a slow-acting venom masked by sweet honeyed dates. You sip carefully, smile lightly. The cup never leaves your sight. Conversations drift around you. A young concubine boasts of her skill with the harp. Another praises the king's latest hunting exploits. All harmless on the surface. But beneath the words flow subtle currents of status and intent. Every compliment is a probe. Every glance, a calculation. One of the lesser wives leans forward, her eyes gleaming. Your son grows strong, my queen. I hear he bested his tutor in wrestling last week. A harmless comment, or a veiled threat. To draw attention to your son is to draw attention to the ambitions that circle him like vultures. He is a child, you reply smoothly. He enjoys his games. You shift the topic with practiced ease, asking after the health of her daughter. To accept flattery is dangerous. To appear defensive, fatal. Such exchanges are endless, their stakes invisible to the casual observer. Many queens of old failed to master them and paid dearly. Queen Ankhesenamun, widow of Tutankhamun, sought alliance with a foreign prince to secure her safety. A bold move that ended with her vanishing from the record. Was she betrayed by a rival? Silenced by the priests? No one knows. Even now, you must wonder which smiles around you conceal knives. The old adage holds true. A quiet tea in the garden can be more dangerous than a battlefield. Your allies are few, and must be cultivated with care. A trusted lady-in-waiting whose family owes you loyalty. A eunuch whose discretion has been purchased with gold and promises. A priestess whose whispered prayers carry double meanings. You build your network slowly, patiently, for haste invites exposure. Yet alliances shift. Friendships sour. Today's confidant may be tomorrow's betrayer. The palace records are rich with such cautionary tales. In quieter moments, you walk among the statues of past queens. Their faces, serene in alabaster or painted with fading pigments, offer no counsel. Yet their stories linger. You think of Tie, wife of Amenhotep III, who wielded immense influence and corresponded with foreign kings, yet whose legacy was nearly eclipsed by the rise of Akhenaten and his religious upheaval. You think of Hatshepsut, who dared to rule as king, donning the false beard of Pharaoh. For years she outmaneuvered her rivals, until her memory was almost entirely erased by the jealous Thutmose III. Such are the lessons you must heed. Power is never given freely. It is seized, defended, and, if one is wise, relinquished only at death. As evening falls, the gathering disperses. Courtiers retreat to their quarters. Musicians pack away their lyres. You linger a moment beneath the stars, the scent of jasmine thick in the air. A new note arrives by the hand of a trusted servant, unsigned, of course. It speaks of a foreign envoy scheduled to arrive in secret tomorrow, bearing gifts for one of the king's newer favourites. Another ripple in the pond, another game to watch. You retire to your chambers, where attendants remove your ornaments and unbraid your hair. In the quiet, you allow yourself a moment of reflection. The palace is beautiful, yes, but it is no sanctuary. It is an arena, one of subtle wars and shifting alliances. Each day is a contest of wit and will, where the stakes are survival and legacy. You share this palace with rivals. And while you walk its painted halls with grace, your heart must remain as sharp as any blade. For in this place of stone and shadow, even a queen must remember. Trust is a luxury. Vigilance a necessity. And tomorrow, the game begins anew. You sit beneath the painted ceiling of your private chamber, the walls cool beneath your fingertips. A gentle breeze stirs the linen draperies, carrying the scent of crushed myrrh and blooming acacia. In your lap lies a scroll, a genealogy of your illustrious house, inked by the finest scribes in the land. You unroll it slowly, eyes tracing the names. Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, uncles, aunts, cousins, many of whom have, in one form or another, become entangled in the great tapestry of your dynasty's lineage. It is a fine thing, they tell you, to have royal blood. The purer, the better. And here in Egypt, purity takes precedence over all else, certainly over more pedestrian concerns of propriety or genetic diversity. You will marry within your family. You know this. Every girl born beneath the palace roof knows this. It is not a matter of preference or affection. It is a duty, a cosmic necessity woven into the very fabric of kingship. The gods themselves set the precedent. Isis and Osiris, sister and brother, husband and wife, created the divine order. To imitate their union is to uphold Ma'at, the sacred balance that holds the universe together. That the practice also serves to consolidate power and property within the royal house is, of course, a fortunate coincidence. Your own match was announced with great ceremony. The court heralds proclaimed it a union of destiny. The high priests invoked the blessings of the pantheon. Privately, you reflected that the match was more likely the result of several tense negotiations behind closed doors. Still, the marriage was sealed, and sealed with blood as well as gold. Your new husband is your brother, or perhaps your half-brother. The lines blur. You have known him since childhood, chased sunbeams across the palace courtyards together. Now you meet beneath the heavy weight of crowns and expectations. The wedding itself was a spectacle. Musicians played beneath canopies of palm fronds. Dancers performed in honour of Hathor, goddess of love and joy. Incense smoke curled toward the heavens as you knelt before the altar. Hands joined beneath a net of golden thread. The priest's voice echoed through the temple halls. By this union, the house of Horus is strengthened. By this union, the land shall flourish. You smiled as expected, your gaze serene beneath the weight of elaborate headdress. The court watched, whispering beneath painted fans. It is the Queen's duty to set the tone after all. Behind the smiles, the truth remained unspoken. Marriages such as this carry risks, as well as rewards. The royal family tree is a twisted thing, its branches curling back upon themselves like the tendrils of a papyrus plant. Sibling marriages, uncle-niece unions, even the occasional pairing of aunt and nephew, all are recorded in the annals of kingship. The line of the Ptolemies would later make an art of such unions, but they were hardly innovators. Consider Akhenaten, the heretic king, and his great royal wife Nefertiti. While their exact relationship remains a matter of scholarly debate, their daughters were later wed to their own relatives, perpetuating a cycle that would culminate in the tragic figure of Tutankhamun. Ah, poor Tutankhamun. The boy king, crowned before his bones had fully hardened. Modern science has laid bare the consequences of his inbred lineage. A cleft palate, a clubfoot, fragile bones prone to breakage. His family line was riddled with genetic maladies, the result of generations of insular unions. Even the treasures of his tomb, glorious though they are, could not conceal the frailty of the young pharaoh they enshrined. You cannot help but wonder what price your own bloodline might yet pay. It is not a thought one can voice within these walls. The priests will tell you that royal blood must not be diluted, that the gods themselves demand it. The courtiers will nod and murmur in agreement, ever eager to align themselves with orthodoxy. Still, the palace midwives whisper tales in the dark. They speak of stillborn infants, of twisted limbs and breathless babes laid silently to rest. The tombs of queens tell a similar story. Many a consort has been interred with tiny coffins beside her, tragic echoes of an unbroken line's hidden cost. And yet the cycle continues. To marry beyond the royal bloodline would be unthinkable, a breach of divine order. The occasional foreign princess may be taken as a secondary wife, her presence a symbol of alliance rather than affection. But the true lineage must remain pure, its sacred essence undiluted. Your own marriage proceeds as court marriages do. You and your brother husband share formal meals beneath painted stars, exchange carefully chosen words in public settings. In private, the dynamic is more complex. Affection, rivalry, duty, resentment, all mingle beneath the silks of your marriage bed. You are aware that your husband's eye wanders. It is expected. No one rules the heart of a king. The greater danger lies in the ambitions of his other consorts, who watch your union with keen interest. A brother's wife may be queen today, but tomorrow, who can say? You have allies, of course. The High Priestess of Hathor, whose loyalty has been secured through generous patronage. The captain of the palace guard, whose daughter serves as your handmaiden. Such bonds are as vital as any marriage. Still, you tread carefully. The fate of queens who misstep is no secret. The walls of the palace remember tales that the official chronicles prefer to forget. There was Cleopatra II, whose marriage to her brother Ptolemy VI ended in bitter civil war. Their sibling bond, once celebrated in public ceremony, could not withstand the pressures of shared rule and competing ambitions. Their eventual reconciliation was as much a matter of political necessity as familial affection. Then there was Arsinoe II, who married first the king of Thrace, then her own full brother, Ptolemy II. Her intelligence and political acumen were unmatched. Yet her life was marked by the endless necessity of navigating the treacherous waters of court intrigue. You study such examples with care. They offer not only cautionary tales, but blueprints for survival. In moments of private reflection, you wonder how the common people perceive these unions. The artisans who carve your likeness upon temple walls, the scribes who inscribe your name in golden cartouches. Do they whisper of the unnatural closeness of the royal house? Or do they accept it as part of the great cosmic order, as immutable as the flooding of the Nile? It matters little. The perceptions of the common folk do not shape palace policy. Power does. And so you play your part. You stand beside your husband at public festivals, your hand resting lightly upon his arm. You present offerings to the gods as a united front. You cultivate the image of harmony and divine favour. Yet beneath the surface, you remain watchful. Should a rival consort bear a son, the balance of power may shift in an instant. Should your own union fail to produce an heir, your position may falter. In this game, there are no guarantees, only the certainty that the dance will continue. Even now, scribes record your marriage in glowing terms. The scrolls will speak of divine union, of the strengthening of the royal line. They will not speak of your private doubts, of the knowledge that the path you walk is both gilded and perilous. You roll the genealogy scroll once more, its inked names seeming to twist beneath your gaze. The gods demand purity, the court demands heirs. the people demand spectacle. Between these demands, the queen must navigate a path as narrow as a knife's edge. You rise from your seat, the cool stone beneath your bare feet grounding you for the tasks ahead. Another day of ceremonies awaits, another round of alliances and calculated smiles. And so you steel yourself. For in Egypt, to marry your brother, your uncle, or worse, is not an aberration. It is a duty, one you will fulfill with all the grace and cunning the role demands. The dance continues, and you, Queen of Egypt, must dance it well. You wake to a dawn as gold as any that has graced the Nile in its long, winding history. The stone columns outside your chamber are bathed in soft light, their painted reliefs of lotus blooms and soaring falcons glowing faintly in the early warmth. It is a beautiful morning, though beauty, as you well know, counts for very little in the halls of power. As great royal wife, you are mistress of the palace in name, favoured consort in ceremony. But beneath the bright surface of this life, you have been cast into a game, one vast, intricate, and merciless. And in this game, even a queen is but a pawn. You did not ask to be moved across this board. Few do, but that will not save you. The viziers plot with soft words and watchful eyes. The priests chant hymns in the open while whispering curses in the dark. Even your own family, whose blood flows in your veins, see you as an asset to be deployed, a prize to be wagered in alliances that may or may not survive the next full moon. And you? You smile, you bow, you move your own pieces in turn, for there is no other choice. You were raised on such stories, of course. What girl of noble blood has not heard of Queen Nefertiti, the favoured wife of Akhenaten, the heretic king who dared to defy the ancient gods? At first, her role was ceremonial, a queen, nothing more. But as Akhenaten's grip on the old order faltered, Nefertiti's power grew. In temple reliefs, she is shown smiting enemies, an honour few queens ever claimed. Some believe she ruled in her own right after his death, under the name Neferneferuaten. Others whisper darker endings, a palace coup, a convenient disappearance. The lesson is simple. A queen may rise in this game, but her ascent is neither guaranteed nor safe. You are summoned this morning not to the king, but to his vizier, a man whose years have taught him the art of masking threats with courtesies. The message is polite, the appointment unavoidable. You seat yourself upon a low, cushioned throne in the audience chamber of the vizier's quarters, flanked by carved images of Ma'at, the goddess of truth and balance. The irony is not lost on you. He greets you with florid compliments, inquires after your health, your son's progress, the upcoming festivals. Then, with a smoothness born of long practice, he begins to circle the true subject. A marriage, perhaps, between one of your cousins and a minor prince of the Levant. A gift to secure the alliance. Your approval, your involvement, would lend the match the weight of royal favour. You smile, nod, and give the expected answers. And silently, you consider what is not being said. Who benefits from this marriage? What loyalties are being purchased? Which factions will rise or fall if you support this match? And, most importantly, what trap may be woven into the request? Queens are convenient messengers. They are even more convenient scapegoats. You leave the vizier's chamber with polite words exchanged and many more questions unspoken. Your thoughts turn to other examples. Consider Queen Mutemwia, mother of Amenhotep III. Little is known of her, but much can be inferred. Her marriage was likely a political manoeuvre. A foreign princess perhaps, her presence at court negotiated by embassies and scrolls sealed with wax and wary smiles. When her son rose to the throne, she gained new influence, but only so long as she remained useful. Such is the way of things. Or take Cleopatra VII again, a master of this deadly game. From her earliest years she was trained in the arts of diplomacy and manipulation. When her father Ptolemy XII fled Egypt, it was young Cleopatra who held the palace together. Later, she would align herself with Rome's most powerful men, first Julius Caesar, then Mark Antony, forging alliances that shook empires. Yet even she couldn't outrun the forces arrayed against her. Rome's legions and Octavian's ambitions were a tide too great to turn. Their stories are instructive. They remind you that no alliance is permanent, no favour eternal. You return to your chambers where trusted advisers await. Messages have arrived. One from your brother, now governing a northern province. Another from a foreign envoy seeking audience. Each parchment carries its own implications, its own risks. You must answer carefully, for every word may be read by eyes other than those for whom it is intended. And while these matters unfold, others gather in darker corners of the palace. The priests of Amun watch the king's heretical tendencies with growing concern. Some whisper of ancient prophecies, of rightful bloodlines, and the necessity of sacrifice to restore cosmic order. You are no stranger to such murmurs, nor to the veiled threats they carry. You're not untouched by the machinations of your own kin, either. Your uncle writes often, urging you to press certain causes before the king. A priesthood appointment here, a land grant there. Each request is framed as a favour to the realm, but you know well that favours must be repaid, and debts are dangerous things. You play this game as best you can. You host banquets, where the placement of each guest is a calculated signal. You sponsor temple rites, weaving ties with the priesthood, even as you guard against their ambitions. You present yourself at court as the model of royal virtue, while cultivating discreet channels of information beyond the official scribes. It is exhausting, this life, but it is the life you have. Sometimes, in the quiet of night, you walk the palace gardens beneath the stars. You pass the statues of forgotten queens, their features worn smooth by time. Some were pawns who never moved beyond their first square. Others became queens in truth, players of rare skill who bent the game to their will. You wonder which path will be yours. In these moments you recall the foreign princesses who entered this game with fewer advantages. The Mitanni bride sent to Amenhotep III, the Hittite princesses dispatched to Rameses II. They came with dowries and diplomatic hope, but little else. Many faded into obscurity, their tombs unmarked, their names preserved only in dusty inventories of marriage gifts. And yet a few seized their chance. The Kassite princess who became a queen of Babylon, the Mitanni bride whose letters reveal a keen grasp of court politics. You have more power than they did, but also more enemies. Each day brings new maneuvers. A minor official seeks an audience. A priest hints at omens concerning the king's health. A noblewoman's sudden illness sparks rumours. Was it a natural ailment or the work of unseen hands? Even the king himself is not immune to manipulation. His advisers counsel restraint in foreign policy. Or is it fear? His favoured courtiers press for greater privileges or greater control. You walk a narrow line, seeking to guide without appearing to command. You think again of Nefertiti. At her zenith, She shaped Egypt's destiny alongside Akhenaten. And then, as swiftly as she rose, she vanished. Her disappearance remains one of history's great mysteries. Was it death, exile, assassination? No one knows. The stone faces of Amarna offer no answers. But you have learned this much. In this game, the wise queen prepares for all possibilities. And so, you strengthen your network. You place trusted agents among the palace staff. You cultivate ties with the merchants who supply the court. For information flows where silver passes. You ensure that should the tide turn against you, you will not face it alone. The game continues. It always does. You have seen queens fall for a single miscalculation, a misplaced word, a forgotten alliance. You will not join them. As the sun sets beyond the palace walls, casting long shadows across the painted courtyards, you prepare for tomorrow. Another audience. Another round of calculated smiles and veiled promises. Another step along this treacherous path. You are a pawn, perhaps, but pawns can become queens. And queens, as the old proverb says, can shape the fate of kings. You rise from your seat, the cool stone beneath your feet grounding you once more. The board is set, the pieces move, and you, Queen of Egypt, are ready to play. The sun has not yet cleared the horizon when you are summoned. Already the palace hums with activity. Servants flitting through the colonnades, courtiers rehearsing their lines for the day's ceremonies, priests preparing sacred oils and incense. You rise from your bed of carved ebony and linen, your sleep light as ever. The title of Great Royal Wife brings with it many privileges. Restful nights are not among them. A handmaiden kneels at your side. The High Priest of Amun requests your presence at the Temple of Karnak, my queen. Of course he does. The festival of Opet is upon you once more. A grand spectacle intended to renew the divine power of the pharaoh, and, by extension, the land itself. As Great Royal Wife, you are no mere observer. You are a living embodiment of the goddess Hathor, consort of the sun god Re, and patroness of love, beauty, and fertility. You must play your part with grace. The kingdom, and your standing within it, depends upon it. The transformation begins at once. You are bathed in sacred waters, anointed with unguents of myrrh and cinnamon, dressed in flowing linen, dyed the deep blue of the night sky. A heavy collar of gold and faience encircles your throat, its cool weight both comforting and constraining. Upon your brow, the ceremonial headdress of Hathor gleams, a solar disk nestled between the horns of a cow, symbol of nurturing and divine femininity. You catch your reflection in the polished bronze mirror. The face that gazes back is serene, inscrutable. A goddess, or so they must believe. Outside the temple, the crowds gather in anticipation. The air is thick with incense and expectation. Musicians pluck at lyres, the notes drifting upward like the prayers of the faithful. Priests chant hymns older than the pyramids themselves, their voices echoing through the stone corridors. You make your entrance beneath a canopy of ostrich feathers, flanked by priestesses and guards. The people prostrate themselves as you pass, their cries rising in a tide of devotion. Behold Hathor incarnate. Behold the queen, beloved of the gods. It is a heady experience, this public adoration. Yet beneath the gilded surface lies an undeniable truth. Worship is no shield. If anything, it invites sharper knives. You recall the fate of Queen Amos Nefertari, revered in her lifetime as a divine figure. Statues of her stood in temples across the land. Offerings were made in her name centuries after her death. Yet in the volatile years following her reign, her descendants were swept aside by rival factions. Veneration did not prevent betrayal. You step carefully through the temple's great hypostyle hall, each footfall a study in controlled grace. The king awaits beneath the towering columns, a living god in gold and lapis. Together, you perform the rituals of renewal, presenting offerings, pouring libations, reciting sacred texts. The air vibrates with reverence and scrutiny. For every priest who bows in devotion, another watches with calculating eyes. Popularity, after all, is a dangerous thing. The queen who commands too much affection from the people may find herself accused of overstepping, of eclipsing the king himself. History offers no shortage of cautionary tales. Consider Queen Tia, wife of Amenhotep III. A woman of remarkable intellect and political acumen, she wielded influence beyond the palace walls, corresponding with foreign rulers and advising her husband on matters of state. Her statues were erected alongside the king's, an unprecedented honour. Yet, when her son Akhenaten began his radical religious reforms, Tyr became a convenient target for those seeking to undermine the royal house. Her legacy was tarnished by association, her memory contested. Even the divine are not immune to public opinion. As the procession winds its way through the temple complex, you offer measured smiles to the assembled dignitaries. A well-placed glance here, a gracious nod there. Each gesture is calculated, each moment an opportunity to reinforce alliances, or to remind potential rivals of your enduring presence. Among the crowd you spot a familiar figure, the high priest of Amun, resplendent in ceremonial garb. His eyes meet yours, a flicker of something unreadable passing between you. Respect? Resentment? A mixture of both, perhaps. The priesthood wields power nearly equal to the throne. Their favour is invaluable, and fickle. Too close an association invites suspicion. Too distant a stance invites hostility. You walk a narrow path indeed. Later, in the cool shadows of your private chapel, you offer prayers of your own. The goddess Hathor smiles serenely from her gilded shrine. You wonder, not for the first time, whether the divine truly intervene in mortal affairs, and whether they find amusement in the tangled games of palace life. Your attendants bring news as you recline upon a cushioned bench. Whispers circulate of a rival consort's rising favour. A lavish new estate granted by the king. A private audience that lasted well beyond the expected hour. You mask your reaction with practised ease. Such tides rise and fall daily. The wise queen remains steady, unmoved. Yet you take note. The game is relentless. A single misstep, a single lapse in vigilance, can unravel years of careful positioning. Consider Queen Nefertari, beloved of Ramses the Great. Her beauty and wisdom were immortalized in her magnificent tomb, adorned with celestial imagery and hymns of praise. Yet even she faced rivals within the harem. Chief among them is Etnafret, whose son would ultimately succeed to the throne. Nefertari's enduring legacy did not shield her from courtly intrigue. You instruct your attendants to prepare gifts for the high priest. A subtle reminder of your piety, a gesture to maintain favour. Influence, like incense, must be continually renewed, lest it dissipate into nothing. As evening falls, the festival reaches its zenith. Torches blaze along the processional route, casting flickering shadows upon the stone walls. You ride in a ceremonial bark, the people thronging the banks of the Nile, their chants echoing across the water. Hathor lives, the queen is her vessel. In this moment, you are adored beyond measure. Yet the weight of the headdress upon your brow serves as a constant reminder. Adoration is fleeting. Safety is an illusion. You think of Cleopatra once more, a queen who mastered the art of public image, cultivating her persona as Isis reborn. Her charisma captivated rulers and subjects alike. Yet in the end, neither divine association nor popular acclaim could shield her from Rome's inexorable advance. Returning to the palace, you dismount with composed grace. Behind the smiles and accolades, you feel the familiar undercurrent of tension. The queen who draws too much light upon herself risks casting others into shadow, and shadows breed resentment. In your private chambers, you remove the heavy regalia piece by piece, the solar disk, the golden collar, the layers of perfumed linen. Beneath it all, you remain yourself, flesh and blood, a woman navigating a treacherous world beneath a veneer of divinity. You know that tomorrow will bring fresh challenges. The favour of the gods may be eternal, that of the court decidedly less so. And so you prepare once more. For in Egypt, a queen may be worshipped as a goddess, but she is never, ever safe. You do not sleep deeply anymore. Not truly. The palace is too full of whispers for that. The night air brings them through cracks in stone and silk. A servant's careless word here, a scribe's furtive glance there. In this life, the trick is not to silence such whispers. It is to hear them first. And so you wake, well before dawn, to the rustle of your most trusted handmaiden slipping through the door. A message is pressed into your palm. A scrap of linen, no more. One glance is enough, and there is movement among the concubines. One in particular has grown bold, too bold. She boasts of the king's growing affection, of late-night audiences and gifts wrapped in lapis and ivory. And worse, she has begun to gather allies. You smile faintly, though there is no mirth in it. You had expected as much. In the great game of the Egyptian court, survival is not merely a matter of charm or divine favour. It is a matter of vigilance, and of striking first when the balance tilts. History remembers the queens who played this game well. It remembers, too, those who failed. You rise from your couch, moving with deliberate ease. Outside, the moon lingers pale against a violet sky. Your attendants prepare you for the day, unaware that this morning's tasks go far beyond temple rites or polite audiences. As they drape you in fine linen and coil your hair with strands of gold, your mind is elsewhere, assessing your pieces, testing the strength of each. You think of Nefertiti, whose statues once stood beside her husband's as an equal ruler. Some say she orchestrated her own rise through careful alliances with the priesthood and military. Others whispered darker tales, that rivals were silenced with poisoned honeycakes, that dissenters vanished into the sands beyond Amarna's walls. The truth? It hardly matters. The result was the same. For a time, she held the power of kings in her own hands. You step into the corridor, your sandals whispering against polished stone. Waiting in the shadows is one of your most discreet agents, a eunuch who oversees the palace kitchens and has ears in every corner. He bows low and murmurs quietly, "Yes, the concubine has sent word to a priest of Ptah. There is talk of offerings, and of a prophecy concerning her unborn child. A dangerous gambit. The priests can make or break a royal faction. If they proclaim a child blessed by the gods, the king's affections may harden into something more lasting." You thank him with a nod and a coin pressed discreetly into his palm. The coin is a formality. Loyalty must be nurtured constantly. The day unfolds with its usual pageantry. You attend court, listening with practiced patience as minor nobles present petitions. You exchange polite words with the king, noting the tired set of his shoulders, the lingering touch of his new favourite's perfume. And all the while, your mind turns over the board. Queens who survived this game did not wait for fate to play their hand. They shaped events with quiet force, with whispers in the right ears, with smiles that concealed daggers. You think of Arsinoe II, who married her brother Ptolemy II and ruled as co-sovereign. She crushed her political enemies with ruthless efficiency, exiling rivals and rewriting temple inscriptions to solidify her divine status. Few mourned those who vanished in her wake. Fewer still dared oppose her afterward. Your own strategy must be more subtle. Direct action invites too many eyes. But there are other ways. Later that afternoon, beneath the pretext of overseeing preparations for an upcoming festival, you summon the High Priestess of Hathor, a woman whose loyalties have been carefully cultivated with gifts of rare perfumes and generous endowments to her temple. Over cups of date wine, you speak lightly of omens and portents. You suggest, with the gentlest of phrases, that the concubine's rising influence may be unsettling the cosmic balance, that rumours of her child's supposed divine favour risk angering the gods. The priestess nods slowly. Her temple's rituals, after all, depend upon the queen's continued generosity. A quiet word from her can blunt the concubine's ambitions without bloodshed. This is the first move. You must also address the concubine's allies. A list has been prepared. Minor officials, household staff, ambitious courtiers drawn to the scent of rising power. Some will be warned. Others will be removed. Reassigned to distant posts, their influence quietly eroded. You remember Cleopatra VII's mastery of this art. She charmed Roman generals and Egyptian priests alike, weaving a web of alliances that kept her on the throne despite overwhelming odds. Yet she knew when charm must give way to force. Her half-sister Arsinoe learned this lesson too late, paraded through Rome in chains before meeting an untimely end. Such ruthlessness is not your first choice, but you will not hesitate to employ it. That evening, you attend a private banquet. The king is present, flanked by courtiers and advisors. The concubine is there as well, radiant in lapis and gold. Her laughter rings a touch too loudly through the hall. You meet her gaze with a smile that is both gracious and cold. You speak little, allowing the silence to speak for you. And as the evening wears on, you note with satisfaction the subtle shift in the room. Glances exchanged, conversations paused as the High Priestess's warnings begin to ripple through the court. Later, beneath the moonlit colonnades, you confer with your steward. Certain shipments of fine oils and silks meant for the concubine's apartments will be delayed, indefinitely. A message will be sent to the captain of the palace guard, requesting increased patrols in certain quarters. Visibility, after all, discourages reckless ambition. And so the game unfolds. You plot, you spy, you strike first, with words, with influence, with the careful orchestration of perception. You recall Queen Hatshepsut, who rose from regent to pharaoh in her own right. Her path was not secured through brute force alone. She built alliances with the priesthood, commissioned grand temples, and controlled the narrative of her reign through art and inscription. It was only after her death that her enemies dared deface her monuments. Too little, too late. You aim for the same legacy. But unlike Hatshepsut, you cannot yet command armies or don the false beard of kingship. Your weapons are subtler, and no less effective. Days pass, the concubine's influence wanes, her boasts growing quieter. The priests no longer speak of divine favour. Her allies drift away, sensing the shifting winds. You do not celebrate openly? Such victories are fragile. One must remain vigilant, always. Yet in the quiet of your chambers, as your attendants prepare you for another day of ritual and performance, you allow yourself a rare moment of satisfaction. You have played this round well, but the game is never over. Beyond the palace walls, foreign embassies arrive bearing gifts and hidden agendas. Within, new rivals await their moment. The king's affections remain as mercurial as the Nile's flood. You will plot again. You will spy again. And when the time comes, as it surely will, you will strike first once more. For in Egypt, a queen who waits for fortune to favour her is a queen who does not long survive. There comes a day when even the brightest queen in Egypt begins to glance more often toward the west, not toward foreign lands or shifting alliances, but toward the golden arc of the setting sun. For all the crowns and garlands, for all the priests' honeyed words about divinity and eternal favour, one truth remains unyielding. You are mortal. And in Egypt, where death is not an end but a beginning fraught with peril, a wise queen prepares well for her final journey, or risks being erased in both life and afterlife. You are older now. The courtiers still bow low. The priests still chant your titles with reverence. But beneath the oil lamps and gilded beams of the palace, you see it in their eyes, a quiet measuring. Your hair, once black as coal, is now touched with silver, though the finest perfumers can soften its gleam. Your face is still fair beneath its careful layers of ochre and scented oils. But you know time's hand better than they do. You have survived long beyond many rivals. The concubine who once schemed to raise her son above yours now lies forgotten beneath a modest tomb. The vizier who dared plot against you has long since been sent on an extended pilgrimage from which he will not return. You have played the game with skill and iron patience, but even the sharpest blade dulls. Even the most careful player must at last prepare to leave the board, and so you begin. It is not a morbid task. In Egypt, preparation for the afterlife is a queen's sacred duty, as crucial as any offering to the gods. The Book of the Dead speaks plainly. The unprepared soul faces oblivion, or worse. You begin with your tomb. It is already underway, of course. No queen of standing would dare leave such matters until too late. For years now, artisans from Deir el Medina, the finest painters and masons in the land, have toiled to create your eternal house. Its chambers spiral deep into the limestone cliff of the West Bank, beneath the Valley of the Queens. There, beneath layers of earth and stone, your body will rest, awaiting the long journey through the Duat, the realm of the dead. You visit the site now more often. Clad in plain linen robes, your face veiled, you descend into the half-lit corridors while your retinue waits above. The air smells of fresh-cut stone and beeswax. The walls bloom with new pigment. Fields of reeds, boats of the sun god Ra, the winged goddess Ma'at stretching her arms in welcome. Your artisans bow low, their eyes bright with reverence, and perhaps some fear. A queen's gaze lingers long on their work, and one poorly rendered glyph might invite ruin. You study the scenes carefully. They must not only please the living court, but persuade the gods themselves. You think of Hatshepsut's mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahari, its grand colonnades proclaiming her divine birth and rightful rule. Such a monument is a weapon against forgetting, for even in death your rivals will not rest. They will seek to tarnish your name, to strike it from stone and memory. And so you plan each inscription with precision. Your titles, Great Royal Wife, Mother of the King, Mistress of the Two Lands, must be chiselled deep. so no careless chiseler can erase them lightly. Your image must appear not only on the main walls, but in hidden panels, known only to your most trusted priests. Should the outer paintings be defaced, these secret images will preserve your claim to eternity. You select the item that will accompany you, not merely gold and jewels, though there will be plenty of those, if only to deter tomb robbers by their sheer weight, but more personal treasures. A beloved necklace gifted by your mother, a set of carved alabaster jars, their lids shaped like protective goddesses, a simple wooden board for playing senet, the game of passing through the afterlife. You consider, too, the more potent artifacts. A dagger of meteoric iron, its blade dark as the night sky. Amulets inscribed with ancient words of power. Scrolls bearing the most secret chapters of the Book of the Dead, words known only to a handful of living priests. Every object is a tool, every spell a shield. For the journey beyond is no peaceful sleep, but a gauntlet of trials. You have seen what happens to those who do not prepare. In a forgotten chamber beneath Karnak, you once glimpsed the shattered coffin of a queen whose name no one speaks. Her sarcophagus had been cracked by rivals, her face and cartouches scraped away. Without her name, she wanders the afterlife nameless, a shadow among shadows. Worse still are those whose tombs are desecrated by enemies. The valley is full of such stories. Tombs opened in secret, their treasures looted, their occupants left adrift in the eternal void. Queens who once ruled in splendour now lie in fragmentary remains. Bones scattered by jackals, their spirits lost. Even the great Nefertari's tomb, most splendid of all, suffered damage through the ages. Yet her beauty endures upon its walls, a testament to the care she took in her preparations. You will take such care. Beyond the tomb, you plan your mortuary cult, the priests who will tend your spirit and perform the offerings that sustain it. The king's favour ensures the best among them will serve you, but you secure their loyalty with gifts of land and silver, binding their interests to your eternal well-being. You commission stelae to be placed in the temples of Isis and Hathor, reminding future generations of your piety. If the royal court forgets you, the common people must not. The voice of a single farmer praying for your name may tip the scales when your heart is weighed in the hall of Ma'at. And your heart, it will be protected. Among your burial treasures, you order the finest heart scarab to be crafted, its spell clear and forceful. Do not stand against me at the weighing of the heart. You will not leave such matters to chance. As the years pass, you witness the truth of Egypt's oldest wisdom, that the living wage war upon the dead. You hear of rival queens' tombs ransacked, of priests bribed to neglect their cults, of names erased from the king lists. You take steps to guard against this. Trusted scribes prepare duplicate copies of your inscriptions to be hidden in remote sanctuaries. Loyal family members are instructed on the secret locations of your personal cache. Should the official tomb fall to time or treachery, your essence will endure. It is a strange fate, this double life of a queen preparing for death. You attend court as ever, your smile serene, your posture flawless. You preside over festivals, make offerings to the gods, advise your son the king with measured words. Yet in quiet moments, beneath the gilded trappings, you're already walking the shadowed path toward eternity. You oversee the carving of your canopic jars. Each lid must bear the correct goddess, Nephthys, Selket, Isis, Neith. Their protection is no mere symbol. Their vigilance is vital. You instruct the embalmers in secret preferences. the oils to be used, the linen to be woven with spells, the placement of the Shabti figures, tiny servants who will labour for you in the fields of the afterlife, and you compose a personal prayer to be recited beside your body at the final rites. It will speak of your love for Egypt, your loyalty to the gods, your worthiness in the eyes of Ma'at. Not all queens receive such care. The evidence is stark. Archaeologists have uncovered countless examples of queenly tombs whose sanctity was violated, mummies stripped of their wrappings, bones broken, names obliterated. Sometimes this was the work of common robbers. Often it was sanctioned from within the court itself. Hatshepsut's name was hammered from her monuments by her stepson. Nefertiti's fate remains one of Egypt's great enigmas. Some believe her tomb was deliberately hidden to prevent such desecration. Even in death, the game does not end. And so you plan, layer upon layer of protection and remembrance. A net of spells and offerings, inscriptions and hidden truths, designed to anchor your spirit in the world beyond. You understand the stakes. The soul that is forgotten ceases to exist. The name that is not spoken fades into oblivion. And you have not spent a lifetime mastering this perilous world, only to be consigned to the darkness. You prepare for death, but not for rest. For in Egypt, the afterlife is a realm of struggle, no less fierce than the court you leave behind. You will face it with the same will that carried you through the palace intrigues and shifting alliances of the living world. You will not be forgotten. You will not be erased. And as you gaze one last time upon the setting sun, you whisper a final vow beneath your breath. I will endure. There comes a moment, no matter how strong your spirit, no matter how carefully laid your plans, when your breath falters for the final time. The flesh that wore crowns and gold lies still upon the polished stone slab, anointed and wrapped beneath layers of linen and spell. The queen is dead. And yet, is that truly the end? In Egypt, death is a doorway, but not a simple one. Beyond it lies a winding path through darkness and starlight, 1,000 dangers and 1,000 hopes. Whether you cross into the fields of reeds, a land of perfect harvests and unbroken joy, or fade into the black, lost among the restless dead, depends upon more than piety or preparation. It depends upon memory, upon whether your name, your image, your story endure. You knew this. You prepared for it. You wove your legacy into every surface that could bear it. Stone, gold, papyrus, even the whispered songs of temple choirs. But as you now drift toward the western horizon, the final game begins. One played not by you, but by those who remain. Your tomb is sealed with solemn ceremony. Priests chant the ancient spells. Oil lamps flicker in the darkness as the final stones are set. Outside, the mourners wail and scatter sand upon their heads. Your son, now king, promises that offerings will be made for evermore. For a time, all is well. The first year, your mortuary cult burns incense and pours milk upon the altars. Songs are sung in your honour. The weavers of the palace still speak of your grace. The priests of Hathor remember your generous gifts. But memory is a fragile thing. Even now, in the second year, the tides begin to shift. A new great royal wife adorns the palace. Her charms are praised, her likeness commissioned in fresh stone. Courtiers bow low to her now. Your name is spoken less often in the great halls. You are no longer present to remind them. You think of those who managed to defy this slow erosion. Queen Nefertari, beloved of Ramses the Great, whose tomb is a jewel of colour and light. Her image, arms outstretched in prayer, endures across the ages. The queen who became a goddess in the hearts of her people. Or Hatshepsut, whose mortuary temple still rises against the cliffs, defying the attempts of her successor to erase her legacy. Though her statues were broken and her name struck from many records, the grandeur of her works forced Egypt to remember. You dared hope for such endurance. Yet for every Nefertari or Hatshepsut, there are 100 others. Queens whose names are now no more than a faded cartouche on a broken shard, or a mention in a scribe's forgotten account. Already you feel the tremors of erasure. The rivalries you once outplayed still echo in the shadows. The descendants of your enemies whisper to the king, "Why lavish offerings upon one so long departed? Why spend temple resources on a queen of the last reign when new alliances must be forged?" A subtle shift here, a missed offering there. The priests grow tardy in their duties. A scribe fails to copy your name upon the festival lists. You see it unfolding, and there is nothing you can do save hope that the seeds you planted will bear fruit. You think again of Cleopatra VII, a queen who defied Rome, who held emperors in thrall, who ruled with cunning and brilliance. Her end was tragic, her body lost, her tomb a mystery. Yet her name lives on, burnished in the world's memory like a polished gem. Even the might of Augustus could not erase her entirely. This, too, is a form of immortality. But it is not granted to all. In the centuries that follow, your fate may take many forms. Perhaps a young priest, stumbling upon your image in a half-forgotten shrine, will pause to speak your name. A simple act, yet one of profound power. For the Egyptians believed that to speak a name is to make it live again. Or perhaps your tomb will be found by robbers in the dark of night. They will strip it of gold and ivory, leaving your carefully prepared body exposed to the dust. Your name may be scrawled upon a ledger, sold with your stolen jewels to the highest bidder. Worse still, perhaps an enemy, rising in a future court, will order your name erased entirely. The artisans will chip away your likeness. The priests will be forbidden to utter your titles. You will become one of the damned forgotten, wandering the afterlife rootless and unremembered. And yet, even this is not the full truth. For Egypt is a land where the past lingers beneath every stone. Names thought lost have been found again. A cartouche buried beneath sand. A fragment of hymn preserved in a crumbling scroll. The archaeologists of this new age, strange priests in foreign garb, uncover the works of queens long vanished. They brush away the dust of centuries, read aloud the ancient words. And in that moment the old magic stirs again. Your voice may yet be heard. You reflect on this as the millennia unfold around you. Time, here, has no meaning. You drift between moments, glimpsing flashes of a world that has forgotten much, but remembers just enough. One day, perhaps, a team of scholars will descend into your tomb, torches blazing against the carved walls. They will marvel at the richness of your burial, the artistry of your stele. They will photograph your face, preserved by sacred oils and ancient skill. Your story will be told anew, perhaps with errors, perhaps with embellishments, but told nonetheless. This is the strange afterlife you inhabit now, a dance between fading and remembrance. You know that some queens were not so fortunate. The tomb of Queen Mutnojmet, once adorned with scenes of royal triumph, was stripped bare. Her body left to moulder in obscurity. Her name nearly lost to history. Others fared little better. Tombs desecrated, bones scattered. Names ground from temple walls. Forgotten entirely, save for a few tantalizing hints in dusty archives. And yet, even they are not beyond hope. For as long as the stones of Egypt endure, there remains the chance of rediscovery, of a voice, however faint, calling out from the depths of time. And so you watch, you wait, you think of your son, now an old man himself, his face lined with years and cares. Does he still honour your name? Does he instruct his children to do the same? Perhaps, perhaps not. In the end, your immortality lies not only in blood, but in story. You recall the ancient proverb, "A man is not dead so long as his name is spoken." It is a truth deeper than the Nile itself. As the modern age dawns and the strange new scribes pore over ancient texts, you feel a flicker of hope. Your cartouche appears in a scholarly tome. A replica of your jewellery gleams in a glass case. A visitor, gazing upon your likeness, speaks your name aloud, imperfectly, but with wonder. And for that moment, you live again. You understand now what the priests could never fully grasp. Immortality is not merely a matter of offerings or perfectly recited spells. It is memory, it is story. Queens who transcended time, Nefertiti, Cleopatra, Hatshepsut, grasped this instinctively. They shaped their legacies with words and images powerful enough to echo across the ages. Others vanished without a trace. You prepared well. You fought long. Whether you will endure as one of the remembered or fade among the forgotten, that now rests in hands beyond your reach. But as long as Egypt endures, as long as curious minds seek the whispers of the past, there is hope. And so, in this twilight realm between the living and the dead, you wait. Not for rest, but for remembrance. For you are a queen of Egypt. You will not be forgotten lightly. And should your name be spoken once more beneath the vaults of the stars, you will smile and walk again among the reeds of the eternal fields. Close your eyes and picture nothing. Not a star, not the moon, not even a polite patch of darkness. Just a vast watery silence. The ancient Egyptians called it Nun, the primeval ocean, the endless expanse of formlessness that existed before the world even thought of existing. It wasn't particularly friendly, nor particularly unfriendly. It was simply there, stretching in every direction, timeless and deep. And from this watery nothingness, the Egyptians believed, creation would bubble up. Now, if you were a practical farmer on the Nile, the idea of an endless ocean was more than a metaphor. Every year, the Nile swelled and spilled across the land. It drowned fields, carried off mud brick homes, and then, when it receded, left behind fertile black silt. Life and destruction arrived together. So naturally, when the Egyptians imagined the beginning of everything, they thought in terms of floods, waters, and the mystery of what might rise from beneath them. According to the priests of Heliopolis, one of the great religious centres of Egypt, it was from Nun that Atum appeared. He was the first god, a being who somehow created himself, which is impressive by any standard. Atum, they said, emerged on a mound, a raised hill of earth pushing above the waters, like the first island after the flood. It made sense. In Egypt, when the floodwaters receded, little mounds appeared first, becoming the foundations for villages and fields. Creation mirrored daily life. But Atum was not content to sit alone on his mound. In one myth, he produced other gods through the slightly awkward method of sneezing and spitting. His children, Shu, air, and Tefnut, moisture, brought with them the beginnings of structure. Air to breathe, moisture to drink. These were necessities, and the Egyptians, practical as always, built their myths around the essentials. Shu and Tefnut, in turn, had children of their own. Geb, the earth, and Nut the sky. Here, the Egyptian imagination paints a dramatic picture. Geb lay flat, solid and fertile, while Nut arched above him like a great dome of stars. The two were in love, embracing constantly, which, according to the myths, left no room for life between them. So Atum, sometimes its Shu instead, pushed them apart, Geb below, Nut above. And in that separation, the world gained space, the air humans would one day breathe, and the gap in which creation could unfold. This moment, the splitting of sky and earth, was a powerful image, and it seeped into Egyptian art. In tombs and temple walls, Nut is often shown stretching across the heavens, her star-speckled body arching protectively, while Geb rests below, sprouting plants. In a way, they're frozen in that eternal separation, a reminder of the sacrifice required for life to exist. But creation myths in Egypt were never entirely straightforward. Different cities had their own versions, each eager to promote their local deity as the true origin of all things. At Memphis, the priests insisted it was Ptah, the great craftsman god, who created the world, not through bodily fluids but through thought and speech. Ptah conceived the world in his heart and spoke it into existence. If that sounds familiar, it's because it has echoes in other traditions. Creation through the power of divine speech. To the Egyptians of Memphis, this made perfect sense. Ptah was patron of artisans, builders, and craftsmen. Their god imagined, and with his words, shaped reality itself, much like a mason envisioning a temple before laying the first stone. Meanwhile, in Hermopolis, the locals told of the Ogdoad, a group of 8 primordial deities who represented the chaos of none in pairs: darkness, hiddenness, infinity, and water, each with a male and female counterpart. From their swirling chaos, an egg or a lotus flower emerged from which the sun god was born. It's a slightly more poetic image, the fragile egg of creation, the opening of a lotus on the waters at dawn. Egypt, after all, was full of lotus blossoms rising fresh each morning from muddy pools. These competing myths weren't necessarily contradictions. To the Egyptians, truth could be layered and multiple. Creation could have happened in different ways, depending on where you lived, which temple you attended, and which god your city promoted. It was less about absolute consistency and more about affirming the divine order in ways that tied neatly into your local traditions. Still, whichever version you follow, the essential point is the same: order emerged from chaos. None was limitless and undefined, but out of it came the gods, who brought shape and meaning. And this wasn't a one-time event. For the Egyptians, creation was ongoing. Every sunrise was a reminder of that first dawn, every flood a reminder of the watery chaos. The universe wasn't a finished project, but a constant act of renewal, a delicate balancing act between the forces of order, Ma'at, and the lurking threat of chaos. Now let's pause for a moment on this idea of Ma'at, because it underpins the entire Egyptian worldview. Ma'at was truth, balance, harmony, and justice, embodied as a goddess with a feather on her head. The act of creation itself was a triumph of Ma'at over disorder. Pharaohs were seen as guardians of Ma'at, maintaining cosmic balance just as the gods had at the dawn of time. Without Ma'at, the floods would not recede, the crops would fail, and chaos would creep back in. You could say the entire state was built on keeping none at bay, not literally, but symbolically. Returning to the myths, once Nut and Geb were separated, their children arrived: Osiris, Isis, Seth, and Nephthys. Here we begin to see the stage being set for the great dramas that would define Egyptian mythology: murder, betrayal, resurrection, and the eternal struggle for kingship. But in chapter 1, we leave them only as divine infants, the seeds of stories yet to come. For now, the focus is on the first moment of existence, the leap from water and silence to form and life. One could imagine an ancient Egyptian priest standing before an audience, explaining this not with dry theology, but with vivid images. The lotus opening, the first mound rising, the gods stretching and separating, the sun gleaming for the first time. And the audience, many of them farmers, traders, or artisans, would nod in understanding, because these were images drawn from their own lives. Creation wasn't an abstract idea. It was a mirror of the Nile's cycle, of daily sunrise, of the fragile balance between survival and disaster. It's worth noting how different this is from, say, the Greek or Norse outlooks on creation. Where the Greeks told of violent castrations and titans devouring children, and the Norse spoke of a frost giant hacked to pieces, the Egyptians leaned towards a quieter, more organic birth of the world. Yes, there was separation. Yes, there were struggles. But there's a gentleness too, a rhythm to it. Creation emerges like the Nile's ebb and flow, like crops growing from the soil. You could argue it's a worldview shaped by relative stability. 3,000 years of civilization grounded in a river that more often than not behaved predictably. Of course, things weren't always serene. Even in these earliest myths, the spectre of chaos lurks. None never goes away. The primeval waters always remain beyond the edges of the world, a reminder that order is fragile. The Egyptians feared that without proper rituals, temples and pharaohs keeping balance, the world could dissolve back into that formless ocean. Every dawn, when Ra rose again in the sky, it was a small victory, a repeat performance of that first sunrise out of the void. And so we end our first chapter here, with the world freshly born, the gods stretching sky from earth, the sun gleaming for the very first time, and humanity not yet on the scene. The waters of Nun still ripple quietly in the background, waiting, watching. Creation has begun, but its permanence is never guaranteed. The first gods, once separated into their proper stations, sky above, earth below, and air in between, began to people the cosmos with stories. It was in this delicate space, freshly carved out of chaos, that Egyptian mythology truly set down its roots. The world had form now, and with form came character, rivalry, love, and family quarrels. Because even divine households, it seems, cannot quite escape the dramas that beset ordinary ones. Let's begin with Nut, the sky, and Geb, the earth. Their forced separation was not the end of their story. They still yearned for one another, and from their union, however forcibly interrupted, came 4 children who would define the heart of Egyptian mythology: Osiris, Isis, Seth, and Nephthys. They are, if you like, the first dynasty of Egyptian gods. Osiris, the eldest, was handsome, noble, and just. He became the model of the good king, ruling over Egypt with fairness. His sister wife, Isis, was equally important, clever, devoted, and endlessly resourceful. If Osiris was the ideal pharaoh, Isis was the ideal queen. She embodied loyalty and magical power, and the two together were said to have reigned in a golden age when humanity learned farming, laws, and civilization itself. It's all very idyllic, which, in mythology, usually signals trouble is on the way. Enter Seth, the brother of Osiris and Isis, and the eternal outsider. Seth was associated with chaos, violence, and storms. His animal form, an odd, composite creature with square ears and a curved snout, was unlike any known beast, emphasizing his strangeness. While Osiris built order, Seth relished disruption. He is one of those characters who, if you invited him to dinner, would overturn the table just to see what happened. And then there was Nephthys, sister of Isis, goddess of the margins and protector of the dead. She often kept to the sidelines, but her role would prove quietly essential. This divine quartet did more than populate myths. They mapped directly onto Egyptian kingship. The pharaoh was the living Horus, heir to Osiris, upholding Ma'at, while his enemies were cast as Seth-like figures of chaos. The succession disputes, the balancing of dynasties, the ceremonies of power, all found resonance in the squabbles of these first gods. Religion and politics, as usual, were inseparable. Now, Osiris's reign was not destined to last. In one of mythology's great turning points, Seth grew jealous of his brother's success. Depending on the version, he tricked Osiris into lying in a coffin, sealed it shut, and threw it into the Nile. In another, he dismembered Osiris, scattering his body parts across the land. Either way, Osiris was killed, a god slain not by fate or accident, but by the envy of family. This story has been retold countless times, the good ruler undone by treachery. But in Egypt, it carried profound symbolism. Osiris became the god of the dead, ruler of the underworld, and the model for resurrection. His death was not final. With Isis's devotion and magical arts, Osiris was reassembled and revived, not as a king of the living, but as king of the dead. This is where Egyptian myth shows its depth. The Nile Valley was obsessed with cycles, floods and recession, sowing and harvest, day and night. Death, too, was not an ending, but a passage into another form of life. Osiris, therefore, embodied that eternal rhythm. When crops sprouted after the flood, Egyptians saw Osiris rising. When the fields turned brown in drought, Osiris lay slain once more. It was not a tragedy but a pattern, reassuring in its regularity. Isis's role here cannot be overstated. She scoured Egypt to gather Osiris's parts, reassembled him with care, and with her magic conceived their son Horus. Horus would grow to challenge Seth for kingship, but that is a tale for a later chapter. For now, it's worth noting how Isis's devotion shaped Egyptian ideals of womanhood, loyal, clever, and imbued with a quiet but formidable strength. No wonder her cult spread beyond Egypt into Greece and Rome, centuries later. Even sailors in the Mediterranean prayed to Isis, goddess of magic and protection. But let's not hurry too far ahead. The birth of the first gods also marked the beginning of Egyptian cosmology taking root in daily life. The myths were not just campfire stories. They explained why the pharaoh ruled, why rituals mattered, and why temples stood at the heart of every city. For example, Osiris's death and resurrection were ritually reenacted in festivals. Priests planted seeds in soil-filled statues of Osiris, which would sprout into green shoots, a symbol of rebirth. The whole community participated, watching their myth come alive in the fields that fed them. These festivals weren't optional entertainment. They were spiritual necessities, keeping the cycles of nature aligned with the cycles of myth. And Seth, the eternal villain, wasn't simply banished. He had his uses. Egyptians recognized that chaos could not be eliminated. It was part of the cosmic balance. Seth, after all, helped defend Ra's solar bark against the serpent Apophis in the underworld. Even chaos had its proper place, provided it was kept in check. You could almost say the Egyptians were realists. They knew storms and disorder were as natural as sunshine, and rather than denying them, they folded them into their theology. One cannot tell this story without pausing on the pharaohs themselves. To the Egyptians, the king was not merely human. He was Horus in life, Osiris in death, and the bridge between gods and men. When a pharaoh died, rituals ensured he became Osiris, ruler of the dead, while his heir took up the mantle of Horus, continuing the eternal struggle against Seth. It was theology as politics, politics as theology, a seamless web of myth and power. Archaeology gives us glimpses of how seriously this was taken. In tomb inscriptions, pharaohs are addressed as Osiris, their bodies mummified to mirror his, their burial goods meant to ensure a safe passage into the afterlife. In temples, reliefs show the king receiving life from the gods, his authority literally carved in stone. Myth was not metaphor here. It was reality, made manifest in ritual and kingship. Now, while Heliopolis promoted the story of Atum, Shu, and Nut, and Memphis championed Ptah, it was the Osiris cycle that truly captured Egyptian hearts. Why? Because it spoke to the most pressing human concern: death. No matter how wealthy or poor, every Egyptian wanted assurance that life continued beyond the grave. The story of Osiris, who died and yet lived again, offered precisely that. To be justified in death was to become like Osiris. His myth became the foundation of the Egyptian afterlife. It's also striking how Egyptian mythology differs from others here. In Greece, Hades ruled the underworld, but remained rather joyless. In Mesopotamia, the afterlife was a bleak, shadowy place. But in Egypt, death was not merely survival, it was renewal, a continuation of existence under Osiris's benevolent rule. If one had lived in Mayot, truth, justice, balance, then one could share Osiris's resurrection. It was, in a sense, an optimistic theology, promising eternity rather than mere endurance. Let us not forget, though, that these myths evolved across centuries. In earlier periods, Osiris was a relatively minor god of fertility. Only later did he rise to become lord of the dead. Similarly, Isis grew from a supporting character into perhaps the most beloved goddess of all. Mythology is never static. It breathes and shifts, just as the Nile alters its course over millennia. What we call Egyptian mythology is, in truth, a grand accumulation of layers, retellings, and reinterpretations, each era shaping the gods in its own image. And here we come to an important observation. These first gods were not simply distant figures. They were woven into the very geography of Egypt. Abydos, for instance, became the cult centre of Osiris, its tombs believed to house his remains. Philae was sacred to Isis. Temples doubled as political hubs and economic centres, binding people to their myths with architecture as much as with ritual. Even the stars above, Orion and Sirius, were linked to Osiris and Isis, marking the agricultural calendar with their rising. So the birth of these gods was not just a tale of divine family squabbles. It was the birth of a world view, one in which kingship, agriculture, death and resurrection all found meaning through story. Osiris, Isis, Seth and Nephthys were not distant immortals. They were patterns, archetypes and explanations for the rhythm of Egyptian life. By the end of this chapter, then, we find ourselves in a cosmos that is no longer silent. The primordial waters have receded, the first mound has risen, and from it has sprung not just sky and earth, but a family of gods whose dramas mirror human struggles. Life and death, loyalty and betrayal, order and chaos, all are present already, reflected in the myths told beside the Nile. And it is here, with Osiris slain and reborn, Isis gathering her strength, and Horus yet to come, that we pause. Egyptian mythology has moved from formless waters into the realm of story, where gods take sides, households quarrel, and the very fate of kings is tied to their struggles. The world is alive now, peopled with characters who will shape not only eternity, but the daily bread and politics of mortal men. The sun rises over Egypt. It always has, and for the Egyptians it always must. That fiery disk climbing into the sky wasn't just the weather behaving itself. It was the daily journey of Ra, the sun god, the great shining king of the heavens. If chapter 2 gave us the first family drama of gods, then this chapter gives us their centerpiece. The blazing sun, whose cycles told Egyptians that order, life, and kingship were firmly in place. To live in Egypt was to live by the rhythm of the sun. The Nile Valley is a place of extremes. Hot days, cool nights, the sun beating down without interruption for most of the year. For the Egyptians, Ra was not just a light in the sky, but the very heartbeat of creation, the one who separated day from night, life from the threat of chaos. He was, quite literally, the clock and calendar of their world. Ra's mythology presents him as the first ruler of gods and men. Having emerged at the dawn of creation, he took up the throne of the heavens. He journeyed across the sky each day in his solar bark, a divine boat pulled across the celestial waters. By evening, he disappeared in the west, slipping into the underworld. There, through 12 perilous hours of night, he battled dangers. Above all, the great serpent Apophis, embodiment of chaos, before rising triumphant again at dawn. This cycle was not symbolic to the Egyptians. It was reality itself. Without Ra's victory, dawn would not come. And because Ra was king of the gods, his journey became the model for kingship on earth. The pharaoh was not merely a man with a crown. He was Ra's chosen, his living embodiment. The very word pharaoh, from per-aa, great house, spoke not just of palaces, but of divine order. To sit on the throne was to uphold Ma'at, to ensure that the world mirrored Ra's eternal cycle of victory over chaos. Let's pause for a moment on that word Ma'at. We touched on it earlier, but here it becomes even more central. Ma'at was truth, balance, harmony, justice, the proper ordering of things. Pharaohs weren't expected merely to collect taxes and look good in gold. Their most vital duty was to maintain Ma'at, to keep the world aligned with cosmic truth. If chaos rose, if famine struck, floods failed or enemies invaded, it was a sign Ma'at had faltered and the king was to blame, no pressure. Pharaohs, then, were not just politicians. They were walking, breathing guarantees that Ra's cycle would continue. Coronation ceremonies tied them explicitly to Ra. Reliefs on temple walls show kings offering miniature statues of Ma'at to Ra, as if to say, "Look, great sun, I've kept balance in your world. Please keep shining." It was a relationship of mutual reinforcement. Ra gave legitimacy to the king, and the king in turn upheld Ra's order on earth. Historically, this link between Ra and kingship was strongest in the Old Kingdom circa 2686 to 2181 BCE, the age of the pyramids. The pharaohs of the 4th and 5th dynasties styled themselves as sons of Ra. Temples to the sun sprang up near Memphis, and pyramid complexes were aligned with solar cycles. Inscriptions from this time leave no doubt Ra was not just a distant god in the sky, but the father of the reigning king, the source of his power, and the promise of his afterlife. Now, Ra himself wasn't always alone in the sky. Egyptian mythology is nothing if not flexible, and Ra's identity merged with other deities over time. At Thebes, for example, Ra fused with Amun, the hidden god, to form Amun-Ra, a supreme deity who combined visible power, the sun, with invisible mystery, the hidden essence of creation. This fusion wasn't theological confusion, it was political. As Thebes rose in prominence, its priests needed to elevate their local god. What better way than to merge him with the universal sun? Egyptian religion, in this sense, was pragmatic. Gods could overlap, evolve, and combine as needed, reflecting the shifting tides of political power. But however he was worshipped, Ra, Amun-Ra, Ra-Horakhti, the essence was the same. The daily journey of the sun across the sky was the drama of life itself, and the king was its earthly counterpart. The pharaoh shone in life as Ra, and in death descended to join Osiris, only to rise again like the morning sun. The myths mirrored, and perhaps justified, the extraordinary continuity of Egyptian kingship. Yet Ra's story wasn't without vulnerability. Each night, as he entered the underworld, he faced danger. The serpent Apophis lay in wait, jaws wide, coiled in the waters of chaos. Priests recited spells to aid Ra's victory. Sometimes they performed rituals in which wax models of Apophis were stabbed, hacked apart, or burned. A bit of sympathetic magic to make sure the serpent stayed down. Imagine it. A temple chamber by lamplight, priests chanting while cutting up wax serpents, all to ensure the sun would rise tomorrow. You might call it superstition. The Egyptians would have called it survival. In art, Ra was most often depicted with the head of a falcon, crowned with the solar disk, sometimes encircled by a serpent. The falcon emphasized swiftness and vision, qualities of a ruler, while the disk reminded all of the blazing force of the sun. His bark, the boat of millions of years, was shown sailing across the heavens, crewed by protective gods who fended off monsters. The imagery was not abstract, it was immediate, a visual reassurance that cosmic order was being defended every single day. Now, here's where the subtle humour comes in. You might think, given how central Ra was, that everyone adored him without question. Not entirely. In later myths, humans actually plotted against Ra, tired of his rule. The sun god, insulted, unleashed his fiery eye, in the form of the lion-headed goddess Sekhmet, to punish humanity. The rampage was so brutal that Ra regretted it, and only tricked Sekhmet into stopping by getting her drunk on beer, dyed red to look like blood. So yes, according to Egyptian myth, humanity was once saved by a hangover. But even this myth underscores kingship. Ra's wrath mirrored the pharaoh's power. Benevolent, but not to be crossed. Mercy had to be balanced with authority. Just as Ra withdrew to the heavens, leaving kings to rule on earth, so pharaohs had to balance their divine authority with human reality. In daily life, the worship of Ra was everywhere. Temples aligned to the east greeted the sunrise. Hymns praised his journey. Farmers waking at dawn, priests lighting lamps, sailors guiding boats by the sun's path. All were participating in Ra's cycle. To live in Egypt was to live in his rhythm. When you think about it, Ra's dominance makes sense. In a land where the sun could both bless, ripening crops, and curse, scorching fields, what greater power could there be? Historically, this focus on Ra also led to political experiments. The most famous was Akhenaten, the heretic pharaoh of the 14th century BCE, who abandoned most traditional gods in favour of Aten, the solar disk. Akhenaten declared that Aten alone was supreme, depicted not as a falcon-headed god, but as a blazing disk with rays ending in tiny hands. It was a radical step, often compared to monotheism, and it disrupted centuries of tradition. After his death, Egyptians eagerly returned to their older pantheon, but the episode reminds us just how closely religion and kingship were intertwined with the sun. Even when challenged, the centrality of solar power never really waned. So, By the close of this chapter, we see Egyptian mythology taking on its distinctly royal character. Ra, the sun god, was not just a figure of devotion, but the very symbol of pharaonic power. His journey across the sky mirrored the king's rule over earth. His nightly struggle against chaos reminded Egyptians that order had to be maintained, renewed, defended. And his shining presence reassured them that Ma'at was intact, that the balance between gods and men was still secure. The first gods gave Egypt its family drama. Ra gave it its throne, and with throne came the full weight of divine kingship, a system that would endure for millennia, shining as surely as the rising sun. If Egyptian mythology has a heart, it beats in the story of Osiris, Isis, Seth, and Horus. Creation myths set the stage, and Ra gives us the throne, but it is the tale of Osiris's murder, Isis's devotion, and Horus's struggle for kingship that truly animates Egyptian religion. Here we find betrayal, grief, magic, resurrection, and the eternal struggle between order and chaos. If you wanted drama, the Egyptians had it in spades. The story begins with Osiris. As eldest son of Geb and Nut, he inherited the throne of Egypt. Osiris was not merely a ruler, he was civilization embodied. The myths credit him with teaching humanity agriculture, laws, and rituals. He transformed Egypt from wilderness into ordered society. The Greeks, later hearing this tale, compared him to Dionysus, the bringer of cultivation. But in Egyptian thought, Osiris was more than a culture hero. He was the archetype of the just king. By his side stood Isis, his sister wife. Egyptian gods, like Egyptian royalty, married within the family, not because of a lack of imagination, but because divinity was a concentrated essence, best preserved by keeping it close. Isis was as vital as Osiris. She embodied loyalty, magic, and ingenuity. In art, she appears with a throne-shaped crown upon her head, symbolizing her role as the seat of kingship itself. Where Osiris represented rulership, Isis represented the power behind it, the protective, sustaining force that held the throne steady. But not all siblings make supportive partners. Enter Seth. If Osiris was order, Seth was disorder. He was god of the desert, of storms, of violence, of foreign lands. Where the fertile Nile valley offered abundance, Seth's deserts offered nothing but sand and wind. In his strange animal-headed form, neither dog, donkey, nor any known creature, Seth stood apart. To the Egyptians, he was the necessary outsider, the principle of chaos that could never quite be banished. The quarrel was inevitable. Seth resented Osiris's success. Some versions of the myth tell us he built a beautiful chest, crafted to fit Osiris exactly. At a banquet, Seth invited Osiris to lie in it, promising it as a gift to whoever fit best. The moment Osiris reclined inside, Seth slammed the lid shut, sealed it with molten lead, and cast it into the Nile. In other tellings, Seth went further. He hacked Osiris into pieces, scattering the fragments across Egypt. Either way, the result was the same. Osiris was dead, the Golden Age ended, and chaos reclaimed the throne. This story carried enormous weight. For Egyptians, the murder of Osiris was not just divine gossip, it was a mythic explanation for death itself. Osiris, who embodied life, was struck down by chaos. Every human death echoed his. But this was no final defeat. For here enters Isis, whose loyalty has made her one of the most beloved figures in mythology. Grief-stricken, Isis searched the land for her husband's body. In one version, she found the chest lodged in a tamarisk tree at Byblos in Phoenicia, a detail that hints at Egypt's trading links with the wider world. The king of Byblos had incorporated the chest into a palace pillar, not realizing he had trapped a god inside. Isis, in disguise, charmed the queen, gained access, and retrieved her husband's remains. This mixture of cunning, perseverance, and magical power is Isis's hallmark. She is never passive, she acts. But Seth was not finished. In the versions where Osiris's body was dismembered, Isis had to gather the scattered pieces one by one, assisted by her sister Nephthys. In some accounts, only one part was missing: Osiris's phallus, lost to the Nile and swallowed by a fish. No matter. Isis, with divine ingenuity, fashioned a replacement, reassembled her husband, and breathed life back into him. Through this union, she conceived Horus, the son destined to avenge his father and restore balance. Osiris himself did not return to rule the living. His resurrection was incomplete. He became instead king of the dead, ruler of the underworld. This was no demotion but a transformation. Osiris's throne moved to the afterlife, where he presided as judge of souls. In this way, Egyptians could believe that death was not an ending, but a passage to Osiris's realm, where, if justified, they could live eternally. The myth gave a structure to death as natural and dignified as life. Meanwhile, Horus grew to adulthood under Isis's protection. He was often depicted as a falcon or falcon-headed man, symbolizing vision and kingship. Horus was the avenger, the rightful heir, the embodiment of youthful strength. His struggle against Seth became the central conflict of Egyptian myth, one that mirrored and justified the earthly struggles of pharaohs for the throne. The contendings of Horus and Seth, a set of tales preserved on papyri, recount their disputes. Some versions present a courtroom drama. The gods sit as judges while Horus and Seth argue their cases. Seth, predictably, favours brute strength, while Horus appeals to legitimacy as Osiris's son. The contest drags on for 80 years. Seth suggests absurd challenges: racing boats, transforming into hippopotamuses, even inappropriate sexual advances to humiliate Horus. Isis intervenes with clever tricks, sometimes even embarrassing her own son. The gods, for their part, bicker and change their mind repeatedly. It is all surprisingly comic, suggesting that even the divine court was not immune to bureaucracy and indecision, but the outcome was inevitable. Horus triumphed, becoming king of the living, while Seth was banished to the deserts, embodying the barren lands beyond Egypt's fertile valley. The myth reaffirmed a pattern: order restored, chaos contained. Pharaohs, as living Horus, reenacted this victory in their own reigns. Their enemies were Seth's followers, their wars the eternal struggle between legitimacy and disruption. One can see this reflected in art. On temple walls, the king smites enemies with raised mace, not merely conquering foreigners, but reenacting Horus's triumph over Seth. In rituals, priests told and retold the story, embedding it into the very fabric of kingship. Every coronation, every victory festival, every funeral carried echoes of Osiris, Isis, Seth, and Horus. Historically, the Osiris myth grew in importance over time. In the Old Kingdom, Ra and solar theology dominated. By the Middle and New Kingdoms, Osiris cults were widespread. Ordinary Egyptians, not just kings, identified with Osiris in death. Coffins and tomb inscriptions call the deceased the Osiris name, marking them as participants in his cycle of death and rebirth. Festivals at Abydos, Osiris's sacred city, drew crowds from across Egypt, dramatizing the god's death and resurrection in public pageantry. It was myth as theatre, faith as community ritual. Even outside Egypt, Osiris's story travelled. The Greeks adapted him into Dionysus, the Romans into Serapis, and later mystery cults promised salvation through him. But in Egypt, his story was never abstract philosophy. It was as real as the Nile's flood, as immediate as a funeral procession. Death had meaning because Osiris had walked the path first. And Isis, too, took on a life of her own. By the late period, her cult was international, worshipped from Alexandria to Rome, celebrated as a universal mother goddess. Sailors invoked her on the seas. Women sought her aid in childbirth. Rulers borrowed her imagery to claim legitimacy. She was in many ways the most enduring of all Egyptian deities, her popularity outlasting the empire itself. So, what do we make of this central drama? At its core, it is the eternal human story. Life cut short, love persisting, death overcome, children carrying on the legacy. But for the Egyptians, it was also the political story. The rightful king murdered, chaos rising, order restored through lawful succession. And it was the natural story, crops dying in drought, rising again in flood. All these layers folded into one myth, told and retold for 3,000 years. As we close this chapter, picture the tableau. Osiris, enthroned in the underworld, green-skinned, wrapped in linen, holding crook and flail. Beside him stands Isis, wings spread in protection. At their feet, the young falcon Horus prepares for battle, while Seth, snarling, recedes into the desert. It is a family portrait, yes, but also a cosmic drama, a political manifesto, and a promise of life beyond death. No wonder it became the beating heart of Egyptian mythology. Death, for the Egyptians, was not an end, it was a journey. And like any long journey, you'd want a reliable map, a few protective charms, and ideally someone to tell you the rules of the road. The Egyptians took this idea to heart, quite literally. The afterlife was imagined as a carefully ordered process, a cosmic courtroom drama in which the fate of your very soul hung in the balance. And at the centre of it all was one deceptively simple test: the weighing of the heart. To understand why the Egyptians thought this way, you need to picture their world. Life in the Nile Valley was relatively predictable. Each year the river rose, spread fertile silt across the fields, and retreated. Crops grew, harvests came, and life continued. The cycle was reassuring. Death, then, was not a catastrophic break, but a continuation, another phase of the cycle. Just as the sun set only to rise again, or Osiris died only to be reborn. Still, there was a catch. You couldn't just stroll into eternity unchallenged. The Egyptians were firm believers in accountability. To live in balance with Ma'at, truth, justice, harmony, was the key. If you'd lived selfishly, dishonestly, or violently, then eternity was not going to be particularly comfortable. If you'd upheld Ma'at, you had a chance to join the blessed dead, walking forever in fields of plenty. So how did this judgment work? Picture the grand hall of Osiris, lord of the underworld. The walls are vast, inscribed with spells and hymns. Torches flicker, casting long shadows. At the far end sits Osiris himself, green-skinned, wrapped in linen, crook and flail in hand. Beside him are his sisters, Isis and Nephthys, mourning yet watchful. In front stands a great balance scale. On one side, your heart is placed, not the brain, which the Egyptians thought rather useless, but the heart, seat of thought, memory, and morality. On the other side lies the feather of Ma'at, symbol of truth. If your heart is lighter than the feather, congratulations, you've passed. You are declared Makeru, true of voice, and admitted into the blessed afterlife. If your heart is heavy with lies and misdeeds, well, that's where things get interesting. Waiting beside the scales is a fearsome creature called Amit, whose name means devourer. She is part crocodile, part lion, part hippopotamus. Basically, the most terrifying animals an Egyptian could imagine, all rolled into one. If your heart tips the balance the wrong way, Amit lunges forward, snaps it up, and that's it. No second chances, no appeals. Your soul is annihilated, cast into eternal nothingness. For Egyptians, this was the true horror. Not torment, but total obliteration. The one overseeing this delicate process was Anubis, the jackal-headed god of embalming and protector of graves. Anubis guides you through the hall, places your heart on the scales, and watches the outcome. In later texts, Thoth, the ibis-headed god of wisdom, records the verdict on a scroll, a kind of divine court reporter. It is all rather formal, almost bureaucratic. The Egyptians, great lovers of order, extended it even into death. Of course, one didn't go into this judgment unprepared. Enter the Book of the Dead. This wasn't really a single book, but a collection of spells, hymns and instructions written on papyrus or painted on tomb walls. They served as a guide for the deceased, a sort of lonely planet for the afterlife. Spells could help you avoid traps, answer difficult questions, and, most importantly, make your case in the Hall of Mayat. Among these was the famous negative confession. Standing before the 42 assessors of the dead, minor deities who each specialised in one particular sin, the deceased would declare their innocence. I have not stolen. I have not murdered. I have not told lies. I have not diverted water in my neighbour's canal. It was not enough to mumble generalities. You had to account for specific actions. The scene feels strangely familiar, almost like a courtroom oath, only with much higher stakes. But here's where Egyptian subtlety shines. These declarations were not about absolute perfection. Egyptians were practical people. They knew everyone slipped up now and then. What mattered was alignment with Ma'at, that one's life overall upheld balance and truth. Rituals, amulets and spells could help cover gaps, smoothing over human imperfection. The gods, after all, were not without their flaws. So why should mortals be expected to be spotless? For those who passed judgment, the afterlife was a rather appealing prospect. They entered the field of reeds, a perfected version of Egypt itself. The Nile flowed eternally, crops stood tall without labour, and families were reunited. It was not a paradise of golden streets or harp-playing clouds, but a familiar, comfortable land. Egypt, only better. For a people so tied to their environment, this was the ultimate dream, to live forever in a perfected version of their own homeland. Mummification was central to ensuring one reached this blissful eternity. Preserving the body was essential, because the Egyptians believed in multiple aspects of the self. The ka was your life force, the be your personality, often depicted as a bird with a human head. Both needed to reunite with the preserved body to continue existence. Hence the careful embalming, the wrapping of linen, the jars for organs, the tombs stocked with food, furniture, and even board games. Eternity required preparation, and plenty of supplies. From a historical perspective, the emphasis on judgment and the afterlife also reinforced social order. If even kings faced Osiris's scales, then justice applied universally. Tomb texts remind pharaohs as much as peasants, live in Mayat or risk obliteration. At the same time, it comforted the living. Death was not an abyss, but a passage to Osiris's realm, provided one had lived rightly. And here comes the humour. Imagine standing in that hall, heart on the scale, gods watching. You've confessed to not stealing, not lying, not cheating. And then some minor deity pipes up. Ah, but did you return that borrowed plough in good condition? The Egyptians pictured judgment in painstaking detail, down to irrigation disputes, because for them, divine order included the most practical aspects of life. Ma'at wasn't lofty philosophy. It was fairness in farming, honesty in trade, kindness in family. Eternity hinged on the daily decency of how you lived. The imagery of the weighing of the heart appears again and again in Tumart. Papyrus scrolls show tiny human figures standing nervously while Anubis adjusts the scales and Thoth scribbles notes. Osiris sits enthroned, calm and majestic, waiting for the verdict. The scene is so iconic that it became a shorthand for Egyptian religion itself. The belief that the soul is weighed, judged, and granted eternity not by favouritism, but by truth. Compared with other ancient cultures, this was remarkably humane. Mesopotamian afterlife beliefs were grim, portraying the dead as dusty shades in a shadowy underworld. The Greeks imagined Hades as a bleak realm with few rewards, but the Egyptians envisioned an eternity of abundance, provided one upheld justice. Theirs was not a pessimistic faith, but an optimistic one. Life eternal in a perfected Nile valley, under the watchful eye of Osiris. Archaeology confirms how widespread and deeply felt this belief was. From grand pyramids to modest pit burials, evidence of afterlife preparation appears everywhere. Amulets inscribed with spells, small scarab charms representing the heart, even cheap papyri with shortened versions of the Book of the Dead, all show that eternity was not just for kings, but for anyone with enough devotion and perhaps enough savings to prepare. The endurance of this belief cannot be overstated. For over 3,000 years, Egyptians buried their dead with care, invoking Osiris, Anubis, and Ma'at. Even when Greek and Roman influence spread across the land, the heart-weighing scene persisted, a powerful reminder of continuity. In the end, it was one of Egypt's most enduring gifts to world thought, the idea that moral life has eternal consequences, that truth is the standard against which the soul is judged. And so, Chapter 5 closes with a vivid image. The grand hall, the scales poised, the feather of Ma'at gleaming. Anubis steadies the balance, Thoth records the outcome, Amit waits hungrily, and Osiris watches from his throne. The deceased stands small and uncertain, yet hopeful. Their entire life distilled into a single moment, a single truth. If the heart is light, eternity awaits in the fields of plenty. If not, silence. The stakes could not be higher, nor the symbolism clearer. For the Egyptians, to live well was to prepare for this moment. Death was only the beginning of a far greater journey. When the sun sinks below the western horizon, we might think the day is done. But for the ancient Egyptians, this was when the real danger began. Night was no peaceful curtain. It was a battlefield, and the very survival of creation was at stake. The Egyptians believed that when Ra, the sun god, vanished from the visible sky, he was not idle. He boarded his solar bark, the great boat of millions of years, and sailed into the underworld, the Duat. The Duat was no simple cavern, but a mysterious river system, twisting through 12 regions that marked the 12 hours of night. Each hour, Ra faced new challenges. Lakes of fire, locked gates, strange guardians who demanded passwords and secret names. But at the heart of this voyage waited his most dreadful foe, Apophis, or Apep, the colossal serpent of chaos. Apophis was not a god in the sense of being worshipped. He was the antithesis of creation itself, a force of disorder, unmaking, and violence. He did not want to rule or to share power. He wanted to swallow the sun, erase time, and return the world to the formless waters of Nun. In Egyptian terms, he was the embodiment of Isfet, chaos, forever opposed to Ma'at, the principle of truth, balance, and order that held the cosmos together. The nightly battle between Ra and Apophis was described in sacred texts like the Amduat and the Book of Gates. These works guided both the sun and the souls of the dead through the night. At the midpoint of darkness, Apophis would rise from the waters, vast and coiled, his jaws stretching wide enough to engulf the bark itself. Sometimes he tried brute force, binding the boat in his coils. Sometimes he drank the river dry, stranding the vessel in stagnant mud. Other times he cast spells, freezing the crew in silence. But Ra did not sail alone. His entourage of gods defended him tirelessly. One of the most surprising allies was Seth, that notorious god of deserts and disorder. In most myths, Seth was the murderer of Osiris, the rival of Horus, the disturber of harmony. Yet here he was indispensable. Standing at the prow of the solar bark, spear in hand, Seth fought with ferocity, piercing Apophis again and again. The Egyptians were not afraid of contradiction. They understood that chaos could sometimes be turned against itself. Who better to fight a serpent of disorder than a god of storms? The rest of the crew also had their roles. Protective deities like Mehen, the coiled serpent of defence, surrounded the boat with his body. Spellcasters neutralised Apophis's magic with counter-incantations. Archers and knife-wielding gods hacked at his flesh. Hour after hour, the struggle raged until the serpent was subdued and Ra's bark could continue eastward. By dawn, the sun emerged victorious, reborn in the sky, and the world was safe for another day. Yet this victory was never permanent. Apophis could not be killed once and for all. Each night he rose again. Each night he had to be fought again. This was perhaps the most Egyptian feature of the myth. Order was never assumed, never final. It had to be renewed, maintained, and defended constantly. Just as canals had to be dredged and fields replanted each year, so too the cosmos had to be kept in working order. And this is where human beings entered the story. Priests across Egypt took part in the nightly struggle through rituals. In temple chambers, by the light of flickering oil lamps, they recited the books of overthrowing Apep. They made wax models of serpents, spat on them, trampled them, hacked them with knives, and burned them in braziers. Each blow was believed to strike Apophis himself in the duat, weakening him for Ra's crew. Ordinary people, too, shared in this battle through magic, or Heka. Amulets depicting bound serpents, scarab charms with protective spells, and the ever-popular eye of Horus were weapons in miniature. A mother tying an amulet to her child's neck was, in her own way, helping Ra fend off the great serpent. Ma'at, meanwhile, was not just an idea for gods and kings. It governed every sphere of life. Pharaohs presented themselves as the keepers of Ma'at. In temple reliefs, they are shown offering a tiny statue of the goddess Ma'at to Ra, symbolising their duty to uphold order on earth just as he upheld it in the heavens. Judges wore Ma'at emblems in court, scribes swore to record fairly, and traders were expected to use honest weights. Even a neighbourly quarrel over water rights was a test of Ma'at. To cheat, lie, or steal was not simply immoral. It was siding with Apophis. Temple architecture embodied the same struggle. Pylons rose like the horizon at dawn, sanctuaries symbolised first light, and festival processions recreated Ra's emergence into day. At the new year, timed with the rising of Sirius and the flood of the Nile, Egyptians celebrated the renewal of creation, another victory of Ma'at over chaos. Interestingly, Egyptians often mocked Apophis. Some texts gleefully describe him swelling with air until pierced and deflating like a wineskin. Others show him blinded by his own reflection. These humorous touches weren't trivial. They were teaching tools. Laughter robs fear of its sting. To joke about Apophis was to affirm that chaos, however terrifying, was doomed to defeat. Archaeology confirms how widespread these ideas were. Amulets of serpents bound and stabbed have been found in tombs. Coffin inscriptions sometimes instructed the deceased to join Ra's crew, chanting spells to ward off Apophis in the afterlife. Eternity, in this vision, was not passive idleness, but active participation in the defence of creation. Even in death, Egyptians imagined themselves as helpers on the solar bark, rowing and chanting until dawn. Historical crises gave the myth even sharper relevance. During droughts or political collapse, inscriptions lament the land falling into Isfet, as if Apophis had momentarily prevailed. In such times, wisdom texts urged people to live truthfully and generously. A fair steward, an honest merchant, a kind neighbour, these were bulwarks against chaos just as surely as the priest's spells. This endless struggle also set Egypt apart from other cultures. In Mesopotamia, the god Marduk slew the chaos dragon Tiamat once and forever. In Greek myth, Zeus overpowered the monster Typhon, securing eternal order. The Egyptians had no such finale. Their serpent returned every night. Victory was rhythmic, not absolute. It mirrored the Nile's cycles of flood and drought, the sun's daily rising and setting. For them, existence was not a final conquest, but an eternal renewal. Picture, then, the scene at midnight. Ra's bark glides through black waters. Torches blaze on deck. At the prow stands Seth, spear raised. Beside him, gods chant spells. Mayhem coils protectively round the hull. From the depths surges Apophis, vast and gleaming, his coils wrapping, jaws wide. Above ground, priests stab wax serpents, farmers tend canals, judges weigh disputes fairly. Each act, cosmic or mundane, is part of the same defence. Harpoons strike, chants rise, the serpent writhes, and the boat pushes forward. At last, the eastern horizon glows pale. Dawn arrives, fragile yet certain. For the Egyptians, this was the truth of life. Order is fragile, chaos persistent, but together they could ensure balance. The sun rose each morning, not because it had to, but because gods and humans alike fought to make it so. Every sunrise was proof that Ma'at still held, that Apophis had failed once again, and that the cycle of life could continue under the golden light of Ra. If there's one thing you quickly learn about Egyptian mythology, it's that it wasn't a neat, tidy system agreed upon by everyone from Alexandria to Aswan. Far from it. Egypt was a long, narrow country, stitched together by the Nile, and along its banks sprouted dozens of towns and cities, each with its own patron deity, its own temple, and its own theological pride. Imagine a nation where every town insists its local football club is the best. Only instead of teams, you have gods. Welcome to Egypt. At first glance, this might sound chaotic, but the Egyptians were remarkably comfortable with a little theological variety. A god worshipped in one city could be acknowledged elsewhere under a different form, or merged with another deity entirely. The result was a religious landscape as fertile and shifting as the Nile itself. Let's start with Memphis, the ancient capital during much of Egypt's early history. Here, the great creator god was Ptah, patron of craftsmen, builders, and artists. Unlike Atum of Heliopolis, who fashioned the world through bodily fluids, Ptah was said to create through thought and speech. He imagined the world in his heart and spoke it into existence. It's a theology that suited a city of artisans and masons. Memphis was a hub of construction, and its god was the divine architect. Pharaohs, who needed endless temples and tombs built, were only too happy to honour him. Ptah's cult made Memphis not only a political centre, but a spiritual one as well. Travel south to Heliopolis, and you'd find a very different emphasis. This was the city of the Ennead, the great family of 9 gods headed by Atum, then Shu and Tefnut, Geb and Nut, and their children Osiris, Isis, Seth, and Nephthys. Here, theology was cosmic, tracing the very origins of existence. The priests of Heliopolis developed grand creation myths, which gave their city prestige as the intellectual heart of religion. Pharaohs eager for legitimacy often aligned themselves with Heliopolitan theology, linking their reigns to the ancient cycle of creation. Farther south still lay Thebes, which rose to power in the Middle and New Kingdoms. Here the great god was Amun, whose name meant the Hidden One. Amun was mysterious, invisible, and all-encompassing. When Thebes became the capital, Amun merged with Ra to become Amun-Ra, king of the gods. His temple at Karnak grew into one of the largest religious complexes the world has ever seen, expanded by successive pharaohs who wanted to honour him, and, of course, remind everyone that they were his chosen. Thebes' political rise and Amun's divine supremacy went hand in hand. By the New Kingdom, Amun-Ra was worshipped across Egypt as the supreme deity, though locals in other cities continued to champion their favourites. Egyptian religion was never just about the lofty gods of creation. Many cults revolved around animal deities, rooted in the landscape and daily life of the people. In Bubastis, the goddess Bastet was worshipped in the form of a cat or a woman with a feline head. She began as a lion-headed warrior goddess, but evolved into a gentler protector associated with domestic cats. Festivals of Bastet were famously lively, with music, feasting, and processions along the Nile. Her cult reveals how Egyptians blended the cosmic with the everyday. A goddess of war transformed into a household guardian, reflecting the growing affection Egyptians had for their feline companions. In the Fayum, the crocodile god Sobek reigned supreme. He embodied both the fearsome and the protective aspects of the Nile. Sobek could be dangerous, like the crocodiles that lurked in the river, but he was also essential for fertility and water. Temples dedicated to Sobek often kept live crocodiles, pampered with offerings and sometimes even adorned with jewellery. To modern ears, this might sound absurd, but to Egyptians it made perfect sense. Sobek was the Nile's raw power incarnate. If you wanted safe passage and plentiful floods, you showed him respect. At Memphis and later throughout Egypt, the Apis bull was worshipped as a living manifestation of Ptah. A sacred bull, chosen by priests for specific markings, lived in splendour at the temple, believed to be Ptah's earthly form. When it died, the bull was mummified with great ceremony, and a new Apis was selected. The continuity of the cult reinforced the idea that divine power was always present in Egypt, renewed generation after generation. Then there was Hathor, worshipped especially at Dendera, but honoured widely throughout Egypt. Hathor was the goddess of love, music, dance, and motherhood. She was often depicted as a cow, or a woman with cow horns and a solar disk. Her festivals were joyous occasions, filled with song, dancing, and plenty of wine. To the Egyptians, Hathor embodied joy and abundance, a divine mother who welcomed the dead into the afterlife with open arms. This patchwork of cults might sound fragmented, but the Egyptians saw no contradiction in honouring multiple gods. A farmer in the delta might pray to Bastet for protection of his household, offer to Sobek for safe waters, and still recognise Ra, Osiris, and Amun as supreme. Religion was not exclusive but layered. Deities overlapped, merged, and evolved, depending on local needs and political winds. Pharaohs, of course, had to balance all this carefully. To favour one god too strongly risked offending others, and, by extension, the cities and priests who supported them. This was not a purely spiritual concern. Temples were major economic powers, owning land, employing workers, and controlling wealth. A politically astute pharaoh ensured temples across the land were well funded, while also centralising his authority through a primary deity. In the New Kingdom, this deity was usually Amun-Ra, but local cults still thrived, creating a religious ecosystem both competitive and cooperative. One of the more fascinating aspects of Egyptian religion is how gods merge to reflect shifting political landscapes. Ra fused with Horus to become Ra-Horakti, a solar falcon god. Amun merged with Ra as Amun-Ra. Even foreign deities could be incorporated. The goddess Isis, originally a member of the Heliopolitan Ennead, grew so popular that by the Greco-Roman era she was worshipped across the Mediterranean, her cult absorbing traits of other mother goddesses. Egyptian religion was never static. It adapted, absorbed, and reinvented itself constantly. Festivals gave these cults life. At Bubastis, Herodotus tells us that thousands travelled by boat to Bastet's festival, singing, dancing, and drinking wine until the town rang with celebration. At Thebes, the Opet festival saw statues of Amun, Mut, and Khonsu, carried from Karnak to Luxor in grand processions, renewing the pharaoh's divine right to rule. These festivals were more than religious spectacles. They were social events, uniting communities, reinforcing political authority, and reminding everyone of the god's central place in Egyptian life. Humour too crept in. Egyptians told stories of animal deities quarrelling, or depicted gods with exaggerated traits. Yet behind the playfulness lay respect. The gods could be joked about, but never ignored. They were part of every aspect of existence, from birth to death, from politics to fishing trips. The diversity of local gods also reflected Egypt's geography. The Nile tied the country together, but life in the delta, with its marshes and cats, differed from life in the Fayum, with its crocodiles, or in Upper Egypt, where desert winds howled. Each community looked at its environment and saw divinity mirrored in it. The landscape shaped the pantheon. So what does all this mean for Egyptian mythology as a whole? It tells us that there was never one single, rigid system. Instead, there was a living tradition, constantly reshaped by politics, geography, and daily life. Osiris and Isis might dominate in one region, Amun-Ra in another, Sobek or Bastet elsewhere. Yet Egyptians never saw this as a contradiction. To them, the gods were many faces of the same cosmic truth, different expressions of the divine order that held chaos at bay. Picture Egypt in its prime. Along the river stand great temples, each devoted to a different god. Priests chant hymns at dawn. Farmers leave offerings at village shrines. Sacred animals are tended with care, and processions wind through crowded streets. At Karnak, Amun-Ra receives royal homage. At Bubastis, cats bask in the sun as worshippers sing to Bastet. At Crocodilopolis, Sobek's sacred reptile lies fat and content, garlanded with flowers. It is a tapestry of devotion, vibrant, varied, and yet unified by a single thread. Mayat, the balance that binds gods and people, river and desert, life and death. For the Egyptians, Local gods and regional cults were not parochial oddities. They were the heartbeat of religion. They gave texture to daily life, linked communities to the cosmos, and tied politics to piety. Together they made Egypt's religion not a fixed creed, but a living, evolving faith. One that could endure for 3 millennia and still fascinate us today. If the grand temples and sweeping myths made Egypt look like a land ruled entirely by priests and pharaohs, the truth is more personal. Religion in Egypt wasn't confined to Karnak's hypostyle halls or the vast pyramids at Giza. It spilled into kitchens, workshops, and bedrooms. Every household, from the humblest farmer to the grandest noble, lived under the influence of Heka, magic. Now, when we hear magic, our minds conjure stage tricks or fantasy novels. But for Egyptians, Heka was not entertainment. It was the fundamental energy of creation itself, older even than the gods. The creator had used Heka to form the world. Ra relied on it in his nightly battle against Apophis. Humans too could wield it, carefully in small doses, through spells, rituals, and charms. In Egyptian thought, magic was not superstition. It was a practical tool, as ordinary as baking bread, and often far more essential. Let's begin with the professional class of magicians, the priests. Temple priests were masters of ritual. They recited elaborate hymns, burned incense, and poured libations, not merely as acts of devotion, but as practical ways to maintain Ma'at. They wielded scrolls like the Book of Overthrowing Apep or the Book of the Dead, collections of spells that guided both gods and mortals. Priests often doubled as healers, drawing on magical remedies as well as herbal ones. A spell might be chanted while a poultice was applied, combining medicine with incantation. To the Egyptians, the two were not separate. Words themselves carried power. But magic was not the monopoly of temples. Ordinary people practiced it daily. Consider the use of amulets. These small charms, often shaped like scarabs, ankhs, or eyes, were worn on necklaces, tucked into clothing, or buried with the dead. The most popular was the Eye of Horus, symbol of protection and healing. Another was the Digid pillar, representing stability, linked to the backbone of Osiris. These weren't decorative trinkets, they were portable pieces of cosmic order, small assurances that chaos would be kept at bay. Households also turned to magical spells for protection. A mother might recite charms over a child's bed to ward off demons. Doorways were painted with protective symbols, ensuring that only good spirits could pass. Figurines of guardian gods like Bes, a squat, lion-faced deity, or Taweret, the hippo goddess of childbirth, were kept in homes. Bes, with his protruding tongue and shaggy mane, may look comical to us, but to Egyptians he was a fierce defender, scaring away evil with his very ugliness. In a land where infant mortality was high, having Bes carved on your bedpost was no laughing matter. It was survival. The Book of the Dead, despite its ominous modern name, was not morbid, but deeply practical. Families commissioned copies for their loved ones, filling them with spells to help the deceased navigate the perils of the Duat. Some spells opened gates, guarded by demons. Others ensured the dead could breathe air, drink water, or avoid decapitation. My favourite is the spell to prevent your heart from testifying against you at the final judgment. It's the spiritual equivalent of asking a friend not to mention embarrassing stories when you meet new people. The Egyptians had a spell for everything, large or small. Even animals were drawn into magical practice. Cats, sacred to Bastet, were often kept to ward off snakes and vermin, but they also embodied divine protection. Crocodiles, dangerous as they were, could also be sacred to Sobek. Mummified animals, cats, ibises, crocodiles, were offered at temples as votive gifts, each representing a prayer wrapped in linen. Archaeologists have found catacombs filled with thousands of these creatures, a testament to how ordinary Egyptians used small acts of devotion to link their daily lives with the divine. Magic also functioned in law and politics. Oaths in court were binding not just socially but cosmically. To lie under oath was to disrupt Ma'at, risking divine punishment. Curse tablets, small inscriptions calling down misfortune, were sometimes buried by enemies. Soldiers carried protective charms into battle. Even pharaohs had magical rituals to reinforce their rule. During coronation, they were endowed with spells that bound them to Ra and Osiris, ensuring their kingship was sanctioned by both sun and underworld. Humour found its way here too. Egyptians loved playful spells. Some loved charms promised to make the desired partner restless until they confessed affection, essentially the magical equivalent of sleepless obsession. There are even records of spells to silence nagging wives or unruly husbands. Whether these were serious or tongue-in-cheek, they show that magic covered every corner of human life, from grand cosmic battles to awkward family dinners. The Hika worldview blurred the line between religion, science and medicine. A typical healing spell might invoke a myth to explain illness. For example, if someone was bitten by a snake, a spell might retell the story of Horus being healed from a similar bite, transferring the divine cure to the patient. To speak the story was to channel its power. This principle, that words carry creative energy, lay at the heart of Egyptian thought. Speech itself was action. One can't overstate how democratic Egyptian magic was. Yes, the great temples with their priestly hierarchies wielded the most elaborate rites. But the humble farmer's amulet, the mother's bedtime charm, the merchant's scarab seal, all belong to the same continuum. Everyone, from pharaoh to peasant, had access to Heka in some form. It was not a separate branch of religion. It was religion itself in practice. Archaeology gives us vivid glimpses of this. Magical wands carved from hippopotamus ivory, decorated with protective figures, were used to draw a circle of safety around mothers and children. Ostraca, potsherds with hastily written spells, have been found in workmen's villages, showing that even labourers scribbled protective charms during dangerous projects. Amulets turn up in graves across all social classes, from gold-embellished scarabs in royal tombs to humble clay charms in village burials. Of course, some kings tried to tighten control. In the late period, temple priests emphasized their monopoly on the most potent rituals, especially funerary spells. But popular belief was never stifled. If anything, it flourished. Magic thrived precisely because it was practical. When a child fell ill, a mother didn't wait for a royal decree. She reached for Bes, Tawere, and a spell whispered into the night. What makes Egyptian magic so fascinating is how seamlessly it integrated with everyday belief. Unlike in later Western traditions, there was no sharp line between religion and superstition, prayer and spell, medicine and magic. Everything was part of the same fabric. The gods were near, their power could be borrowed, and Ma'at demanded constant reinforcement through small, everyday acts. So, picture an ordinary Egyptian household at dusk. The father lights a small oil lamp, placing it near a carved figurine of Bes. The mother ties a protective amulet round her child's neck, murmuring a charm to ward off nightmares. In the corner sits a box containing scraps of papyrus with copied spells, ready to be used in times of illness or misfortune. Outside, cats prowl, half pet, half protector. Above all, the stars emerge, reminding the family that Ra is once again sailing the Duat, aided by priests' rituals in temples far away. Their small acts of magic are part of the same cosmic defense. For the Egyptians, then, magic was not exotic or frightening. It was ordinary. It was the water in which they swam, the thread that stitched together home and temple, birth and death, joy and fear. Spells, charms, and rituals were ways of negotiating a world always on the edge of chaos, ways of calling the gods close and reminding them to keep order steady. And here lies the key. The Egyptians did not imagine a world that ran smoothly on its own. They saw one that had to be maintained by Ra's nightly struggle, by the Pharaohs' rituals, and by each family's small acts of Heka. Magic was not escape. It was responsibility, shared by all. So the next time you picture Egypt, don't just imagine pyramids and golden tombs. Picture the humble amulet tucked into a child's blanket, the little figurine on a shelf, the whispered spell before sleep. In those small gestures lay the heartbeat of Egyptian religion, magic woven into everyday belief, keeping chaos at bay and keeping Ma'at alive. For more than 2,000 years, Egypt's gods reigned supreme along the Nile. They presided over fields, temples and palaces, and their myths shaped life and death alike. But Egypt never stood entirely alone. Foreigners came, first as traders, then as neighbours, and finally as rulers. And with them came their own gods, customs and myths. The result was not a replacement of Egyptian religion, but a transformation, a layering and blending that kept it alive while changing its face. Egypt's first significant religious exchanges came through Nubia to the south. The Nile linked the two lands, and their cultures influenced each other deeply. Nubian kings adopted Egyptian deities, particularly Amun, who became central in Nubian temples. In return, Nubian forms of Amun influenced how Egyptians themselves pictured the god, often emphasizing his hidden, mysterious qualities. At times, Egyptian pharaohs ruled Nubia. At others, Nubian kings ruled Egypt, as in the 25th dynasty, when rulers from Kush styled themselves as restorers of Egypt's traditions. In truth, it was always a two-way exchange. To the northeast lay the lands of the Levant and Mesopotamia, bustling with trade and warfare. Egyptians encountered gods like Baal, Astarte, and Resheph, and occasionally welcomed them into their own pantheon. In some New Kingdom texts, Astarte, a Canaanite goddess, is depicted as a daughter of Ra. She was given a role in the fight against Apophis, showing that foreign deities could be folded into Egyptian myths when useful. Egyptians were pragmatic theologians. If a new goddess could help fend off chaos, she was welcome aboard. The Hittites, those formidable Anatolian neighbours, also left their mark. After the famous Battle of Kadesh in the 13th century BCE, Egypt and the Hittites signed one of the earliest known peace treaties. Royal marriages followed, and with them came cultural exchange. Hittite gods such as Teshub, a storm deity, found a place in Egypt, at least symbolically. The Egyptians, who had long associated storms with Seth, could easily link foreign storm gods with their own. But the most dramatic transformation came in the late period, and especially under the Ptolemaic dynasty, when Greek rulers sat on the Egyptian throne after Alexander the Great's conquest in 332 BCE. Greek and Egyptian religious systems didn't just coexist, they fused. the Greeks were fascinated by Egypt's ancient traditions, while Egyptians adapted their deities into forms accessible to Greek worshippers. Take Serapis. This was a god deliberately created under the early Ptolemies as a fusion of Osiris and Apis, hence the name, with features of Zeus and Hades blended in. Serapis had the beard and throne of a Greek ruler, but the essence of Osiris, god of the dead and renewal, beneath. He became the patron deity of Alexandria, embodying both Egyptian depth and Greek accessibility. The cult of Serapis spread widely, reaching as far as Rome. The cult of Isis, too, flourished under foreign influence. Already beloved in Egypt as the devoted wife and mother, Isis now absorbed traits of Greek goddesses like Demeter and Aphrodite. Her worship spread beyond Egypt into Greece, Asia Minor, and eventually Rome. By the 1st century CE, Isis temples stood across the Mediterranean, from Delos to Pompeii. In some places, sailors prayed to her as protector of voyages, while in others she was revered as a universal mother goddess. The Egyptian Queen of Magic had become an international deity. This blending was not just religious but political. For Greek rulers in Egypt, merging traditions helped legitimize their reign. By supporting Egyptian cults while introducing hybrid gods, they appealed to both their Greek and Egyptian subjects. Festivals blended Greek theatrical style with Egyptian processions, producing spectacles that impressed everyone. Alexandria, the cosmopolitan capital, became a melting pot of traditions: Egyptian, Greek, Jewish, and later Roman. And yet, for all the blending, the core Egyptian concepts endured. The centrality of Ma'at, order against chaos, remained. The rituals of Osiris, the weighing of the heart, the solar cycle of Ra, these persisted, even if retold in Greek dress. It's a bit like repainting an old statue. The surface may change, but the form beneath stays recognizable. The Romans, too, could not resist Egyptian religion. They embraced Isis and Serapis enthusiastically. Roman emperors built temples to them, and even in the city of Rome, the cults flourished. In Pompeii, wall paintings showed devotees of Isis, and archaeologists uncovered a temple to her that was lovingly restored after an earthquake in AD 62, proof of her popularity right up until Vesuvius erupted. Egyptian influence also crept into mystery religions of the Greco-Roman world. These were cults promising personal salvation and a blessed afterlife, ideas that resonated with the Osiris myth. Initiates in Isis's cult swore secrecy, underwent purification rituals, and believed the goddess offered them eternal life. Echoes of Egyptian afterlife beliefs can even be traced in early Christianity, which spread in the very same regions where Isis was adored. Of course, not everyone welcomed this. Roman satirists sometimes mocked the Isis cult as foreign superstition, and emperors occasionally tried to suppress it. But the devotion of her followers proved hard to erase. By the time Christianity rose to dominance in the 4th century CE, Isis had already prepared the ground for a universal mother figure worshipped across borders. One might ask, did Egyptian religion truly survive foreign influence, or was it transformed beyond recognition? The answer is both. The local cults of Sobek and Bastet continued in their regions, but the international success of Isis and Serapis shows how adaptable the faith was. Egyptian religion absorbed foreign elements as readily as the Nile absorbed silt, enriching itself while maintaining its essence. Even in decline, the adaptability of Egyptian myth remained clear. In the Roman period, scribes still copied spells from the Book of the Dead, and priests still tended temples at Philae and Dendera. Greek visitors might interpret Amun as Zeus or Thoth as Hermes, but Egyptians continued their own devotions, often blending the identities without fuss. To them, the gods were vast enough to wear many masks. Humour, as always, found a place. One Greek observer noted, with some amusement, that Egyptians worshipped crocodiles in one town and killed them in the next. But this was less contradiction than context. Religion was local, shaped by the environment. If your livelihood depended on crocodiles not eating you, Sobek deserved respect. If you lived farther downstream, perhaps less so. Egyptians never saw these differences as problems. They saw them as the natural diversity of the divine. By the end of the Ptolemaic and Roman periods, Egypt was thoroughly cosmopolitan. Yet even as foreign rulers and new religions swept in, the heartbeat of Egyptian faith, the cycles of sun and flood, death and rebirth, Ma'at and Isfet, still pulsed beneath it all. The gods had new names and new robes, but the worldview endured. Picture Alexandria in the 1st century BCE. In one district, Greek actors perform tragedies in honour of Dionysus. In another, sailors pour libations to Isis for safe passage. At Philae, priests chant hymns to Osiris as they have for millennia. In the Fayum, farmers leave offerings to Sobek, while in Bubastis, cats prowl through temple courtyards dedicated to Bastet. It is Egypt transformed, yes, but still recognisably Egypt. A land where gods adapt, merge and travel, but never truly vanish. For the Egyptians, foreign influence was not the end of their mythology, but another chapter in its story. The gods were too flexible, too deeply woven into daily life, to be extinguished. They simply learned new languages, adopted new forms, and sailed on, like Ra's bark, across the waters of time. The gods of Egypt have not been worshipped for well over 1,000 years. Their temples are ruins, their priests long silent, and their sacred animals little more than bones wrapped in linen. Yet somehow they are still here with us. The jackal-headed Anubis still appears in films and novels. The image of the pyramids, framed by a blazing sun, still evokes timeless power. And Isis, once prayed to by farmers along the Nile, ended her career as one of the most widely worshipped deities of the ancient Mediterranean. Egyptian mythology may no longer command daily rituals, but its legacy has proved astonishingly resilient. To begin, let's consider the most obvious survival: art and symbolism. Egyptian art was designed to be eternal. Gods painted on tomb walls were not simply decoration. They were made to last, to function as anchors for eternity. The style, profile heads, frontal torsos, striding legs, was so distinctive that it became instantly recognisable across history. Even today, a child can doodle a stick figure with a headdress and crook, and we know it's meant to be Egyptian. That's cultural staying power. The symbols of Egyptian mythology, the Ankh, the Eye of Horus, the scarab, still find their way into jewellery and tattoos, adopted as emblems of life, protection and renewal. Few ancient cultures can boast such a visible afterlife for their iconography. But the influence goes deeper than symbols. The myths themselves seeped into other cultures long before modern rediscovery. Isis, for instance, became an international goddess during the Greco-Roman period. By the 1st century CE, her temples stretched from Egypt to Britain. She was worshipped as a universal mother, a healer, and a protector of sailors. When Christianity spread, some scholars argue, elements of Isis's imagery lingered in devotion to the Virgin Mary, the mother seated with the child on her lap, protective, compassionate, and exalted. It is not a direct borrowing, but the continuity is striking. Osiris, too, left a long shadow. His myth of death and resurrection influenced later Mediterranean mystery cults, religions that promised personal salvation and eternal life to their initiates. In these cults, the idea of dying and rising with the god became central. Christianity, emerging in the same region, adopted its own narrative of death and resurrection, one with a different theology, but one that still resonated with themes familiar to people steeped in Osiris's story. The notion that death was not the end, but a passage to renewal, was already ancient by the time Christianity took hold. Meanwhile, Hermeticism, a philosophical and religious movement that arose in Hellenistic Egypt, drew on the figure of Thoth, the Egyptian god of wisdom, merged with the Greek Hermes. Hermetic writings blended Egyptian cosmology with Greek philosophy, influencing not just late antiquity, but also the Renaissance, when scholars rediscovered these texts and found inspiration in their mystical vision of the cosmos. The sheer longevity of Egyptian religion also left an impression. For 3 millennia, Egyptians told the same stories, celebrated the same festivals, and prayed to the same gods. To Greeks and Romans, this endurance was awe-inspiring. They called Egypt a land of wisdom and antiquity. Philosophers like Plato and later Plutarch admired Egypt's priests as guardians of ancient knowledge. Whether or not the priests were actually whispering profound truths, the image of Egypt as a source of wisdom became embedded in Western imagination. Fast forward to the modern era, and we find Egypt's mythology enjoying an unexpected second life. The decipherment of hieroglyphs in the 19th century by Jean-François Champollion opened the floodgates. Suddenly, texts like the Book of the Dead were no longer silent pictures but voices, telling us about spells, prayers, and beliefs in the afterlife. Archaeological discoveries, Tutankhamun's tomb most famously, captured global attention. Newspapers in the 1920s reported the supposed curse of the Pharaohs, proving that the mystique of Egyptian magic had survived intact. Egyptian gods quickly became fixtures of popular culture. In novels, films, and video games, Anubis stalks cemeteries, Osiris presides over shadowy realms, and Ra blazes across the sky. Admittedly, Hollywood is not always faithful to the theology. One suspects the ancient priests of Heliopolis would have raised an eyebrow at Brendan Fraser's The Mummy. But the fact remains, these deities are still alive in the modern imagination. There is also the quieter legacy of archaeology and tourism. Millions of visitors each year walk among the temples of Karnak, Luxor, and Abu Simbel, gazing at reliefs of gods carved 3,000 years ago. These ruins were not built as museums, but they function now as spaces where mythology continues to inspire awe. Tour guides retell the myths. Scholars reconstruct rituals. Children stare wide-eyed at statues of falcon-headed Horus. In this way, the gods have gained a new kind of immortality, not as objects of worship, but as subjects of fascination. It is worth noting that Egyptians themselves never saw religion as something confined to the past. Even as new rulers and faiths came, elements of the old ways persisted. The temple at Philae, dedicated to Isis, remained active well into the Christian era, not closing until the 6th century CE. That's an astonishing survival, a full 3 centuries after Constantine converted to Christianity. In Nubia, Isis's cult lived on even longer, showing just how deeply she was loved. There is humour here too, if one looks for it. Roman writers often mocked Egyptians for their animal cults. One town worships cats, another crocodiles, one scoffed, and each laughs at the other. But what the Romans missed was that these local devotions kept religion close to daily life. A fisherman in the Fayoum could look at a crocodile basking on the riverbank and see Sobek. A mother in Bubastis could see divinity in the cat that kept snakes away from her children. To Romans, this looked absurd. To Egyptians, it was intimacy with the divine. Today, Egyptian mythology has one final legacy. It continues to shape how we think about mystery itself. Egypt stands in the popular mind as a place of secrets, hieroglyphs, curses, and half-hidden knowledge. It is perhaps ironic, since Egyptian religion was in fact highly public, woven into festivals and markets. But the endurance of its symbols and the strangeness of its gods have made it the archetype of ancient mystery. To say something is as old as Egypt is to say it is timeless. So what do we make of this legacy? Egyptian mythology began as the faith of farmers by the Nile, grew into a complex system of temples and rituals, survived conquests and foreign rulers, and then transformed into an international religion through Isis and Serapis. Even after temples closed and priests dispersed, its ideas seeped into new faiths and philosophies. And now, in the modern age, it lives on in scholarship, tourism, and popular imagination. Few religions can claim such an enduring afterlife. Picture then a final image, the sun setting over the Nile, temples silhouetted against the sky. Priests chant hymns to Ra as he sails into the duat. Farmers leave small offerings by their fields. Cats curl at doorways, crocodiles lurk in the water, and somewhere in a tomb, a papyrus copy of the Book of the Dead rests beside a mummy, promising safe passage to eternity. 3,000 years later, we still tell these stories. The gods are no longer worshipped, but they have not been forgotten. That, in the end, is their greatest victory. Against the serpent of time, against the oblivion that swallows most ancient faiths, Egyptian mythology has endured. Ma'at still balances the scales, Isis still spreads her wings, and Ra still rises each morning in our imagination. The Egyptians sought eternity, and in their myths they achieved it.